I think we've now reached the end of that video topic backlog that began due to the events at the start of the year. If you haven't noticed, a few of my most recent videos kicked off with the same intro, because they were all projects that I began work on before life got derailed for everyone over here. I think the only one that I didn't release, besides the obvious trucker video, is a video talking about the Daniel Penny Jordan Neely court case, which I was actually working on day of. Maybe I'll go back to it someday. But for now, let's try to catch back up to the present. Oh, also, if you thought the porn joke in the pirate software video was bad, you might want to click off right now, because this entire video is about a pornographic game. Fair warning, pals.
This attack is eerily realistic.
Everything is sexist. Everything is racist. And you have to point it all out.
If the world's oldest profession is prostitution, then surely the world's oldest artwork is pornography, right? Well, I guess that depends on what you mean by art. For example, these fossilized hand and feet prints, discovered near a hot spring in Tibet, are estimated to be around 200,000 years old. But is this art? There is a lot of examples of handprints being used as artwork, both ancient and modern, but this is probably just incidental. There's that eagle talon necklace from Croatia that's estimated to be around 130,000 years old. But again, is this art? Jewelry and clothing certainly have artistic components to them, but this artifact probably had more to do with spirituality or social status than just the purely aesthetic. No, the first human artifacts we can actually identify as art, meaning they exist primarily for their aesthetic value, would be stuff like cave paintings. The warthog in a cave in Indonesia, the aurochs in a cave in France, and of course the chick taking back shots in Australia. I'm probably gonna have to censor a lot of this stuff, because YouTube is really fucking stupid about this topic. Like, this is a 45,000-year-old cave painting of some stickman with oversized balls, ramming his pencil dick into a vaguely humanoid figure twice his size. There is nothing arousing about this whatsoever, and I'm still gonna have to slap a censor bar over it.
Oh my, how lewd.
The age-old rule of people making art about what they know even applied to the cavemen, turns out. What did they make art about? Animals, hunting, and sex. Sometimes even sex with an animal. You know, I wonder what was going through this guy's mind when he was drawing this image. Was it something like, yeah, I'm gonna make art of that asshole Grug fucking a donkey. That'll show him. The same thing goes with ancient carvings. Whenever we find spear tips or ornamental doodads, we also find Venus figurines. These are anywhere between 20,000 and 35,000 years old, found all across Europe and Asia, and they all have roughly the same proportions. They all feature a fat woman with a big round stomach, huge floppy tits, a head completely covered by hair, no face, and legs that are often rounded off just below the knee. Occasionally, the genitals are exaggerated too. This one's got a hole in the bottom, and the legs are wide enough that it kinda looks like a plucked chicken. Are we looking at the world's first fleshlight or something? Considering just how unlikely it would be for anyone to be this fat in real life during hunter-gatherer times, and that obesity was viewed back then as a sign of high status, since it meant you had a lot of food available, the people who made these statues were probably doing the ancient equivalent of creating the porn they wanted to see themselves because it doesn't actually exist. You know what I mean?
Damn, boy, he's thick!
Here's what's really interesting. As history continues and we hit the point that humans actually have settled civilizations, going from hunting and gathering to agriculture, these statues begin to change shape. The large stomach disappears, leaving a more hourglass figure. These ones are from Mesopotamia in the Indus Valley, from like 5,000 years ago. What this means is that at least part of attractiveness is in fact socially constructed, and is tied to what is considered desirable at the time. And no, this doesn't mean that guys in the modern era are obligated to find fat chicks attractive, go to the gym.
It's just a preference. I'm just not attracted to them. I can't make myself be attracted to someone I'm just not attracted to. Like, it's not fat phobia, it's just who I am. I can't help it.
You are coping and seething.
The point I'm making is, for as long as humans have created stuff with their hands, we've also created sexual stuff, because sex is an important part of the human experience. All of these artifacts probably had some overlap with non-sexual parts of their society, but yeah, cave people be fucking. There's no way this isn't also their version of pornography. As society advanced, so did society's depiction of sex. The carvings and drawings became more human-like, though you still sometimes had dudes with impossibly big dicks. Like how this bald motherfucker's actually got a 3-foot cock over here. I guess hair loss is the price you have to pay for high tea. However, some other societies actually believed tiny penises to be noble, refined, aristocratic, like the Greeks. Having a huge dick was a sign you were actually an uncultured barbarian. Only one of true upper-class stock had a tiny penis. So don't worry, fellas, there's hope for you yet. Probably the funniest sexual artifacts are the ceramic pots from Peru. Like, this is just basically a kettle, but part of the handle is the sculpture of a guy getting his dick sucked, and for some reason he doesn't look too happy about it. No, wait. The funniest has to be these fucking things. This is called a herma and was common in both Greece and Rome. What it is a square pillar of stone roughly the size of a human. The head of a real-life person is intricately carved out of the top of the pillar, and then it's just a square all the way down to about cock height, where there's this little carving of male genitalia. Just a tiny little cock and balls. Why the fuck people made these, I have no idea. Like, look at this dude's face. This is the face of a man who knows that his entire body consists of a head and a penis. A lot of ancient sexual art has been destroyed over the years, mainly due to religious movements considering them obscene. However, a few really weird and interesting pieces have survived to the present day, like this wind chime made up of a giant erect cock with wings, or this incredibly detailed sculpture of a man fucking a goat. Fun fact, the person being depicted here is actually Vosh's ancestor. As both technology advanced and culture moved through various art trends, so too did depictions of sex. Throughout the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, sexual artwork began to not simply portray naked figures or basic poses, but active sex acts, images that implied motion, images with content that their society deemed extremely obscene. Probably the most famous of that last one is the precursor to tentacle hentai, that one Japanese chick getting fucked by an octopus. Like, bro, what the fuck? I don't think it was the nukes that turned Japan into whatever they are now. I think they've always been this way.
めっちゃ可愛いっすね。ありがとう。いや、男かよ。めっちゃ可愛いっすね。びっくりなんだけど。What?
In 1839, Louis Daguerre invented the daguerreotype. Yes, he named it after himself. It was the first true photograph. Previous attempts created pictures that would rapidly fade, but his did not. A downside of his technique is that the subject had to sit absolutely still for a long period of time while the image slowly burned itself onto a metal plate. This meant that initially, daguerreotypes of locations were more common than people or animals. This image is the first depiction of an actual naked person in human history, not a drawing or something. This is the first real person. It's the first real pornography. It's a daguerreotype from around 1850, featuring one woman putting what appears to be a hose attached to a pump inside of another woman. Keep in mind that in order to create this image, these people had to remain perfectly still for a long time, which is pretty awkward, not gonna lie. How long does this thing have to be in here? It's due to the limits of daguerreotype technology that depictions of sex changed from implying movement like in the old drawings to mostly still nude shots of women. Most of the porn from 1850 to 1900 are either daguerreotypes or early photographs of naked women posing for the camera. And once again, very little of this stuff actually survived to the present, because during this time period, the authorities in European countries were catching up with technology, and they began to crack down on the ownership and creation of these images. The earliest silent film technology was quickly adapted to the creation of risque content. The earliest movie that could be considered pornographic is the 1896 French film Bedtime for the Bride, which basically just features a couple's first wedding night. And the first film censored for its sexual content is also from 1896, titled Fatima's Coochie Coochie Dance, which, despite the name, actually just goes a little something like this. Yeah, it's just a belly dance. That's it. Those white bars are the censorship, by the way. I guess her spinning around was too obscene for the time. In much the same vein, this short clip of a kiss was actually considered pornographic at the time, because any display of public affection was viewed as obscene and could actually land you a public indecency charge. The suppression of pornographic material continued in Europe throughout the 30s and 40s, for obvious reasons, but during the post-war period the whole game changed, like it did with everything. Modern technology brought with it mass production, and porn was one of the many things that began to be created at scale. Photos, magazines, and films could all be distributed significantly easier than before, and they were. There's clearly been demands for depictions of human sexuality for the entirety of the existence of our species, and as soon as enterprising entrepreneurs could actually supply that demand, it became a business. Daguerreotypes and early photos and films took so much effort to produce that only the rich could actually afford to have them. Even after they were made illegal, owning one was itself a symbol of status. However, when mass production of porn turned it into a commonly available thing, it subsequently became a symbol of low status, like just about everything else the technological advancement made available to common people. Porn went from being viewed as sophisticated, artsy, emblematic of the degeneracy of the ruling class, to lowbrow, raunchy, disgusting, emblematic of the dregs of society. The Norwegian sociologist Thorstein Veblen called this conspicuous consumption, the idea being that the upper class knowingly consumes products that either have little actual value or are massively overpriced for what you get, as a way to signal to others that they are in fact a part of the upper class. For example, it doesn't matter if that cheaply made knockoff purse is just as functional as a Louis Vuitton bag. The fact that you can pay the Louis Vuitton price is itself a display of status. It's that sort of thing. Pornography used to be considered high class because it was rare, and now it's considered low class because it's fucking everywhere. Such is the nature of progress. In a general sense, social progress means that taboos become less taboo over time, while technological progress means that increased productive capacity can be used to fulfill more and more of humanity's desires, including those that were once considered taboo. As a result, the rare becomes commonplace, the classy becomes vulgar. In a cultural battle between the production-oriented capitalists and the religious Puritans, capitalism usually wins out, because moralizing does not, on its own, solve the problem of human desire. The history of art is necessarily intertwined with the history of pornography, as art is an expression of the human experience, and sexuality is an important part of that experience. The lesson of this history is, as long as humans exist, porn will also exist in some form, and as long as there's a demand for it, there will always be people willing to fulfill that demand.
Which VCR is right for you, VHS or Beta?
There's a common view that VHS tapes beat out Betamax tapes in the home video format war back in the 80s and 90s, because VHS had porn and Betamax didn't. This isn't actually true. Betamax did have porn. In actuality, VHS was just cheaper to create. It allowed for more content to be stored on one tape. And VCRs, no they're not called VHS players, you fucking zoomers, were easier to build because the design of the Betamax tape cassette itself required a more complicated player. However, the generation after VHS, DVD, yeah, that one blew up because of porn. DVDs and DVD players were so cheap to make, and there was such a high demand for porn, that these two things were a match made in heaven, like peanut butter and chocolate. The digitization of video and audio brought with it another massive explosion of pornography proliferation, and considering that porn has existed within every single human art form, is it no surprise that when video games became a thing, pornographic video games were not far behind? The very first porn game was the 1981 text-based RPG, Soft Porn Adventures for the Apple II computer. There's no images here. The entire game is just raunchy comedic writing. But dude, look at the cover of the game. That's a real-ass photo of a hot tub. Okay, it's not hard to hire 3 models or hookers or whatever to pose for your game, but the butler is literally standing in the hot tub, in his butler outfit. Like, who the fuck would do that? Most other sex games would follow in these footsteps, designed to be more raunchy comedy than actually arousing, like X-Man for the Atari. No, not X-Men, X-Man. Look at this fucking dude. He's holding his cock while being chased by scissors, crabs, and giant teeth, and he looks way too happy about the prospect of suffering the bobbit blues. The actual game itself is literally just a guy with his boner out, running around a maze trying to dodge the snips. Surely I don't gotta censor this stuff, right, YouTube? It's literally just a pixel. And of course, there are those famous Atari sex games, the ones that AVGN covered back in the day. Beat 'em and Eat 'em, Bachelor Party, and Custer's Revenge. Bang the chick, dodge the spears. Probably the most famous of the 80s raunchy sex comedy games was Leisure Suit Larry, which spawned a whole series. But in each of these examples, the primary purpose of the game was not titillation, it was to have a laugh. Throughout the 90s and 2000s, sexual content began to be included in more mainstream games, in the same ways that sex would be used in R-rated non-pornographic films. Phantasmagoria, Fahrenheit, God of War, Heavy Rain, all featured sex scenes that were primarily character moments. But as these titles gained prominence in mainstream gaming, actual porn, not just comedic stuff, started to appear on the underbelly of the industry. Probably the biggest controversy that I remember from this period is the 2002 game BMX XXX. After the success of the Tony Hawk Pro Skater series, stunt-based sports games became a staple of the industry for a while, including Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX, a bike variant of the genre. During the development of the third game in the series, the devs pitched the idea of including raunchy humor in order to garner more interest, since this was the era of Jackass and MXC after all. Dave Mirra himself initially signed off on the new direction, finding missions like delivering diapered monkeys to hippie environmentalist protesters to be pretty funny.
Oh, wow, man. You've gotta, free the monkeys or something?
But eventually it was revealed that the game's sexual content tilted away from the comedic and more towards actual titillation, famously including unlockable scenes at a strip club, shot with real strippers. Mirra objected to having his name attached to the project, and ended up bringing a claim to court over the whole affair, a series of events which ultimately ended up in their closure. But even though BMX XXX was a ridiculous failure and completely destroyed a company, it opened the doors to sexual content in video games that was neither dramatic nor comedic, but simply existed to turn on the viewer. The 2004 PS2 title, The Guy Game, is basically just Girls Gone Wild clips turned into a game format, where if you answer the trivia questions correctly, you get to watch a video of a girl giggling and jiggling. Fuck, I've got to explain to you Zoomers what Girls Gone Wild was, don't I? In the early to mid-2000s, while tech-savvy people could hop onto a file-sharing program like Kazaa or LimeWire and download porn videos easily enough, most people at the time weren't all that tech-savvy. The normie options for porn were pay for it online, which was kind of risky back then, pay for it offline, like with your satellite TV or your cable subscription or something, which was stupidly overpriced and generally not worth it, or pick up a DVD or magazine, which involved going to an actual physical store back then, and who the fuck wants to be caught dead in a porn store?
Rocco, I'm not paying for porn sites. There's plenty of free porn on the web.
However, the more softcore stuff was easier to get a hold of, and that's where Girls Gone Wild comes in. They were a softcore porn brand that would send camera crews to scout around common spring break party locations. They'd find girls willing to show off their tits on camera, they'd take a few shots of them partying on the beach during the day or whatever, before retiring to a hotel room where they'd get topless and make out with each other sometimes. The series rarely went beyond that, but they did hit mainstream success, enough that both Eminem and Snoop Dogg were featured in some episodes. Frankly, a big reason that Girls Gone Wild became so popular is because their infomercials would play at 3 a.m. constantly. Anyone who ever fell asleep in front of the TV back in the day probably remembers waking up in the middle of the night to some titties. Anyway, the guy game is just Girls Gone Wild in PS2. But what turned this game from bottom-of-the-barrel trash to a nightmare for the developer was when it was discovered that some of the girls were actually 17 and lied about being 18, making those parts of the game child pornography and illegal to own. Whoops. It's no surprise that the company and the game's director basically dropped off the face of the earth after this was discovered. This guy founded Retro Studios, Metroid Prime. What the fuck, dude? It's like your career did heroin. Girls Gone Wild eventually suffered the same fate, by the way. Turns out some of their girls were underage too.
Well, Girls Gone Wild, ladies, is an expression of girls who tend to want to have fun and be seen and want to show off their, vital body parts that, tend to make people, want to see them over and over again. So that's what this is all about, an expression, and you feeling free to want to express yourself on camera for the whole world to see.
Except this time around, the Girls Gone Wild CEO, Joe Francis, actually fucked some of the underage girls. This guy's been convicted of bribery, false imprisonment, assault, dissuading a witness, tax evasion, rape, child abuse, prostitution, and kidnapping. Ever since 2015, he's been living in Mexico, trying to avoid getting extradited back to the States to face justice. Anyway, we've uncovered a lot of rabbit holes here. The sordid development cycle of BMX XXX, the deep lore of the guy game. These things might be worthy of their own video in the future, but we can't dive into them right now. I'm laying all of this out to give you a basic timeline of sexuality in video games, at least in the West. The industry began with raunchy sex comedy games in its infancy, then as technology improved and dramatic, narrative-driven games became normal, sexual content followed suit. Meanwhile, within the darker side of the industry, more niche operations appeared, where real women were exploited for short-term gain. But, just like with the split between Japanese RPGs and Western RPGs, which I discussed in my Yoshi P video, while the Western games industry was dabbling with 2000s-era amateur porn, Japan was doing its own thing. From the American occupation of Japan up until the 1980s, porn was strictly prohibited, but as we've seen, the human interest in sexual content always remains. During this period, in order to avoid not breaking the law, Japanese pornographers diversified out into the most kinky shit you can fucking imagine. They weren't allowed to show genitals or penetration on screen, so instead they showed leather, they showed flogging, they showed erotic asphyxiation. They basically showed all the other stuff surrounding sex, except sex itself. The laws were slackened quite a bit in the 1980s, but not completely repealed, which is why so much Japanese porn nowadays has pixelated genitals. And of course, there was that most famous form of Japanese porn, at least on the internet, hentai. Anime where the characters had sex. This stuff was pretty unknown on the wider internet back in its early years. The few examples that you'd occasionally see floating around on 4chan were absolutely horrendous, like Goku fucking Sailor Moon, or that infamous "Get out, Bart, I'm piss" one, which turned into a meme for a while. But from the 80s onwards, porn variations of most of Japan's art forms was prolific, untranslated into English, unknown in the West. Anime and hentai rose to prominence in tandem with each other, same with manga and doujins, and the same with visual novels and, well, adult visual novels. A visual novel is a text-based game, but unlike the Western ones, which literally only featured text, visual novels include images of the characters that you're speaking to. That's the visual part. Oftentimes, these games are eroge games, a Japanese portmanteau of the English words erotic and game, meaning they have sex scenes. Here's how your average adult visual novel or dating sim works. As you play through the game's scenario, your relationship with the various girls changes based on how you respond to them in conversations. You eventually get locked into a route with the girl you're closest to, and as the story develops, you unlock various sexual scenes with the character. Oftentimes, the true ending, or the good ending of the game, involves romancing several women at once, having orgies with them, and living happily ever after in your harem. This is a very well-established pattern. Thousands of Japanese games like this have been produced over the past few decades. Some of them have been breakaway successes. The Japanese developer Key has made many eroge games, but several of them have been so popular that they were actually released with the sex scenes removed in order to appeal to a wider audience. For example, the anime Air, which is just a normal romance show, originally began as an eroge game. Same with Fate Stay Night. These properties have reached widespread, mainstream, non-eroge success, but they first took form as games with sexually explicit scenes, but also compelling enough plots and characters to become popular despite their pornographic nature.
What the fuck are you doing? I'll watch out for the plot.
And then, of course, you have the games that are much more obviously about the sexual content. However, they're just so over the top they become staples anyway. Like the Rants series, where a lecherous knight rapes his way across the countryside, and it's just kind of treated as a joke. Or Bible Black, where women are cursed by the demon Nestor Jesus and begin growing cocks and raping other women. These are often so far beyond the pale that they're not actually all that sexy, they're just darkly absurd and hilarious.
Zarsas, zarsas, dastar, zarsas.
And also, like any well-established genre, people often subvert it in an attempt to do something new. I'm going to spoil the twist of the 2013 visual novel You and Me and Her right now, so if that's something that you care about, skip ahead to the next section, okay? You and Me and Her starts off like any other eroge. You play as an unassuming normal guy, and the game begins with two girls fawning over you. During your first playthrough of the game, you're subtly railroaded down the route of one of the girls, Miyuki, and it plays like a mostly normal eroge, with the relationship advancing and the sexual scenes, and then you end happily ever after. However, if you decide to play the game again, and aim for a different girl, the story will end with Miyuki killing her, crippling the protagonist, and then speaking directly to the player, stating that you promised to be with only her, and you can't just reset the game to get with the other girls. The game does continue after this point, but it's turned from dating sim eroge into meta-horror. And yes, if this sounds like Doki Doki Literature Club, it's because DDLC took the idea from You and Me and Her. The twist is a little bit different, but the pieces are all there.
A little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of Monica by my side, a little bit of Monica's all I need, a little bit of Monica's what I see.
Okay, spoilers over, welcome back. And you know what, you're just in time, because it's finally time for us to talk about today's topic. Eroge games have basically become so popular that it's now a standardized thing, if that makes sense. The idea of playing as a young everyman protagonist, usually high school or college aged. The idea of having several women interested in him, with a relationship score or a meter that can be tracked to see how well you're interacting with them, and how close you are to unlocking a steamy sex scene. And the idea of replaying through the game multiple times to see all of the branching paths and plots and the various endings with each of the women. Sometimes the games are just straight up vanilla romance stories. Sometimes they're cyberpunk or they're fantasy. Sometimes they involve rougher or darker sexual content. This formula is also well adapted for gay or lesbian content as well, which each put their own twist on the idea. And now that the genre is a genre, that it has a standardized formula, it's not only Japanese developers making these games. They're all over the place. Yes, they are pornographic, so kids shouldn't be playing them. And yes, they sometimes contain problematic content. So you should understand the difference between reality and fantasy. But even though they're not all that often in the limelight, they are everywhere. And today, we're going to be talking about one specific game from this tradition. Have you ever heard of the game No Mercy? No, not the Uno game. No, not the wrestling game either. No Mercy, the porn game, by indie developer Zerat Games. Back in April of 2025, they went viral for, well, all the reasons you don't want your project to go viral. No Mercy is an adult-only game with pretty dark content, and it's quite in your face about what it is, right from the get-go. Despite this type of game being quite common on the adult side of Steam, as well as the wider internet, by random chance, just bad luck really, this specific title caught the eye of a group known as Collective Shout. Collective Shout is an Australian feminist organization. Their mission statement and their staff bios all make me think that these people are strictly in the second wave, sex-negative lane of feminist activism. They're anti-pornography, anti-hookup culture, anti-sexualization of women in media, because all of these things serve to objectify and degrade women. To people and organizations like this, women's liberation does not come about by unshackling women from traditional sexual morals, like it does with the third wavers and choice-based feminism and empowering sex positivity. Rather, women's liberation comes about through solidarity between women against the exploitation of male-centric sexuality. Collective Shout has a bunch of culture war wins to their name. They got Andrew Tate's content taken off of SoundCloud. They got an IRL Playboy Bunny event cancelled. They got a store in Australia to stop selling Pornhub t-shirts. They got the hotel reservations of an OnlyFans actress cancelled when they discovered she intended to shoot porn of herself and other women at the location. And they got child sex dolls taken down from online sale. These aren't real kids, just so we're clear, they're dolls. Now, regardless of how you feel about any of these stories, personally I find the child sex doll one to be pretty fucking gross, not gonna lie. None of these events involve people's consent being violated or anything like that. These were adults engaging in adult behavior either in private or in explicitly adult spaces, and Collective Shout decided that their behavior was immoral enough to intervene. In each of these cases, the organization started campaigns to publicly shame the corporations involved, used their online presence to get thousands of people to sign petitions, and ultimately drummed up enough negative publicity that the corporation in question caved to their demands.
20 million women in the world, and I had to marry Jane Fonda.
On April 7th, 2025, they set their sights on the pornographic video game No Mercy on Steam. Here's their original article on the topic. Fuck Your Mom, rape plus incest game available on 12+ gaming platform Steam.
No Mercy is a newly released pornographic 3D game developed by Zerat Games and hosted on 12+ gaming platform Steam. In the game, players assume the persona of a man who rapes his female family members, including his mother and his aunt, as punishment for his mother's infidelity.
The article reposts the game's original description, which has since been heavily truncated on the Steam page. It reads as follows.
Warning, this is not your average love story. After catching your own mother betraying your father, you uncover the true nature of women, especially her. But she is no ordinary housewife. She's hiding a dark secret that's haunted her for years. Now, it's your turn to uncover it, blackmail her, expose her, and rebuild your family on your terms. Own her. In this game, you'll either have become every woman's worst nightmare, or rather, the best dick they'll ever have. Your goal is simple. Leave no pussy non-fucked, since that's the only thing they all want. Never take no for an answer. Fuck your mom, fuck your auntie, and even fuck your friend's mom. Why not? Already a fan favorite in the NSFW game incest community. Take what's yours, and show no mercy.
By the way, if you're wondering why Dave gave Zerat Games a Russian accent, we'll get into that a little bit later. Now, even though this sounds pretty weird, if you know anything at all about the porn game scene or hentai plots, you'll know that this is actually pretty standard. Yeah, incest is fucked up in real life, we all know that, but we also all know that this isn't real life. And in fantasy, it's at least somewhat common, if all of that "step bro, I'm stuck in the washing machine" shit is any indication.
Step bro, help! Oh my god, what did my stupid, not blood-related stepsister who just moved in with her stupid dad do now?
Help, step bro! I'm stuck in the laundry!
It's not just that, though, it's also the plot progression. If you've played porn games before, or you've watched hentai, or you've read doujins, or hell, picked up any dime store smut book, which is almost exclusively marketed towards women, by the way, you'll find that it follows almost the same basic structure, incest aside. Domineering guy sexually assaults or rapes a woman. Woman obviously doesn't like it, but some deep part of her is also strangely into it, and she can't believe her own responses. Future encounters between the two end up with her submitting to his desires, as well as her own. And over the course of the story, she grows to love him. And he usually also ends up being less of a shitheel by the end of the story too. I want you to know that I'm not talking about the morals of the story, at least not right away. I'm not saying that the inciting event, the rape, is in any way good, or that the end of the story somehow morally justifies the beginning. This would be absolutely abhorrent in real life. But again, this isn't real life. It's fantasy. And like it or not, it's a type of fantasy that is actually incredibly popular with women. I don't understand how Collective Shout can have this Victorian view of female sexuality in a world where 50 Shades of Grey became a bestseller, you know what I mean?
So what do you do to pay the rent around here?
Oh, me? I'm a writer. Oh, sorry, my mistake. This is my real work. This one here was just something I did for fun.
So that makes it okay to write that dime store smut?
You're a sicko, you know that?
How sad. Love doomed from the start.
You're reading that?
That silly little thing? Oh, I'm flattered. So, what do you think?
You don't want to know, but I think.
Oh, no?
But when is Volume 2 coming out?
One porn and gaming site promoting the game uses the tags big tits, family sex, forced, humiliation, and mother-son. In the content description, the developer advises the game features incest and unavoidable non-consensual sex, which is commonly known as rape. Not only does No Mercy feature deeply disturbing pornographic depictions of rape and incest as entertainment, it promotes harmful stereotypes of masculinity based on violence and domination. It reinforces male sexual entitlement to women's bodies. It encourages men to own and subdue women. Rape and humiliation are portrayed as appropriate punishment for disobedient women, and women are framed as secretly desiring rape. While the game is marked as 18+, there does not appear to be any obstacles to children being able to access it or its pornographic trailer. But while kids' exposure to this content is certainly harmful, its harms do not end there. The promotion of rape and incest, and the narrative that women deserve or desire rape and abuse, perpetuates crime and violence against women. In a social context where male violence against women is rife, fueled by attitudes of contempt for women and entitlement to their bodies, No Mercy puts women and girls at risk. It is an endorsement of rape.
If this sounds familiar, yes, it is the old Anita Sarkeesian argument regarding the objectification of women in video games from a feminist perspective, which was just a repackaging of the even older Jack Thompson argument about violence in video games from a conservative perspective. I did a video long ago about the Feminist Right-Wing Alliance with regards to the censoring of adult content, but the TLDR is, the data just doesn't actually back up their conclusions. Despite the various moral panics that have been kicked up around Mortal Kombat and Night Trap, and people making a big fuss about how the Columbine shooters had a copy of Doom back at their homes, studies have consistently shown little to no link between video games and violence. The most commonly cited study found that after playing a particularly aggressive game, some people were a little bit more aggressive, sure, but that effect rapidly tapered off. We're talking like 15 minutes later, and they were back to normal. That sounds like the effects of adrenaline, and not some sort of deep-seated socialization. Now maybe you're saying to yourself, hold on there, Dev, I see that sleight of hand. You just switched sexualization with violence. They're two different things. Fair enough, but we've got studies on that too. It turns out the evidence is also weak that sexualized games turn gamers into raging misogynists. There's this lingering hypothesis that just won't die, across the entire political spectrum, that human beings are simply a direct product of their cultural programming. That if you Clockwork Orange a bunch of rape propaganda into a person's brain, he will be transformed into a rapist, and that's that.
What can I do for you, sir?
I'll tell you what you can do! The belt is gone, but I still feel its tickle. The urge to do bad is gone! I guess I'll just open a checking account.
I'm not even saying it's unreasonable to believe that cultural exposure isn't a variable in people's behavior, but I am saying that when it comes to adult content in video games, the data just does not support their hypothesis. However, we're talking about puritanical ideologues here, who see no barrier between fantasy and reality. So of course the data isn't actually a reason for them to, stop or reconsider their current course.
In a porn-saturated world, No Mercy is yet another form of media marketed to young men and boys that serves to fuel entitlement, destroy empathy, and promote dominance and abuse. We're calling Valve, owner of Steam, to remove No Mercy and commit to no longer hosting games promoting rape and violence against women.
The campaign against No Mercy went massively viral on Twitter, with activists far outside of Collective Shout's bubble getting in on it. I think one part of why this story really blew up, when, let's be real, there's hundreds of porn games on Steam with the exact same plot, is because No Mercy's branding is really in your face about it. Nearly every post on the subject throughout this drama featured either the game's banner, which shows the main female character being pulled into frame by her hair by a domineering male hand, or the game's Wish List Now image, which features the same character shrouded in darkness, with mascara running down her face. In placing her victimization front and center in the game's branding, it really does look like just a straight-up rape simulator, at least at first glance, so fair enough. What's interesting to me is that just like the Sarkeesian-Thompson alliance of old, the No Mercy campaign was not solely promoted by feminists. One tiny feminist account tagged in right-wing figures like Alex Jones, Elon Musk, and Matt Walsh. Their tweet on its own got no traction, but it did serve to introduce the right-wing internet bubble to the next cycle of the culture war. The rightoids didn't show up to this drama immediately, but we will be hearing from them a little bit later in the story. By the end of that first day, Collective Shout had declared victory publicly. They managed to send over 1,000 emails to Steam, and since they could no longer see the game, they thought it was gone. But it turns out that Steam just blocked Australian access. The next day, the reason for Steam's actions became public. Zerat Games, the developer, failed to submit No Mercy for classification in the Australian market, and as a result, the Australian government forced Steam to take it down. Steam did not take it down due to the protest by Collective Shout, but Collective Shout did make enough noise that somebody in the government noticed that the game was not legal for sale without first being raided. As a result, Collective Shout renewed their calls for continued protest. They wanted Steam to take the game down worldwide because of its content, not because of some age rating issue. By April 9th, Collective Shout had started a Change.org petition with the intention of giving it to Valve and demanding the game be removed worldwide. By the time this campaign ended, it had 70,000 signatures. The petition had been boosted not only by feminist activists, but also by right-wing organizations, like the American TradCon anti-porn group, National Center on Sexual Exploitation. But whether left-wing or right, they used the same logic. It's a video game, therefore it's for kids. Therefore, your kids are going to be raping virtual women.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
I swear to God, I've been using that Simpsons clip in every single video nowadays. You know what? Puritanical right-wingers trying to censor free speech? Overseas wars? Donald Trump on TV every day? The 90s really are back! By April 10th, both the UK and Canada forced Steam to remove No Mercy from sale in their territories as well. It's around this point that the mainstream media began to get a whiff of the story. Articles published by mainstream outlets began to pop up, covering the controversy in the usual boomer fashion. Gaming isn't Pac-Man in arcades anymore, Grandma! There's boobs in the video games now! Not a single thing has changed since Fox News slandered Mass Effect as a sex simulator nearly 20 years ago, a story that I've gone back to several times on this channel now. Of course, the difference is, this time it actually is a sex simulator, so fair enough. But again, we're talking about pornography here, something made for adults, not for kids. We all agree kids shouldn't be playing No Mercy. Also, that right-wing conspiracy theory that Jews invented porn to destroy the white libido? Yeah, that took a beating here, since the Jerusalem Post was a part of the mainstream dogpile. Sorry, Zog cucks. But by April 11th, Collective Shout got their wish. No Mercy was no longer on Steam, worldwide. Per Steam's normal policies, if you had already purchased the game, you could still download it, but no new purchases could be made. Collective Shout and the other activists aligned with them celebrated for a day or two, and on the 12th they published one more article on their site that we'll go over later in the video. But after that, the story was basically over for them. On the 14th, they were publishing content about their longer-term operation to try and get credit card companies to stop doing business with Pornhub, and by the 16th, they had moved on to their next target, shutting down that Playboy Bunny IRL event. The news cycle had moved on, and Collective Shout simply moved on as well, with yet another scalp dangling from their belt. In the end, that's all this was to these people. However, Steam never actually pulled the game. They didn't capitulate at all, beyond what was legally required with regards to classification law, like in Australia. No, it turns out that Zerat Games themselves pulled their game down. Here's their public statement, published on the game's Steam page.
Dear world, recently there has been a lot of noise about the game No Mercy. We want to address a few issues. False information about the content in the game was very often repeated. People created videos and spoke with great conviction about things that weren't in it, which showed that they hadn't even launched the game. Some did such extensive research that they presented graphics from a completely different game. I hope that game survived this ordeal. Secondly, many people unfortunately confuse fiction with reality, attributing fabricated stories where people who play No Mercy then go out on the street and commit vile acts. In general, all those who played it are mentally ill and hate their mothers and women in general. That's how it's generally presented, and we completely disagree with this. However, we are concerned with the mental health of people who sent us emails. Some descriptions of what you would do to us were really sick compared to what could be found in No Mercy. About the famous kinks in the game. Let's start with what shocked public opinion: incest. Real incest is something disgusting, and we fully agree with that. However, incest is also one of the most popular kinks worldwide when it comes to pornography. Stepmom, stepson, stepdaughter are among the most frequently searched terms in pornography, which for emotionally stable people is just roleplay. If we want to criticize someone for enjoying watching such portrayals, I believe we're intruding too deeply into their sexual sphere. Some people like feet, some like costumes, and some like this type of roleplay. Rape. Here also, no one wants anyone to get hurt. However, it's strongly connected with blackmail and male domination, which is also a fetish. If someone plays with their partner at home pretending to be a student and teacher who demands sexual acts in exchange for a grade, should we label them as sick and call them rapists, check their computer, and lock them in prison? I fully understand that for many people such things may be disgusting, but during sex, people should really do what they want, as long as they don't harm anyone. It was also very inappropriate to report that the game was available to 12-year-olds. The game still required creating an account, selecting the appropriate option, connecting a credit card, and paying for it. It's their parents' responsibility to supervise the type of content they access. However, here we come to the last point, which is the role of media and various organizations as well as internet content creators. Please consider, would anyone who wasn't looking for such content hear about this game if it weren't for hundreds of articles, petitions, and statements from content creators? There are certainly events that need to be publicized quickly when someone is actually being harmed and we can save someone. Was it really necessary in this case for those few views and extra money for fundraisers? At this point, the game has been blocked in 3 countries. Australia, Canada, and the UK. We don't intend to fight the whole world, and specifically, we don't want to cause any problems for Steam and Valve. We've made the decision to withdraw No Mercy from Steam.
Do not war!
Even though this action from Zerat Games was ultimately voluntary, it still marked the beginning of their demise. The pinned comment on their Steam page was, at one point, a link to the game's itch.io page, another game platform, but it was banned off of that service on April 17th. Their Patreon was mass reported as well. They even had builds of the game up on GitHub, which were also wiped clean. Their only remaining online presence is their website, which contains a short passage that is basically the TLDR of their stream announcement, blaming activists and content creators for lying about the game, and their Subscribestar, which is still up, and it's still taking money for their projects, because Subscribestar is one of those platforms that literally does not give a shit what you post, as long as it's First Amendment compliant. Zerat Games made a private announcement on their Subscribestar on May 29th, confirming that they were working on one final patch for the game. They did have plans to expand the game further, but after everything that happened, they found it just too mentally taxing and they wanted to move on to other projects. The final patch will add a new character with a couple of scenes, and a new ending which was almost complete when the controversy kicked off. But pretty much any future plans after this were scrapped. Though they did leave the door open for them to return to the game in the future, probably in the form of a sequel. However, it's at this point that Zerat Games basically just disappeared from the internet, and either they're just laying low for a while, or they've left game development entirely. And that is pretty much the end of the story. No Mercy's been completely deplatformed. Zerat Games has been cancelled. Everyone involved has gone quiet, and the activists have all moved on to their next targets. Of course, this would be a much shorter video if all I plan to do is recap the drama. Even though the whole thing lasted less than a week, there is a lot more to it than just this basic timeline of events. While No Mercy was a part of the drama cycle, the usual suspects were making the usual arguments. On one side, you had centrists, apolitical people, libertarians, some liberals, some conservatives, all arguing for freedom of speech, for the right to enjoy sexual fantasies in the privacy of their own homes. And on the other side, you had the feminist activists, the radical leftists, talking about normalizing rape culture and media literacy and all that sort of junk. Collective Shout actually published an article responding to a bunch of the more liberal, pro-free speech arguments, one day after Zerat Games pulled the game off of Steam. Okay, let's check out what they got. First, they responded to suggestions of, why don't you go after real exploitation rather than a video game, by talking about their other activism. Okay, fair enough. Secondly, they respond to what looks like a single complaint on Twitter, doing a whataboutism with regards to sexual violence against men in video games. And their response is kinda weird, to be honest. Like, this is actually a stupid criticism. You can clearly be against sexual violence against women, and against sexual violence against men, at the same time, which Collective Shout points out. But then they don't just say, yeah, that's bad too. Instead, they say this is a topic that they don't want to weigh in on. Like, it's not that hard to just say it, right? But then we get to the arguments with a bit more meat on the bone. Like the idea that it's just fiction, it's entertainment, it's not real. Their response is,
No Mercy does not merely depict incest and rape, it glorifies them. More than that, the game is premised on males assuming the role of a male character who does the raping. It is a rape simulation game where men and boys virtually rape their mother and aunt.
This is a direct reply to the, well, Grand Theft Auto shows violence point of view. And you know what? Fair enough. This is where some media literacy skills can come in handy. Is a piece of art depicting something in order to show that it's good or to show that it's bad? For example, when you're playing through Doom, even though Doom Guy is ultra-violent, you might be out there killing demons and wearing their entrails like a necklace. You are doing it in defense of humanity. To contrast, one of the reasons that Hatred receives such an immense blowback is because the game explicitly states the purpose of the violence is to make other people suffer. You play as a mass shooter who wants to kill as many people as possible before you die because you have no hope for the future. Even though Hatred is significantly less violent than Doom, the context for its violence makes it feel far more serious, so fair enough. But this claim, though, No Mercy does not merely depict incest and rape, it glorifies them. This is one we will have to set aside and come back to later. Don't let me forget. The next argument they tackle is, it's a game, it's not real, you can't rape pixels on a screen. Their reply is once again, the media shapes our perceptions view.
Our objections to games where men and boys simulate rape are not on the basis we believe the virtual woman they practice on will be harmed, but because desensitizing men and boys to women's pain and treating sexual violence as entertainment harms actual women and girls.
We've gone over this one already. While they have like half a point, the available data just doesn't support their conclusion. And finally, we come to the main argument. If you don't like it, don't play it. This is the liberal, free speech, privacy rights argument. Here is their response to it.
We have to live in a world full of men and boys who do like these games, and whose contempt for women and girls and entitlement to their bodies is reinforced by games like this. We have to inhabit a world where men and boys around us think that rape is a bit of fun and cannot see women as human beings. Media that promotes rape and encourages men and boys to act it out on virtual women for entertainment, like this game, feeds into the very attitudes that fuel men's violence against us.
What's being said here is that Collective Shout rejects the liberal live and let live, if you don't like it, don't play it mentality, because from their point of view, the proliferation of the content they object to morally also means the proliferation of those ideas that they consider to be immoral. They're clearly outlining here their moral objection to rape being considered a bit of fun, and women being considered less human. And fair enough, I object to that too. But they believe that expressing these ideas, even in a fantasy setting, reinforces them in reality. But once again, the data just doesn't bear this out. Many people consume fiction about physical or sexual violence, and yet aren't actually compelled to engage in it themselves. Even in stories where the characters who perpetrate that violence aren't vilified by the text, most people don't come out of it with some newly programmed desire to be like that person. Doubling and tripling down on the Clockwork Orange argument does not make it true. They then go on to post a whole bunch of hateful messages that they've received from misogynistic men. And yeah, there's a lot of rude stuff here for sure, but there's also just a lot of memes. Like, hey, I agree, don't go telling people to kill themselves. Don't go calling for death over this. This stuff is pretty unhinged for sure, but much like Pirate Software and his death threats from the previous video, they're clearly taking the worst responses they've received and painting everyone with that brush. Anybody who's reasonable disavows the actual threatening messages sent to Collective Shout, but those make up only a tiny minority of the flack that they received. The rest of it was either criticism, which is fine obviously, insults, which while uncomfortable or annoying or rude, do not on their own cross over into harassment territory, and are well within the bounds of free speech. And trolling. Lots of trolling. Anytime someone comes out and makes some huge public moral declaration, regardless of what the topic is, or their reasoning, or their position in the discussion, or their political alignment, or whatever else, what they're also doing is turning on a giant beacon that attracts every troll on the internet. And all the trolls have to do is simply violate those stated morals in front of them in order to piss them off. And this is something that left-leaning people understand very well. It was once their go-to tactic. It's what Bunlith attempted to do to Stuttering Craig back during the Real Game Awards drama, because Bunlith incorrectly identified Craig as a prude. It's also why you used to see viral videos or pictures of alt girls making out in front of Christian protesters like 10 or 20 years ago. They were deliberately doing what their political opposition viewed as immoral, right in front of them, hoping to bait a response. It's literally trolling. And you know what? Those videos are making a comeback now that the tradcons have become culturally ascendant again. Nature is healing.
We're gonna start with words that end in AN. You yell out a word, I'll write it down. Let's see how many we can get. Go!
Fan!
Fan! There's a good one.
Man!
Man, that's another one.
Lesbian!
Words that end in AN. Anyone, words ending in AN.
Lesbian!
All right, no big deal. Faith said lesbian. Hold on. Good, we'll write that down. Just a word, not a big deal, but we'll move on. We'll get some other ones.
What is a lesbian, sir?
What's your word? How do you... All right. If you liked another girl, that could be...
I like Olivia. Am I a lesbian?
Well, if you like Olivia, you could be, sure.
I like Olivia. I love Olivia. I like Olivia too. Am I a lesbian?
No, it doesn't work that way, Philip. You can never be a lesbian.
However, this tactic can be deployed against any type of Puritan, not just a moralistic religious right-winger. Radical feminists, progressives, socialists, all have a moralistic Puritan streak in them. The activists supporting Collective Shout exemplify it well, and the trolling that they've received is the same type of thing, explicitly saying or doing what they find immoral in order to piss them off. It's the same playbook. One of the people who supported the cancelling of No Mercy, who wasn't a part of Collective Shout, but hopped onto the bandwagon as it picked up steam, was the ghost VTuber Poppy Bean. Her now deleted tweet on the topic said, "Huge trigger warning, so hey, this is actually insane that a game like this exists. Please report No Mercy on Steam. It's a game about grape and essaying as many women as you can that includes your mom, sister, aunt, friends, whoever. It's crazy how they promoted their game on Collective Shout." Yeah, so Zerat Games didn't promote their game on Collective Shout, but whatever. What's more important is, the reason Poppy Bean deleted her tweet is because although some people supported her, she still got massively trolled in exactly this way. Like, these guys are probably not actually going to use No Mercy as a rape trainer for real life. What they're doing here is the equivalent of the hot chicks making out in front of the Christians. Same thing. Also, Collective Shout made the claim that it's men who are harassing them with their tidal waves of jokes and laughs. And a lot of them were, but last I checked, Madame Savvy isn't a guy. She's not trans, she's not a fuda. You know that there are also women out there who love weird porn and completely disagree with your censorious stances, right? It's not all dudes.
These characters glorify and sexualize gambling. We're not just talking about having a fun round of poker. I'm talking about sticking your hand through a fucking guillotine and then flipping a coin to see who's gonna lose their fucking hand, right? The main character, quite literally, and this isn't even a spoiler because the opening scenes do this, she's playing a fucking card game or some shit, and she's getting off to it, and then she like fucking orgasms at the idea of an eyeball, of stabbing out your eyeball for the loser. She's enjoying it. I love this series.
Their article ends with Collective Shout directly responding to Zerat Games' goodbye post by basically blasting them for being rapists and misogynists, which yeah, nobody's surprised by. But then they make the claim that the studies actually show that rape and violence are caused by video games. Okay, I guess we gotta check this out.
A 2022 meta-analysis found a significant and meaningful positive effect on violent video games and subsequent physically aggressive behavior. A 2021 meta-analysis of 166 studies comprised of over 120,000 participants on the impacts of sexually violent media content concluded exposure to sexualized media content, especially in combination with violence, has negative effects on women, particularly on what people think about them and how aggressively they treat them.
Thanks for not including the names of the studies, by the way, but that's okay, I found them. That first one was actually from 2021, not 2022, but maybe they picked up a republish or something. It's titled, A Meta-Analysis on the Longitudinal, Age-Dependent Effects of Violent Video Games on Aggression. Let's see what it says. We investigated the age-dependent relationship between violent video game consumption and subsequent physically aggressive behavior. We found a significant and relevant positive effect of violent video games on subsequent physically aggressive behavior, an R of 0.21. The effect was reduced but maintained at an R of 0.11 when controlling for aggression at T1. Just so you know, the R value is the correlation variable. An R of 1 means that the two measured effects are the exact same thing. An R of 0 means that there's no relationship, and an R of -1 means that they're actually completely oppositely correlated. Meanwhile, T1 is just time of data gathering. In studies like this, T1, T2, etc. are when the researchers made contact with the subjects and collected the data. So what's being said here is that in the data for this study, they discovered that violent video games were correlated with a 21% increase in physically aggressive behavior, which lowered to 11% over time. That's not too much, but it's also not nothing. However, here's the part that Collective Shout left out of their article. Polynomial regression showed a significant U-shaped age trajectory with a peak in early adolescence at the age of 14. If I'm reading this right, this described effect is most prominent at 14 years old. It rises up to the peak as the child approaches 14, and then it falls off afterwards. And all I have to say to this is, yeah, obviously. That's why some games are rated for kids and some games are rated for adults. I don't think anyone who's reasonable wants to see porn or violent content in the hands of children, because we know that unlike adults, kids are actually affected by this stuff. However, it makes sense that Collective Shout left this part of the study out of their article because they are fucking hack liars. Here's that second study, by the way. Effects of violent and non-violent sexualized media on aggression-related thoughts, feelings, attitudes, and behaviors. A meta-analytic review. Once again, they admit that while a correlation exists, it's small, an R value of 0.16. When sexual content is paired with violence, the R value raises to 0.25. When it's just the sexual content on its own, the R value is 0.15. However, unlike the first study, this time they claim that this applies to all ages and genders. So at first glance, maybe Collective Shout is onto something here. Except they're not. If you actually read the study, what you'll find is that R value of 0.16, it's got a 95% CI, ranging from 0.14 to 0.18. CI is confidence interval. What it means is, based on the data they have so far, if they kept collecting more data, they would expect 95% of the new data to fall within the 0.14 to 0.18 range. But the PI is much wider, 90% from negative 0.11 to positive 0.41. The PI is the prediction interval. What this means is, based on the data they have so far, if they collected one single new data point, there is a 90% chance it would fall between negative 0.11 and positive 0.41. In other words, while sexualized content is correlated with a noticeable increase in people's negative attitudes towards women, and that effect is compounded by adding violence, the average effect for most people is actually pretty small. But more importantly, the variation is quite wide, with some people being very affected by it, some people not being affected at all, and other people actually having a small inverse effect, where exposure to this content actually increases their positive attitudes towards women. In fact, if you look at the study's raw data, you'll see that nearly everything they looked at had these huge variations. Some were disproportionately negatively affected, some were not affected at all, and some actually began to view women better after being exposed to it. On average, there is a small negative effect, but across individuals, the range of effects is wide. And just so you know, this is why people who are more liberal, freedom-oriented types, they tend to say stuff like, this might not be for everyone. For example, if you've ever been around stoners, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Some people can smoke weed to unwind after work, and they still fulfill all their responsibilities. They hold down a job, they maintain relationships, while other people spend all day high as fuck doing nothing with their life. This applies to alcohol, this applies to casual sex, this applies to all manner of vices. Some people can handle things, other people can't. And it's ultimately up to the individual to determine what is right for them, not the fucking nannies over at Collective Shout. They end their response to Zerat Games with the following passage.
Zerat defends the incest and rape themes of the game as popular pornography genres and male sexual fetishes, as though that makes them acceptable. He argues these forms of violence and abuse of women and children are just fantasy. But while Zerat and the men and boys who purchased his game may have a sexual interest in incest or rape, or just regard this abuse as an appealing scenario, these acts occur in a wider culture where such abuse is not a fantasy, but a reality for women and girls. These are men who believe their sexual preferences take precedence over women's basic human rights.
Yeah, this is all pretty much what everyone expected, I think. If you support the existence of this game, you're perpetuating rape culture. This is the next level of argument that a lot of terminally online activist losers used. That because you're defending the existence of a game where fictional rape occurs, you're defending real rapists. And not only that, you should be investigated as a rapist yourself.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
Now, this is the moment where I threw my hat into the ring. At the time, I wasn't really following the story. I saw a few posts about it, sure, but I didn't actually know what it was about. All I saw was that a fantasy porn game, which looks no different to me than most other games of its type, was getting dogpiled by feminists online. So I did what I usually do, make a throwaway shitpost and then forget about it. On Twitter, I posted, I didn't support this game for obvious reasons. I now support it solely out of spite. Fuck you. And oh boy, I swear to God, you could have used my phone as a vibrator after I put this up. None of the messages that were sent my way were actually anything we haven't already talked about before so far. But it was all of those arguments, all at once, absolutely destroying my notifications tab. People saying that I shouldn't be allowed to vote, I shouldn't have human rights, I should be killed, I support real rape by supporting the game. That last one is probably the dumbest argument. The idea that because you support the continued existence of a piece of fetish fantasy fiction about rape, even if you have no interest in that fetish, that actually means you're pro-rape in real life. I had this amazing back and forth with one retarded prog. I'm not going to go over it line by line, because it's way too fucking long. But he began by saying that seeing the difference between fiction and reality was hypocritical, and ended by declaring his hatred of Nazis, but refused to answer if a hypothetical video game where you rape Nazis should be banned. Yes, I was an edgy little shit during this conversation, but it was well deserved. At some point, the left-wingers completely and uncritically swallowed the video games cause school shootings logic that came out of the religious right back in the day. And speaking of the religious right, this is around the time that they began to show up in this story. Not in as many numbers as the progressive left, since the No Mercy canceling event was a feminist thing primarily. However, there were enough rightoids involved that I wanted to devote a small segment to them next. Anyone who spoke out in defense of free speech got dogpiled during this event, primarily from Collective Shout and their progressive allies, but also from some religious traditionalists. The Red-Brown Alliance was in full swing. It wasn't just the leftoids going after so-called rape culture supporters. The rightoids started showing up and going after the so-called degenerate coomers. Nothing quite like seeing Alyssa Mercante and John Della Rose take the same side on an issue. I guess we're not having that debate rematch after all, are we, Alyssa? Meanwhile, JF Trent dropped an article over on Fandom Pulse, cheering on the cancellation of Zerat Games, and declaring that consent was not a good enough reason to let people indulge in sexual activities in private that he considers to be immoral, which John Della Rose signal boosted on his channel. I checked out his video on it, and it's pretty much exactly what I predicted it would be.
This is absolutely sick and disgusting, and I can't believe that these so-called anti-woke influencers are all in on this. People who have really gone mask off, that they're just the same. And I really think that the Gamergate 2 situation over the last year was infiltrated by the mainstream corporate sort of agenda. I think they're paid. I think that they are trying to influence this group into accepting these strange, gross fetishes in their video games and in culture. And that's a lot of what's been going on. You can see it. It really started a lot with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, when you saw these people who were like, oh, a graphic gay sex scene? That's great in a video game. That's not woke. And you're like, what? And you'd watch these people on live streams just talk about how it's fantastic, and you know they didn't play the games. I mean, Endymion played the game all the way through, said it was a slog, and said there were a lot of crazy woke elements to it. I intentionally did not play it because I was like, I'm not going to play a game with graphic gay sex in it. Why would I support that? And then they tried to cancel everybody who was like, gay sex is bad. And it's like, I thought that's what we were here for, because they're trying to push this agenda onto everything. And we're fighting against it so we don't have to see this stuff in our video games. Wasn't that the whole point?
Yeah, so like I said last time, the religious conservatives, the right-wing traditionalists, they're anti-woke because they have a competing moral system that they want to see supplant woke or progressive morality. The libertarians, the liberals, some conservatives, the more centrist normie types, they're anti-woke because they want to see multiple moral systems coexist within a market structure where individuals have the option to choose which type of content they want to consume. In other words, the rightoids still want to censor like the leftoids do. It's just that the guidelines they use for that censorship are different, while the centrists want to do as little censoring as possible. That's why John Delarose thinks, weren't we here to get gay sex out of video games? No, we weren't. That was never what Gamergate was about, and that was never what the Sweet Baby Inc. thing was about either. Gay sex, as well as gay characters and trans characters and other types of gender nonconformity, have all been in video games for a very long time.
Keep your guard up. This is no ordinary woman. Meet Flea, the magician.
What the? Hey, I'm a guy.
But its exterior is that of a female.
Male, female, what's the difference? Power is beautiful, and I've got the power.
Our trap's gay.
The goal was never to completely scrub the industry of anything not straight. It was to stop games from being so fucking shitty. And while shoehorning in LGBTQ+ content where it doesn't belong can be a symptom of a shitty game made by shitty people, gay or trans characters do not, on their own, make a game shitty. In other words, the problem with this scene
So, I'm non-binary.
isn't actually that there's a gender non-conforming character in it, as gaming has had tons of those going back for decades. The problem is that it's poorly written, and clearly meant to ham-fistedly tie in real-world contemporary nonsense into a fantasy setting, shattering the fourth wall in the process. A genderless character neutrally existing in a fantasy world has been done before, and it should be done again in the future when the story calls for it. The only thing that matters is if the game is any good or not.
But no, the whole point was to get these people big, famous clout positions, to get them set up. Obviously, YouTube promoted them heavily because they actually didn't have any kind of real morals or real culture war aspects to them, because they can then promote a leftist agenda, identity politics agenda, a gender politics agenda, a fetish agenda, with being, quote, anti-woke, and then they can they can push this even further. It was really, really weird.
John sees this as lacking morals or principles, because he doesn't understand the difference between a person who directly opposes him with a competing set of morals, and a person who believes that it's good that multiple sets of morals exist within their own communities. Guess what? People can in fact be anti-woke and also pro-content that you view as sexually degenerate. That's not lacking principles. That means the principle at play is free speech.
So this is happening again, and this is with a creepier game. At this point, this is pretty obvious. This is a game, and I guess a little trigger warning here. It's called Rape Simulator. It's a literal game called this, and it's disgusting, and it's awful, and it got banned in 3 countries, and it was pulled from Steam, and people are defending it.
How did you have even less accurate information than Collective Shout on this? No, the game is not called Rape Simulator, you fucking hack.
And the anti-woke are saying, oh, we don't want censorship. And I'm like, what? And please, this is our Phantom Pulse Substack, guys. We talk about the news here. This is the only place that's truly against the woke agenda. We are against the BIPOC replacement out there. We're against the LGBTQ fetish stuff that's going out there. We're against feminization. We are pro-Christianity, and that's where we stand. And we're pro-Trump. And so we're not hiding it. We're not playing footsie with things, saying, "Oh, we're just about fun video games. We don't really care if it's got any, that as long as it's fun." We're not equivocators like that.
Hey, I feel seen. No, wanting the games that you pay for and you care about to be good and fun is not equivocating. You're just having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that you temporarily aligned yourself with people whose moral engine runs on freedom and not piety.
It's a disgusting game, and they're defending making it and selling it. The game's description is, after catching your own stepmother betraying your father, you uncovered the true nature of women, especially her. She's no ordinary housewife. She's hiding a dark secret that's haunted her for years. In a lengthy post announcing it was removing the game from Steam, because Steam didn't want that on there because it was too far. It's over the line.
John's wrong here, as we've already seen. Steam actually doesn't care.
There is increasing data that shows consumption of pornography degrades the brain. This has always been the case. It's not even new stuff. And specifically the part that houses executive functions like morality, willpower, and impulse control. And so this is where we've been. We've been a porn culture for a long, long time, and this is a lot of what's gotten us to this point. We would not have parents mutilating little children's bodies for their own little fetish purposes. And that's exactly what we were fighting against. That's exactly why Donald Trump won against this stuff.
It's actually refreshing to know that ideologues, whether left-wing or right-wing, both selectively use scientific data to back up their previously held positions, rather than actually going out there and looking for the truth. Because we all know if the data cut against them, they wouldn't actually change their position. They would just hide the data. Just like with Collective Shout, I decided to go and check out exactly what these guys are referencing here. Okay, the co-director of Georgetown U's Department of Psychology in 2019 wrote the article, "Watching Pornography Rewires the Brain to a More Childlike State." And in it, she claims that porn use has been correlated with erosion of the prefrontal cortex, the region of the brain that houses executive functions, like morality, willpower, and impulse control. It's important to know that this region remains undeveloped during childhood. This is why children struggle to regulate their emotions and impulses. Damage to the prefrontal cortex in adulthood predisposes an individual to behave compulsively and make poor decisions. And here's the two studies that she links to: pornography addiction, a neuroscience perspective, and online porn addiction, what we know and what we don't, a systematic review. Now, do you guys think that Delarose or Trent actually read this stuff before just shitting it out onto their site? That first one goes over all types of addictions, not just addictive substances like drugs or alcohol, but also addictions related to biological necessities like food, as well as social addictions like gambling, and yes, sexual addiction. In nearly all cases, any addictive behavior was correlated with brain matter volume loss in the frontal lobes, the areas associated with judgment and control. However, correlation is not causation. Nowhere in this paper does it say that the non-substance addictions, food or gambling or sex, of which porn addiction is a subsection, actually cause the loss of brain matter. In other words, Trent and Delarose's claim that consumption of porn degrades the brain isn't actually proven. A person whose brain is already degraded in this way may lack impulse control and suffer from hypersexual disorder, which overuse of porn is a part of. But that doesn't mean that the porn causes the brain to decay. It may simply be a symptom of it. In the second paper, hypersexual disorder is defined as an umbrella term that encompasses various unwanted sexual behaviors, from excessive masturbation, excessive porn use, excessive use of strip clubs or prostitutes, and even excessive sexual behavior with other consenting adults. It also places overuse of phone sex hotlines and magazines here as well, despite those falling out of practice as technology advances. There's no real consensus on what hypersexuality actually is. Is it an obsessive-compulsive disorder? Well, hypersexuality causes relief when its behaviors are performed, which isn't actually common with OCD. Is it an addiction? Well, hypersexuality doesn't come with withdrawal symptoms, which is an important component of addiction. Is it an impulse control disorder? I mean, maybe, but impulse control disorders often come with shame when indulged in, and like half of hypersexuality cases feel no shame. What we do know is hypersexuality is almost never actually a disorder on its own. It's often a symptom of bipolar disorder, or brain injury, or dementia, or a stroke, or a lobotomy, or a side effect of medication. When it is on its own, it's overwhelmingly caused by sexual abuse or trauma. The second paper concludes that it's quite likely that minors, whose brains are still developing, are more susceptible to the negative effects of overuse of pornography. However, like the first paper, it does not make the claim that overuse of pornography in adults causes a hypersexual disorder, or that it causes the telltale loss of brain matter volume. Once again, it's people whose brains are already deficient in those areas that have a heightened risk of becoming porn addicts. And of course, they didn't even go over any of the other studies in this field, like for example, this study of male high school seniors, which found that watching some amount of porn was correlated with overall positive mental health and functioning, while watching too much and too little were both correlated with overall negative mental health.
Perfectly balanced.
Or all of these studies, which all point out that although hypersexuality is absolutely real, and overconsumption of porn is absolutely a symptom of it, moderate use of porn is not a symptom. In the same way that having sex with everyone you can constantly may be a symptom of hypersexuality, but getting laid once or twice a week isn't. From what I can see, all of the currently available data points in one direction. While mental health problems related to porn are absolutely real and need to be treated, these Puritans screaming that porn itself causes all the problems, they're just factually incorrect, and they're clearly doing it for political or moralistic reasons.
We do have to actually talk about this in a adult manner and get rid of games like this because it's disgusting, right? And it is what it is. So this game's getting defended by the anti-woke people just the same, who were pushing this sort of thing before. And
Whoa. You just leak your DMs in your own video? Bro, are you chatting up Alyssa Mercante in here? I actually got flack from some rightoids for daring to debate her and not immediately begin screaming on the mic about her being a whore. Don't tell me you're getting a pass about this.
Madam Savvy went very, very hard defending gay pornography.
Orgasms is the idea of an eyeball.
Tried very hard to cancel me, spread malicious and fake information about me to try to do so, of course. And it's just like, this is what they do. They lie about you. They try to like convince stupid people, try to get simps on board.
This is a topic that I have to do a future video on at some point, but really, is that all canceling is now? Getting pushback on the internet? Someone says you're wrong and you're getting canceled? Holy fuck, when did everyone become such a snowflake?
A better way to read that is 62% of women are comfortable admitting the truth, which is 62% of women, quote, have rape fantasies, is what this is about. Disgusting. So admitting the truth, which is the real percent's even higher. So she's advocating degeneracy, saying it's totally a natural thing here. And this is the woke, guys. The gay is just natural. It's just natural to be gay. You're just being gay, right? And so it's just natural. This is what they always come back. Oh yeah, it's natural to want to cut your own stuff off and pretend you're a woman. Some people just are women and for real, and they're just in the wrong body.
Being gay and being trans isn't the same thing, you fucking retard.
I'm retarded?
You know what? I think I know why I like responding to leftoids more than rightoids on my channel. Both of them might be wrong, but the leftoids tend to at least be a little bit smarter on average. There's more there to actually critique, rather than them just simply being incorrect and stupid. You know what I mean?
This comes from the way women view power and power expression. It's biological. They don't want the actual act. It's the point of fantasy. Ugh, this is gross. And again, this is just revealing that this is really just about their own mental illnesses is what it comes down to. Because this is about normalizing mental illness, right? And saying that mental illness is totally fine and there's no difference between mentally ill and not mentally ill. This is by far one of the most tame fantasies to ever have been considered normal. This is tame, she says. And this is it. And this is exactly what she's trying to push out there. And so, of course, she takes this like avatar, makes herself look, with the angles and stuff like that to get simps following her who like it because she's talking about gross stuff. And this is how these people get big as influencers. And then people who are leftists, and she is a leftist who promotes the LGBTQ agenda. She makes pornography herself.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Savvy supported Trump. It's pretty hard to be a leftist and do that.
It is always about social justice with these people. It's always about pushing degeneracy, about their fetishes, about their gender ideology, 100% of the time.
Oh shit, dude, I see that Savvy bulge. Maybe she actually is a trap.
And it's really a mask-off situation when they're promoting games like this and saying that this is totally fine, and that this should be on Steam, and that this, that no censorship ever. The crowd is insane. They're leftists, people, and this is what's happening. So everybody who's promoting this right now, you could tell they're a leftist. You could tell they're a part of this whole agenda. Really, really sick.
If anti-censorship means leftism to you, then from your point of view, the left is correct on that issue, and you are incorrect. You've just handed the left a W.
Because they changed their algorithm, and they hit people like me. It's actually been a algorithm change on the audience side, and on the audience side, you are just not being shown certain content from creators that are the real deal intentionally. It happened at the, I'd say, end of January is when it started happening. and it's still continuing. They're just not showing it to people, and that's why you got to help get the word out, guys.
Dude, this is such fucking cope. Everyone says their channel is being suppressed by the man. I've seen lefties say it. I've seen righties say it. The truth is, you're just not that fucking popular, and no one wants to hear from you. The comments in this video are actually pretty funny. The anti-woke civil war rages on, with the more libertarian types saying that they wouldn't play it, but it shouldn't be censored, and the more authoritarian types saying that No Mercy crosses a moral line, and it should be banned, and it doesn't matter what the market's willing to pay for it, or what individuals decide they should be allowed to have in their private lives. Both of these guys are calling each other woke. It's fucking hilarious to watch them fight. Oh my god, they literally went back in time and redebated the Mortal Kombat shit from the early 90s again. Time is a fucking circle, guys. This guy here probably made the best point. Every single person I've seen defending this game is very right-wing. Not a single woke person likes this game. You know, that's kind of true. Remember, the majority of people who cancelled No Mercy were feminists. Meanwhile, most of the right-wingers in these comments are using the same argument as the feminists. You need to be investigated. Yes, it's good to censor you. No more live and let live. I don't know about you, but all of these people here are my enemies. Also, in the end, like 2/3 of that piece of shit video wasn't even him talking about No Mercy. It was him talking about being suppressed by YouTube and how most people who call themselves anti-woke are actually backstabbers to his movement. What a dogshit video from one dogshit creator and a dogshit article from another dogshit creator. My Goonergate video was entirely correct about these fucks. Anyway, No Mercy isn't really a game I'd normally be interested in, but now that this much of a fuss was kicked up, and since the free speech liberals were taking it from all directions, I couldn't just not check it out for myself, right? I mean, I had to see exactly what was worthy of this much scorn and derision. Every other degenerate porn game on the internet doesn't get singled out like No Mercy did, so surely Zerat Games had to have done something truly beyond the pale, right? Well, I guess another option is to go watch a Let's Play of it. Yeah, there are LPs of porn games over on porn sites. But let's be honest here, the people who make that kind of content, they're, kinda weird.
She quickly took off her skirt, exposing her glistening wet pussy. Auntie, fucking auntie.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to some Let's Player jacking off while playing a porn game. I'll just go check it out myself. This game is intended for users aged 18 and up. Well, look, there's the problem. Collective Shout didn't read the disclaimer. So, yeah, this is No Mercy, version 1.03a. I think 1.03 is the Steam release, and the A means it's an alpha build. Yes, I sailed the 7 seas to pick this up. What kind of degen do you think I am? I guess we're doing this then.
What have I done?
When you begin the game, you're treated to this silhouette of a guy that looks like Archie from that shitty Riverdale show, who greets you with a friendly hello. Hey buddy, I don't know what I'm expecting here, but I bet it's gonna be shit. What is my name? Well, this is a game about fucking your mom, so we all know it's gotta be Chris Chan, right? What role does the woman in this story play for you? So this is interesting. The default entry is stepmom. So to all those people screaming about incest, they've got the Pornhub shield up. But you can call her whatever you want. Mom, stepmom, whatever. Anyway, I chose Barb. Gotta stick with the Chris Chan lore. The game begins with Chris Chan sneaking around his house late at night when he hears noise coming from his dad's room. But before anything can happen, the game immediately asks if you're 18, giving you the options, yes, I'm an adult, I'm more than 18, or unfortunately, I'm not that old. Time to go play Fortnite.
We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down.
Yeah, clicking that second option just boots you back out to the main menu. What's really funny is that this box up here is the protagonist's inner thoughts. You can check out what he's thinking during the game. And during this selection, he's desperately hoping that you're 18. Sorry, pal, but none of this saved you from the feminists. Once you've confirmed with the game that you are in fact over 18 years old, it immediately says the next scene contains NTR, but it's important to the story. Okay, thanks for the NTR warning, dude. By the way, NTR is short form for a Japanese word. Netorare or netorare, whatever. NTR is the Japanese tag for a cucking fetish. So, Chris Chan slides the door open and discovers that Barb's on her knees, giving somebody off-screen head. Also, I immediately realized that all of the sound effects in this game are clearly ripped from real-life pornography. Like, clearly Zerat just grabbed some audio clips from actual porn and slapped it in there. As soon as you disable the game's music track, you can very easily hear the audio cut and loop. Anyway, Chris Chan's pissed because Barb is sucking off someone who's not his dad, and so he decides to take a picture of what's going on. Apparently with an actual Polaroid camera too, because it's loud as fuck and immediately startles her. And so begins the next 7 days that this game takes place over, with each day being an episode. Day 1 begins with Barb worrying about the previous night's events, while Chris Chan snores away in his room. Also, he's got a fucking baller gaming rig, dude. Gotta get rid of that dining room special though, man. Get yourself a proper chair. Your back will thank you for it later. When Chris Chan finally wakes up, he ponders the situation. Should he inform his dad like a good son? Nah. Extort Barb for money? Maybe. Blackmail her for sex? Why the fuck not? This guy immediately goes from normal 18-year-old to giga degenerate, like instantly. But hey, if you think you're getting a quick wank out of this, think again. We've got some plot to cover first. Chris Chan goes to university and wonders why he even enrolled. In his own words, the chicks are too fucked up and he's not learning anything. Haha, hey, I know what you mean, buddy. It's at this point that the camera turns into a character, which walks towards Chris Chan, whom he promptly trips. It's Tommy, the clueless Zoomer, and it turns out that Chris Chan is his fucking dealer. Yeah, that's right. Chris Chan enrolled in university to peddle drugs to spoiled college kids. Tommy doesn't have all the money that he owes for the last shipment, but he does offer 100 Monopoly dollars. It's at this point that the game tells us to name Tommy's mom as well, whose default is also stepmom. So it's pretty clear that she's getting naked at some point, but I have no idea where this is going, so I just decided to call her whore. I want to point out though, it's not my capture that puts the name below the screen like that. That's the game. So we're given the options to take the 100 now, get 150 later, or kick him to get 125 now and lose 2 points with Tommy. And because I'm playing Chris Chan like a psychopath, I decide to immediately boot fuck him right in the hallway. Where's my money, bitch? Fuck you.
Where's my money? You gonna give me my money? Where's my money, man?
At this point, it's lunchtime, and at the school cafeteria, this MILF approaches us, as everyone else inconspicuously filters out of the room. She asks if we're Chris Chan, and we can choose yes, no, or immediately flirt with her. No matter what you choose, she reveals herself to be Tommy's mom. Now, I thought since I replaced mom with the word whore, she'd be called Tommy's whore here, and oh, okay, there it is. I guess they didn't program the name variable to be used in all the dialogues for some reason. Anyway, she accuses us of selling Tommy weed, and we go out to her car in the parking lot to discuss the matter privately. And by parking lot, the game means a real-life photo of a residential side street, where Tommy's mom parked the CG car on the sidewalk. Fucking women drivers, am I right, guys?
Alright, I'll talk to you later.
Alright, bro. Peace out.
See ya.
Anyway, she drives us out to the forest for the game's first sex scene. Yeah, it's not even with the main stepmom, it's with someone else's stepmom. Tommy's mom wants Chris Chan to stop selling Tommy drugs, and in exchange she's willing to fool around with him for a bit. And it's at this point that I realized this game is absolutely from Russia or Eastern Europe somewhere. The way the sentences flow in English, it reads like somebody who knows English well enough, but is translating it from some Russian or Russian-adjacent language. Things progress pretty quickly to a handjob scene, and even though I can't show it to you, the animation is just all around terrible. Whenever the game needs a still frame, it just grabs a frame mid-animation and uses that, making everything look snapshotted and weird, like it's from a Neil Breen film or something. After the old tuggaroo, Chris Chan is unceremoniously kicked out of the car, after which it effortlessly drives over several large logs and stones in the forest, and then phases through reality. The forest, like the street, is a real-life image of an actual forest, and I don't know how they programmed in this slide effect, but the car is clearly not cropped out right, because you can actually see the foot of our guy desync from his body during the move. Regardless of whether you choose to go to the forest with Tommy's mom or not, Chris Chan's next class is always taught by Barb. That's right, she's a university professor. You take your seat beside your pal Gary. Yeah, he does look a bit like Gary motherfucking Oak. And the two have this conversation where guys who had hot moms or sisters back in school get teased by their friends about it. If you're a dude, you know what I'm talking about. And Chris Chan looks pretty grumpy at the needling. All of this is pretty normal stuff, until you remember the fact that this game is literally about fucking your hot mom. In any case, the power goes out, so Barb decides to just take attendance and send class home early. Chris Chan lingers behind for the obvious confrontation scene, where Barb immediately blames him for what happened. Despite all the selections that you get, there's really only two ways this conversation plays out. If you try to get her to put her hand in your pants, she headbutts you in the face, leaving a red mark. And by red, I mean fucking red, bro. It's like he was blasted with spray paint. But if you're any rougher with her, like if you choke her or you grope her, she immediately kicks you in the balls. Which, to be honest, it's pretty fucking funny to watch this guy go down like a sack of bricks. Either way, this is the end of day one. And man, it's jarring when the No Mercy title card sting pops up, even as the in-game music keeps playing. The next day, Chris Chan's walking down the street having a gay old time. This time it's a 3D render and not a real street, when he bumps into a college-aged woman. Her name's Sheila, and she's an environmentalist activist working with an organization called Save the Beavers. Apparently this city has wild beavers living in it. Yeah, you know how some cities have squirrels and some have pigeons. This one's got beavers, why not? Apparently corporations are dumping pollution into the local river, and the city government is rerouting the water and all sorts of terrible things. And she and her comrades are very concerned about the beavers. That's why she's dressed up as a cross between sexy bunny suit and sexy leopard print. Yeah, I guess that's the best asset flip they could find, eh? Anyway, you can choose to give her $50 and move on, or you can demand that she put out for the 50. And no matter how you play this conversation, no matter how nice you are or rude you are to her, she will always suck you off for the money. I guess she really needs to bump those numbers up. You can even choose not to pay her if you want and run away. Sheila's inclusion into the game makes absolutely no sense because she's completely unrelated to any other character, plot, or setting. It's like Zerat Games realized they should probably have something to appeal to the guys who like vaguely brown-skinned girls, so they just stapled one onto the game. Back at home, Barb is crying and getting drunk while Christian watches TV. During his inner monologue, the camera zooms in on him, and it's clearly not a new image because everything's all blurry from the zoom. Come on guys, these make a new render. Eventually, Barb comes out to confront Christian about recent events, and if you've ever played a game like this, then you already know how each of these plot-relevant conversations go. Barb says what Christian did to her was wrong. Christian says what Barb did to his dad was wrong. This is the classic blackmail conversation from any smutty story. There is nothing new here. It is all purely paint by numbers. But it's at this point that I remembered. Why would any normal, self-respecting woman would allow herself to be treated like that? To go along with a request for sexual favors from her girlfriend-free boyfriend? That's right. All the way back at the start of the game asks you to define your relationship to the mother character. Like how you can call her mom or stepmom or whatever, you can set son or stepson. I completely forgot that I called this one girlfriend-free boyfriend in keeping with the Christian lore, and as soon as this finally popped up, I busted a gut laughing. Regardless of how you play this conversation, whether it's more heartless and domineering, or more possessive and caring in a fucked up way, eventually Christian stops giving a shit about what Barb is saying and just whips his cock out. He sits there with the derpiest fucking face, being like, oh yeah, that's right, I just flashed my dick at my mom. Once again, I obviously can't show you the sex scenes, but during one of the alternate angles, we actually get the first close-up of her feet. Lumi will be so pleased to hear this. Eventually, though, the action stops, with the most low frame rate stop-motion slap you've ever seen in your life. It's worse than fucking Santa Inc.
I cry and you use my tears as lubricant to masturbate to my sadness?
Day 3 begins with Christian waking up on the couch, completely satisfied with recent events, only for Dad to come home. It turns out that Dad's a trucker. He's only home every 4 days or so, spending all of his time on the road to keep the family afloat. Also, based on his face, he looks like he's college age too. It's like they took a young guy's face and just gave him some really bad male pattern baldness. Anyway, we go out to grab lunch with Dad, just the two of us. Man, this guy looks creepy when the light hits him at just the right angle. Day 9 ass looking motherfucker. It's this conversation where Dad drops the bombshell. Barb is probably cheating on me. Christian's reaction here is great, full-on Looney Tunes. Dropped jaw like, what? Dude, you're the one who's been rubbing your dick all over her. So, Dad's great plan to catch her in the act is to temporarily lock the family bank account, tell Barb it'll be unlocked by the time he returns back from his next work trip, and have Christian spy on Barb to see who she calls up for money in the meantime. Whoever she calls has to be the guy that she's fucking behind Dad's back. As Christian and Dad are getting back home, Barb is just stepping out of the shower. There's no build-up, no establishment of this at all, but as Barb is walking from the bathroom back to her bedroom, it turns out that somehow Christian managed to teleport ahead unnoticed, and he's hiding behind the bedroom door. Yeah, that door with no actual space behind it, he's back there somehow. There's no way this leads to a new sex scene. What could Christian possibly be thinking doing this? Remember, Dad is at home at this time. Yeah, if you choose to just stay hidden back there, it turns out nothing happens. He just watches Barb get dressed. But what the fuck? Putting aside the fact that his goals are completely immoral and fucked up, this is how you get caught, bro. Even in taking your own goals into account, this makes no sense. If you instead choose to reveal yourself from behind the door, the game asks you what you want to yell as you jump out. Of course, I put in, like, comment, and subscribe, because why wouldn't you shout that out when you reveal yourself to be a peeping Tom? Also, because Dad's still at home, remember, he catches Christian. But it doesn't really go anywhere. Christian just claims he tripped, and both he and Dad laugh at Barb being accidentally caught in a compromising position. Dude, that's your wife. Like father, like son, am I right? That evening, the family settles down to watch some TV together. You know, get some wholesome quality time in. A game show is on, and Dad challenges us to get the next question correct before the contestant does. It's here that the game introduces two of its core mechanics, the first one being minigames. There's a bunch of really shitty minigames in No Mercy that you have to beat to progress the plot, though if you play it on easy mode, you do have the option to skip them. And the second mechanic, perks. If you actually complete a minigame successfully, making certain choices sometimes will earn you a perk, which the game claims will unlock more dialogue options down the road. For example, if you answer the game show question about CPUs correctly, you get the IT guy perk, which promises to unlock tech-related paths down the line. Maybe, since they're so tech-savvy, they should try to figure out how to make collectibles actually render spacebar presses in their display names in the code. Anyway, Dad decides to pop some sleeping pills, so he can get some shut-eye before getting back on the road tomorrow. And Christian resolves to get a bit more Barb time in after Dad's completely zonked out, which is apparently 1 minute and 13 seconds later. With Dad out of the picture, Chris Chan uses his new IT guy perk to threaten Barb by displaying the picture he took of her at the start of the game up on the family big screen TV in order to remind her of what's at stake. Also, due to his amazing IT guy powers, the photo he took turns into a fully animated video. Additionally, the game asks you if you want to censor the NTR replay scene. If you choose yes, the conversation continues as normal, and you still get whatever conversation bonuses that come with having it up on the screen, but the screen is just blank. It almost feels like the game is giving the player trigger warnings for NTR. Like, warning, this is a cuck scene. It's really weird. Anyway, the next scene is yet another oral scene. This is like the 4th one, I think. And I'll just spoil this right now. Like 80% of the sexual content of this game is oral. It almost feels like it was made to specifically be a blowjob-focused experience, even though nothing in the game's advertising would ever make you think that. Chris Chan wakes up on the couch again on day 4, and remarks about how his life really is unfolding just like the porn games he plays. Wow!
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Dad's already left for the road, but he left us $500. Depending on your previous choices with Tommy's debt, his mom's bribe, and Sheila's services, you can start this day with anywhere between $0 and $325 if you're money maxing. But because upcoming events require at least some money, you can always count on Dad's $500. We check our phone, and yeah, this game really is made by Russians. Look at that A on the AM. Barb finds out that the bank account is blocked, so it's time to spring Dad's trap. I should probably mention at this point that Barb has 3 relationship meters that go up or down based on how you interact with her. Domination, lust, and love. And they change what scenes you get. And it's at this point that the game begins to hint that your choices are becoming more important. That these meters will eventually lock you into an ending. So you need to start choosing a bit more carefully. Oh, now I understand why Zerat games got cancelled. They use the word retarded. That's a slur nowadays. Or so the YouTube comments keep telling me. Anyway, during this playthrough, I'm basically trying to be as nice as I can to Barb with each choice. And I'm really putting nice and heavy air quotes here that you can't see. Because the vast majority of the sex choices in this game are just different flavors and severities of fucked up. But it's at this point that I decide to kiss her, and... Sir, I would like to kindly remind you, the title of this game is No Mercy. Yeah, so this happens when you actually go too soft on Barb. Chris Chan steps in and tells you to use the rewind button, a common staple of dating sims and visual novels. However, if you keep progressing through to the end of the scene, you get an achievement. Anyway, to progress the story, you have to either face fuck her or eat her out. If you choose to face fuck, you actually get more foot shots instead. And it looks like she only paints the nails in her big toe. What's up with that? But if you choose to eat her out, yeah, the game literally goes into first person mode, and her vag takes up the entire camera. Not gonna lie, it's a little bit weird. Also, the graphics are fucking terrible, not that I can show you. It turns out that the person that Barb asked for help with the money isn't actually the guy she was sleeping with behind Dad's back. Instead, it's Barb's sister, Eve, our step-aunt. And because she's a named character, we all know there's going to be scenes with her later. So I just called her Slut, why not? Eve shows up to discuss the situation with Barb on the back patio, and the game characterizes their small talk as some female bullshit that doesn't matter at all. I swear, more than anything else, this game's a comedy. Unfortunately for Barb, Eve has no money either. She even says she'd suck a guy off for a bill. Well, we know where this is going, right? But Eve is actually based and red-pilled. Cash only, honey, don't trust the bankers. Soon you're gonna be shilling gold bars. Anyway, Barb voluntells Chris Chan to go to Eve's place and fix her computer, which is apparently broken. Hello, young one. Hi, slut. Geez, dude, your mom's right there. We get into the exact same car that Tommy's mom drove back at the start of the day. Maybe they're carpooling or something. And you fly down the highway at Mach fucking 5 to get to Eve's place. Like, holy shit, dude, can you lay off the gas a little? At Eve's, Chris Chan notices an old high school photo of her and Barb on prom night, with some dude named Lopez that no one's ever actually heard before. No, please, game, I'm begging you, don't try to actually start and do a real plot now. You're halfway over, it's too late to start this shit. And here is the PC fixing minigame. All it is you have to remember which sequence of selections causes the PC to not crash. If you crash the PC, you gotta start the sequence over again. It's just straight up trial and error memorization. The IT Guy perk gives you a short blurb about what just happened after every crash, but none of it is actually useful information. You just click through until you win. It turns out the problem is that Eve has watched so much fucking porn that she's absolutely riddled her computer with viruses and garbage, including infinite pop-ups, which really takes me back. Haven't seen those since the 2000s. And of course, she's into incest porn between aunts and nephews, because why the fuck wouldn't she be? After confronting her about her, porn history, she gets pissed and immediately tosses Chris Chan out on his ass. Yeah, they actually used the old AIM log-off sound effect from back in the day. This game is just full of old internet stuff. Another reason why I think this is a Russian game? Oftentimes, when Russian games are translated into English, they'll include internet slang like gooner, mainly because they learned their English online. Anyway, while waiting for the bus back to his place, Chris Chan decides to take in the view at a nearby lake. Or rather, he wants to watch the porn on his cell phone. What the fuck is with this guy, dude? I recall being 18, I wasn't nearly this horny. Intrigued by the prom night picture of Barb, Chris Chan, the IT man, decides to try and find more pictures of her when she was younger on the internet, but to no avail. He even tightly restrains his search terms to 2005, college, party, Barb. Yes, that's all you need. Google will know to fetch pictures of your stepmom if you just type that shit in. The algorithm knows everything. However, believe it or not, it actually works. And I hope you paid attention during your examination of that prom night photo, because it's time for the next minigame. Identify who took this pic of your 18-year-old mom back in 2005. I mean, it's obviously Lopez, but you can't just say that, unless you actually match up all the clues, you know? It's a video game. Also, is that a fucking Steam Deck where the alarm clock should be? Oh, sorry about that, it's a Booble that he's using, not Google. World famous search engine, Booble. Anyway, I typed Rodriguez my first time through, since I forgot which obviously Mexican name the guy had. But it doesn't actually count, unless you can answer the questions about the evidence before fingering Lopez as the obvious photographer. In fact, if you fail this minigame enough, the game eventually has Chris Chan remember that the guy was named Lopez, but you still have to answer the questions. Chris Chan arrives back home to Barb crying and they rehash the same conversation. She says she's innocent, she doesn't deserve this, it's normal for bored wives to cheat, you know the drill by now. This is just an excuse for another sex scene. But this one's different. This one is the full foot fetish freakout. Before we only got shots of feet, now we get the full-on foot rub, foot job Lumi special. Yeah, I made a save file right here, specifically so I could send it to Lumi. She was very appreciative. Like I said earlier, I went for the nicest possible options on this run. And this time I could actually kiss Barb without getting smooch blocked. And the game just first person zooms in on her mouth? Like what the fuck, man? I feel like I'm about to be eaten in Attack on Titan.
Eaten by a titan wouldn't be so bad if it was a sexy lady one.
That night, despite getting tossed out of Eve's place, Chris Chan receives a text from her, inviting him over to her place tomorrow to talk. She claims it's not for sex, but she's masturbating during the scene, so whatever. It's obvious that every woman in this universe is a completely disinhibited slut. In between days, we are treated to, no joke, a 10-minute cutscene where Dad, who's currently trucking on the road, has an extended conversation with one of his co-workers about how loyal he is to his family, how much he loves his wife, how he's not going to join the boys over at the brothel because he's a family man. I get the point here, setting up the final act betrayal, but this goes on way too fucking long. The next morning, Chris Chan interrupts Barb before she goes to work. It's Monday now, not that the game actually gives you a way of keeping track of the days. And this scene is the same as the previous. Barb says she has to get to the university and doesn't have time. She doesn't deserve to be punished anymore. She did nothing wrong. And then she gives Chris Chan head. Yes, I know, it's sexual assault. The game is no mercy after all. But pretty much after day 2, Barb does almost everything Chris Chan asks, with only the most perfunctory objections. The only new part of this conversation is you can choose to have Chris Chan show Barb the picture of Lopez during the run-up to the hanky-panky, and she acts surprised but refuses to spill the tea. Honestly, at this point, I'm more interested in this unfolding mystery, as shitty as it is, than any of the sex. After the morning glory act with Barb, this day, day 5, is actually non-linear, and your available actions are dependent on the choices you made during the previous 4 days. Whatever conversational perks you have are still in effect. Your budget for the day is based on how much money you managed to sock away so far. And the minutes on your phone depend on how much you've actually used it, which by the way, you never actually have to use, or are even prompted to use at all until this point. But for this playthrough, we only had $1 left. So we call up Gary, our classmate from earlier, remember, Gary motherfucking Oak, and tell him we'll be delivering his package soon. Chris Chan's a drug dealer, remember. We spend $25 topping up our phone tab and call both Dad and Tommy. However, neither of them pick up right away, so it's time to get this day started. We head out to the local corner store, but before we can make a selection, a robbery occurs outside. This dude, yeah that's a guy believe it or not, stole a purse from a little old lady with the world's worst fucking comb-over-dye job. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about it, since we don't have the speed perk, and she flips us off with her long cocaine finger, and then we just go back into the store like nothing happened. Alright. The convenience store is run by this incel-looking motherfucker named Kevin, who can barely string a sentence together, but he's got a lot for sale. Since we paid attention to context clues from earlier days, we pick up a white wine for Eve, a red wine for Barb, a 2-year-old dusty lingerie, and Kevin's grandma's blindfold for some reason. We also collect our parcel, which is the drugs that we're dealing. Isn't it risky to send your supply by post? All in all, we're down to $290 after buying the store out. We can still drop $2 a pop on scratch tickets. And because No Mercy takes place in Bizarro World, scratch tickets are the most reliable way to make money in the game. Every time you buy one, you either get nothing, $5 or $35. And since it's around a 20% chance for the $35 option to come up, if you click on that option long enough, you're always going to make a profit. Just sit there and keep clicking, guys. No Mercy is literally a clicker game. After clearing out the shop, we've got a lot of options available to us. Because we grabbed the drugs and still have money on our phone tab, we spend $1 and head over to Gary's place. I assume we're delivering him steroids or stamina potion or some shit, because he's doing push-ups like mad when we get to the dorms. Gary gives us $40 for his ball shrinking juice, and we go to Tommy's place next. Tommy lives in an upscale apartment building with his mom. Yeah, the chick from the car back on day 1. The only way in is to guess the key code, which is quite literally his apartment number. Come on guys, never set your password to password. However, it turns out that Chris Chan walks right in, and while Tommy's not home, Tommy's whore, I mean his mother, is. And of course, she immediately gives him the old suckaroo. However, it turns out that Tommy snuck home from school too, and he's peeking around the corner at Chris Chan, and that he likes what he's seeing. Dude, the guy who bullies you at school is now throat fucking your mom, and you're okay with this? Even funnier, if you choose to show him the middle finger, he looks so dejected. Like, oh man, I wanted to be the one to throat fuck mom. Like, what the fuck, dude? What's even more fucked up though, is that if you put the blindfold on her first, you and Tommy can actually double team her. I can't show you any of this, obviously, but they made Tommy's dick so small in comparison to Chris Chan's that his mom even remarks on it. We're going to hell, guys, all of us. It doesn't matter if you didn't play the game yourself. If you're along for the ride this far, we're all going to hell. None will be saved. Afterward, when Chris Chan is outside, doing that whole, where should I go next thing that he always does before the location menu appears, Tommy actually comes running up from down the street to interrupt it, despite the fact that he should be exiting from the apartment, like Chris Chan did. And he's ecstatic, calling Chris Chan his hero, saying that was amazing. Like, bro, we just fucked my mom together, wasn't that awesome? Anyway, Tommy pays the rest of the money he owes, and now we have the option to honor a deal with his mom, sell him more weed, or sell him harder drugs for more money. And fuck it, everything's going to shit anyway, so let's turn Tommy into a heroin addict. Next up in the day's itinerary is taking the bus out to Eve's house again. And guess what happens there? It's sex. Sex happens there. Chris Chan returns home after a long day of fucking his way across town, only to discover that due to non-payment, the power is out at the Chandler residence. You have the option to pay the $500 and turn the power back on at this point, and thankfully I grinded out those scratch tickets at the corner store. Here's what's dumb about this though. Barb tells you through the locked door that there's no power, and that she was able to beg the company to turn it back on until Dad's next paycheck, but they wouldn't be able to do it until tomorrow. Okay, fair enough. The game then says that you're exhausted and decide to go to bed. And it's after that the game asks you, do you want to spend $500 to turn the power back on? If you choose not to pay or you just don't have the money, then you just go to sleep. However, if you do choose to pay, suddenly Barb isn't locked away in her bedroom. She's actually in the bathroom. The power is instantly back on, even though there's no mention of how you paid the power company or why the service was instantly restored despite you paying with cash. And the next dialogue tree doesn't even mention the power problem at all. Instead, Chris Chan is peeking at Barb through the keyhole of the bathroom door. It feels like this is the sequence that you get if you choose to pay the power bill earlier, and Zerat Games just didn't program in a sequence if you pay it off later in the day. Anyway, you know what happens next, right? It's sex! No, wait, no, actually not sex this time. After Chris Chan pervs out in the shower, he demands Barb put on the dusty lingerie. They then go to the living room and watch a movie for a couple of hours while Barb drinks the wine. And then we get the scene, okay. This motherfucker strips completely naked to get a hand job. Talk about overkill. However, this day ends completely differently than the others. In some unknown location, a master hacker is diligently working away at his computer when he receives an automated message in his email inbox. Somebody downloaded that old photo of Barb from prom night. I have no idea why you have alerts set up for that of all fucking things, but okay, dude. Well, what the fuck? Do we need the jump scare sting on that one? It wasn't even scary, it's clearly just a mugshot of Lopez. Day 6 is structured like Day 5, in that it's non-linear and there's tons of things to do. However, in the intro, this time Chris Chan points out that no one is talking about Lopez, even though we haven't seen him do any investigative work, or really, show much of an interest in the topic at all. But he does mention there's a retired policeman who lives nearby that might be able to help. Okay. You know, game, maybe you could have built up to this stuff rather than dropping it all at the end? But before anything can happen, Eve's at the door. Guess what she's here for? Yeah, canonically, this quickie happens quite literally in the 30-second span of time while Barb is downstairs getting coffee grounds. Chris Chan beats a hasty retreat to his room, where the game breaks the fourth wall to once again ask for the player's consent regarding an upcoming NTR scene. Okay, this is getting to be too much. I gotta point this out. The game asks you if you're 18 years old at the start, so fair enough. And you gotta have a credit card to buy it, okay. But after that, it just showers you in all of its degenerate content. The sexual assault, the blackmail, the incest, the foot stuff. But when it comes to NTR, only then does the game have enough courtesy to ask if you want to see it. Like, it really seems like Zerat's priorities are kinda out of whack here, you know? We've gotten trigger warnings and consent forms for NTR, but not anything else. Anyway, while Chris Chan poses like a pinup girl, we've got several options here. Call Tommy, call Dad, rent a car for $50, visit the retired police officer, and the date night. Also, I'm not actually sure if the phone calls in this chapter cost any money for your phone tab. I think they forgot to program in that functionality for these selections. We call Tommy first, but he fails to pick up. Instead, we get to see what he's doing instead of answering the phone. It turns out that Tommy's mom discovered the hard drugs that Chris Chan provided the day before. Oh no! But this story takes a weird turn, because she admits she used to be a druggie back in the day. Maybe that's why her neck is so weirdly curved, you know what I mean? Anyway, she takes one of the pills in order to teach Tommy a lesson, because that makes fucking sense. Also, the speech tags in this scene are broken, because dialogue that Tommy is clearly supposed to be saying is labeled as coming from his mom instead. Anyway, this scene ends with Tommy saying he needs more drugs, and giving Chris Chan $100 during a fade to black. Man, they're just cutting corners left and right, aren't they? Next, we call Dad and ask for money, but the conversation goes kind of strangely. He says, "How much do you need?" and then he hangs up on us. Now, to be fair, during this playthrough, I have been choosing options to lower those dad points down to the basement, but if he wasn't going to give us money, I figured he would just say no and then hang up. But the conversation just ends with him asking what we need. Again, it's like Zerat didn't program in a possibility here. Next up is to drop $50 on the car. I don't know why, it's just an option in the menu. I mean, I know why. It's because the party scene later requires a car rental, but this actually hasn't been set up by the game or anything. There's a car option in the menu and I'm clicking it. That is the extent of the setup. The policeman's house looks like a diorama, if that makes sense. Like, it's not a computer-generated street this time, or a real-life street. This time, it's a miniature street. Anyway, after knocking on his door like a dozen times, the old-timer finally shows up. Chris Chan says he just wants some information about history, and the old coot says, "You mean like the civil rights movement?" What the fuck is this game, man? Once we're inside his house, with the different lighting and everything, this guy looks like a Breaking Bad character. In fact, now that I think of it, I don't know if Zerat games use the face scans of real-life actors. Like, they found a legit game where those actors played a face-scanned part and then just ripped them or something. But some of the people in this game look like actual real people. Not Chris Chan or Dad or most of the male characters. They all just look like shitty stock models. But with some of Barb's facial expressions, she kinda looks like the woman who played Daenerys from Game of Thrones. And I'm pretty sure that Eve is a bad Angelina Jolie model. And is Tommy's mom a bad Neve Campbell? Anyway, Chris Chan asks about Lopez, and the officer responds by saying there is no such name as Lopez. Yeah, that's right, Trump deported them all. But then he admits, actually no, there is a Lopez. He's gonna use his old police contacts to help us out on this one. What's funny is the narration implies that you're on the right track, and this guy's actually friendly. But that scene is one of the most hostile conversations in the entire game. Both Chris Chan and the old-timer treat each other like garbage, and yet he still views him as an ally. Alright, it's time for the big date night. Let's just skip over the pre-game conversation, because it's the same back and forth from every other time these two characters have interacted and up and fucking. Chris Chan and Barb head out for the evening, looking like $1 million, traveling via rented SUV that is parked in the forest and is also the same vehicle as both Eve and Tommy's mom. I guess this city literally has just one fucking ride that they share. Yeah, I know it looks more blue in this scene, but that's because of the lighting. When you see it from other angles, it's very clear Zerat just reused the game model every time they needed a car. They drive to the next town over where nobody knows them, and oh come on, the license plate is NTR Lover? Are you fucking kidding me? Club Forest is home to the final minigames. You've Gotta Dance. After watching some moves that would make Commander Shepard blush, it's time for the dancing QTEs. And in between each round of dancing, you have to choose the right drink to get from the bartender. By the end, you're both pretty drunk, and the minigame says, just grope her. That's a 10 out of 10 dance move. Eventually, Barb gets up to go to the bathroom, but she's taking a bit too long, so Chris Chan decides to investigate, only to find her being accosted by a random dude in the toilet. Okay, this guy is absolutely an actor. I've seen his face before somewhere, but I don't know where. Do you guys recognize him? After a quick series of QTEs where you beat the shit out of him, Barb is absolutely shit-faced and head over heels after being rescued. Yeah, they fucking the NTR car in the parking lot. And so begins the final day. We kick off with another of those Dad is such a good guy scenes, where he rejects what looks like to be a fucking 12-year-old prostitute, and ends up pissing her off by talking about how much he loves his wife. Meanwhile, back home, Barb wakes up hungover with lots of regrets. While she goes off to shower, Chris Chan gets a text to meet up with Eve at the new Japanese-style bath in town, which he just accepts. You don't even have the option to say no this time. Anyway, because I'm doing the full love route on this playthrough, Chris Chan joins Barb in the bathroom, where they bang in the tub. Nothing's advanced or revealed, it's just sloshy, sudsy sex.
614, Radio Graffiti.
Ghost, I just filled up my tub with gravy. Let's swim around it like a couple of ham bones. Oh my.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's Tub Guy over here. You're actually bathing in gravy for freaking Christmas? You know, you're a sick son of a bitch, you know that? I mean, every goddamn show you call up, and you always want me to go into a freaking tub with you, for Christ's sake, and then you end the goddamn sentence with a, oh my. I mean, do you understand how fruity that is?
No, how about you explain it to all of us?
Now, you're a fruit-bowled gay bat. Get this out. Get him out of here, for Christ's sake. He wants to bathe with gravy, for Christ's sake, with me. Jesus.
Like the previous 2 days, day 7 is also non-linear. This time, the options are go to the corner store again, go to the Japanese bath, or wander around the city. The store is completely useless at this point in the game. The only thing you can do is buy scratch tickets, and there's nothing left to spend your remaining money on, nor is there anyone left to call on your phone. So we choose to wander around, and our policeman friend sends us a text with information on Lopez. It turns out he vanished one day without a trace, and all records of him were deleted, which makes you wonder how this cop got any info on him at all. But fuck it, whatever. This game's plot is held together by chewing gum string and a prayer. Going to the Japanese baths to meet Eve has you instead bump into Sheila, who is just finishing up with another dude in another alleyway, still trying to make money for those poor helpless beavers. $50 is enough to convince her to come to the bathhouse with you. And of all the scenes in the game, this has to be the most contrived, most asset flippy of the bunch. Eve's there waiting for you, and of course talking them into the obligatory threesome is effortless. What's funny though is that there's 2 people the game label an elderly couple, this dad bod guy with a saggy bald head, and a black-haired woman who's actually pretty cute herself and not at all elderly. And they just end up watching the 3 of them fuck from across the bathhouse. She gets quite offended when her man says, yeah, Chris Chan's a giga chad. The owner of the bathhouse, who appears in only one still, so I'm surprised they didn't just fade to black, shows up and throws the 3 out, because obviously she would. If you own a spa and someone has sex in it, you're kicking them out. However, if you fail to press the leave spa button for the time is up, you actually get a second scene of Chris Chan and Eve having sex around the corner of the bathhouse entry hall. I guess the owner just didn't follow up to make sure they fully left? Anyway, whether you do this extra scene or not, Sheila is still sticking around off screen because Eve decides to donate $50 to help save the beavers. Yay, thanks! The final option, to go home to Barb, is the end of the game. Whatever choices you've made, they're all locked in now. There's nothing more to do but to see the finale. And it's a whole bunch of sex. I don't know what I expected. This is the end, so the player is basically given the opportunity to do anything and everything to Barb. And the game really is pulling out all the stops to try and make this as erotic as possible. But man, I just cannot take anything seriously here with lines like, "You're clapping my cheeks!" The final cum shot of the game occurs right when Chris Chan's dad walks in through the bedroom door, and I had to stop playing right at the moment of discovery because this scene was so fucking ridiculous. Just look at this fucking face. This is the face of a guy whose life is flashing before his eyes. But before that situation's resolved, we actually flash back 20 years to 2005. George Bush had just won re-election. The GameCube was hitting its stride, and Barb was out by the lake, cheating on her high school sweetheart, Chris Chan's dad, who looked like a member of a Hanson cover band, with Lopez, the dangerous older man, who weirdly enough looks like a reuse of Chris Chan's model. Dad immediately stabs Lopez twice in the gut, who bleeds out and dies in about 3 seconds. He then declares his intention to frame Barb for the murder if she doesn't cooperate with disposing the body, because somehow Dad has no blood on him despite being the stabber, and nobody knows he's even here, while Barb is covered in blood, and everyone at the prom knew that her and Lopez were hanging out together after the party ended. So it turns out that Barb and Dad stayed together in a loveless marriage for 20 years, because Dad held this threat over Barb's head. And as interesting as this very serious reveal is, we immediately cut back to Chris Chan's gaping, confused face, saying it's not what it looks like, even though they're both naked, and Barb is glazed with his frosting. Oh yeah, eh? What is it then, Chris Chan? I would have loved to see his excuse. Unfortunately though, Dad's got other plans. He smashes Chris Chan's head against the nightstand, knocking him out cold. Barb screams, "He's my girlfriend-free boyfriend, for God's sake!" This is where the game ends. Yeah, Chris Chan's just knocked out, and we don't get to see what happens between that moment and when he wakes up. Instead, we get a bunch of short scenes, revealing the fate of all the characters based on our choices in the game. Like the end of a Fallout game or something. Alright, it's time to reveal the fate of all of these characters that we totally care about so much. Eve gets stuck in a washing machine and Chris Chan fucks her. Tommy becomes a drug addict, and he ends up overdosing in an alleyway that looks like it's from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, while his mom turns into a prostitute. Dad left the family, divorcing Barb. Barb and Chris Chan use some of the divorce money to go on a tropical vacation, and otherwise they live happily ever after together, as a normal, if perverted, couple for the rest of their lives. The end. What an incredible story.
I didn't need to see that.
So that was an experience, that's for sure. Before we talk about anything else surrounding No Mercy, I might as well review it as both a game and a piece of pornography. Why not? This video is already not getting monetized, that's for damn sure. By the way, support the channel, guys. I'm totally fucked for this one. As a video game, as a visual novel, No Mercy is just not very good. I know, its main purpose is to be spank bait. The game parts of the game don't actually matter all that much. But you know what? They do to me, so I'm gonna rant about it. Graphically, the game ranges from pretty good to god-awful. The Barb model is really well done. Sheila and Tommy's mom both look pretty good too, while Eve isn't that great. Pretty much all of the male characters look terrible. Goofy animations, goofy facial expressions. It's clear the focus was on the woman, for obvious reasons. I often wondered why the game used stills so much, but then when we got the occasional bit of animation, I always reacted by begging them to go back to the stills, please God. I don't know if it's just a lack of talent or a lack of knowledge regarding anatomy or what, but so much of it just doesn't work. Every time Chris Chan gropes a breast, he just shoves his palm into it. Body positions regularly look uncomfortable, and not in some sexy but objectifying way, but in a like, who the fuck would ever do that kind of way. Probably the weirdest graphical effects that I noticed was the strange fuzziness around Sheila's furry outfit when it moved, and how the texture of young Barb's skin morphed unnaturally when the game tried to do a dramatic zoom into the 2005 photo. The environments are the same, ranging from good enough to ugly as fuck. And yes, I'm aware that this is mostly just asset-flipped garbage. But hey, they're still gonna get at least a couple of points for looking good where they do. The music is pretty much in the same boat too. There's some stuff in the soundtrack that is just grating, especially when the game plays it for like 20 minutes straight, like Barb's theme or the title music. This track continuously builds tension, but never actually resolves it. It plays on the title screen, as well as many non-sexual scenes in the first half of the game, meaning it massively overstays its welcome. It's also very clearly stock music. Like everything else in this game, it's an asset flip. And then there's some stuff that actually sounds pretty good, like Tommy's mom's theme. This one's got a bit more of an edge to it, which makes sense considering her character. However, like the previous track, it is also stock music. In fact, almost all the music used in this game is actually public domain, and it's commonly used as background music for YouTube Shorts or TikToks. Funny enough, I'd actually heard Dad's theme before I played the game, as a common TikTok background tune.
Let me share a personal story.
The gameplay of No Mercy as a visual novel consists of talking to characters, making dialogue choices, and occasionally traveling between locations or using items, in order to facilitate more conversations and dialogue choices. A non-porn example of the genre that most people know about is Phoenix Wright, where you play as a lawyer trying to gather up evidence to defend your client in court. You talk to witnesses, you investigate locations, all that good stuff. The main thrust of the game is still conversations and dialogue options, but there's enough in the way of actual puzzles that you really do feel like you're engaging with the plot in a meaningful way. Most really good visual novels have stuff like this in them. So what's the main thrust of No Mercy's gameplay, aside from the obvious? Well, the game makes a big deal out of the perk system when you first boot it up. You choose the right options, you gain a perk that will help you out down the line. In my main playthrough, I gained 2 perks. The first one, Perception, is automatically given by Chris Chan to himself at the start of the game. It's what causes those thought bubbles to appear as you play. I initially thought that it was given freely due to me playing on easy mode. Of course I played it on easy mode. Do you think I'm gonna hardcore fucking No Mercy? But no, you always have perception, no matter what. The second perk I unlocked was that IT guy perk. Its only meaningful use is to let Chris Chan display his his video, of Barb cheating on Dad on the big screen TV on day 3, the same day that you get it. It is referenced on day 4 while you're doing the computer fixing minigame at Eve's, but all it does there is describe what you just observed on screen. The PC can be completely fixed without the perk, no problem. Aside from those 2 instances, the IT guy perk has no impact on the game. The third perk, which I missed through my playthrough, is called Speedy. On day 5, if you choose to force a sex scene with Barb in the morning, she demands that you do it quickly because she doesn't want to be late for work. You then have to play a metronome timing minigame where you click in time with her head bobs. Do it well enough, you get the speed perk. The only place this perk comes in handy is when the robber steals the old lady's purse outside the corner store on that very same day. With the speed perk, you can actually catch the robber who drops the purse as he escapes down an alley. We then have 2 options. Keep the lady's purse, gaining us $123 but losing 2 points with Dad for some reason, or give the lady her purse back, netting us $40 as a reward. I decided to quickly run through the game a few more times to see these alternate options. You can fast forward through scenes after you've beaten it once. And this time around we decided to be honest and give the lady her money back. Holy shit, this person looks like a fucking alien. Oh, thank you, Chris Chan. That's right, we saved the world, as the prophecy foretold. Also, this little bit about the old lady knowing Chris Chan's name, you'd think that's foreshadowing, but no, it never comes up again. Anyway, despite No Mercy making a big deal of the perks at the start of the playthrough, these 3 are the only perks in the game. Perception, which you get for free, and is just a base part of the game. IT Guy, which is used exactly twice, once on day 3 to get 1 point with Barb, and once on day 4 with no effect. And Speedy, which is used exactly once on day 5 to gain some extra money. To say that this mechanic is underdeveloped is itself a massively underdeveloped statement. Speaking of the perks, it's the mini-games that reward them, and the mini-games also leave much to be desired. The only one that even resembles a game is the rhythm game for getting the speed perk. The others are all just dialogue options. Sometimes you have to memorize a path through a dialogue tree, like when you're fixing the PC. Sometimes you have to press an option before a timer runs out, like with dancing. And sometimes you just have to answer a quiz. But there truly is nothing going on here. Probably the biggest missed opportunity is the investigation scene, where Chris Chan tries to deduce that it's Lopez who took the photo of Barb back in 2005. I just picture how Phoenix Wright would have done this scene in my head. It would have involved actually identifying things in the picture, putting together evidence. Yeah, I know this is a porn game, but if you're not going to do it well, why put it in the game at all?
If you don't like your job, you don't strike. You just go in every day and do it really half-assed. That's the American way.
The third of the game's major systems are the relationship meters. With Barb, you have 2 visible meters and 1 invisible one. Domination and lust are always visible, while love is invisible. If you're playing on easy mode, the game informs you that filling the love meter pushes you on the love route, towards the love ending, while filling the lust meter unlocks more sensual sex scenes. Filling the domination meter unlocks rougher sex scenes, and it pushes you on the dom route, towards the dom ending. Additionally, if you're playing on easy, the game gives you bonus points towards these meters at the start of the day, and tells you which dialogue options grant which points. If you're playing on normal mode, you don't get the bonus points, and you have to intuit which answers lead to your desired route. Here's the problem though. These points do matter for unlocking scenes on a day-by-day basis, but despite what the game tells you, they have little to no impact on what ending you actually get. Yes, that means that when the game says, choose this because it's required for the love ending on easy mode, yeah, it's just fucking lying to you. Here's what actually determines your ending. On day 6, when you go to the club, if you give Barb too little alcohol, you go home without incident, and you're locked into the bad ending. If you give Barb too much alcohol, she passes out, you bring her home, and you're locked into the bad ending. If you don't go to the club that night, you're locked into the bad ending. In each of these 3 cases, it does not matter what else you've done in the game, you will always get the bad ending. If you give her just the right amount of alcohol, such that she gets drunk and goes to the bathroom, whichever meter is higher on that day, domination or lust, determines what ending you get, the dom end or the love end. And yeah, that's right, the love meter, which you can't even see, doesn't even actually affect the love ending. You get the love ending by feeding Barb just the right amount of alcohol and having more lust than dom points by the end of day 6. That's it. Any actions before this point don't matter, and any additional actions on day 7 before the finale don't matter either. Trust me, I've replayed this a bunch of times on speed up mode, just to determine what actually gets you which ending, and it is solely your behavior at the club, nothing else. Oh, by the way, here's the other 2 endings real quick. Nearly every scene from the love ending is the same as the dom ending, except that Barb's demeanor is that of a subdued servant rather than a mostly willing partner. And instead of a tropical vacation, they just fuck like rabbits all over the house. In the bad ending, Barb is neither in love with Chris Chan, nor is she completely mind-broken, so she tells him directly she won't stand for being raped anymore. Dad comes home from work during dinner, and Barb immediately states that Chris Chan's decided to move out, since he's now an adult and he wants his own apartment. Chris Chan simply gives in and agrees to move to the next city over, where he lives in a shitty one-room dormitory, eventually losing touch with the other characters, and masturbating to porn all day. In fact, he's literally jorking it to the No Mercy Steam page. Sorry bro, that doesn't exist anymore. The meters for the other characters are even more shallow. Occasionally throughout No Mercy, you can gain or lose points for Tommy or Dad, and I quickly ran through the game multiple times as well to min-max each of these stats. They do quite literally nothing. All the scenes play out pretty much the same way. Having a high Dad score versus a low one means that during the finale when Chris Chan gets knocked out, Dad expresses slightly more worry in one line. That's it. As far as I can tell, no matter what you do, Dad always catches you in the act and he attacks you. Having a high or low Tommy score doesn't lock out or change any scenes with him either, just again, one line of dialogue. In fact, that Tommy ending where he overdoses in an alley while his mom turns into a hooker, that's based entirely on whether you choose to sell him hard drugs on day 5. Nothing else. The fact that these meters are inconsequential, plus not even visible to the player, means they might as well not even exist.
My job here is done. But you didn't do anything.
Additionally, I think Zerat Games just didn't program in much functionality in between the in-game days. Yeah, your money carries over, but nothing else does. And I don't just mean the relationship meter stuff. Here's an example. If on day 6 you never actually visit the retired police officer, then on day 7, the wander around town option won't cause him to text you with information about Lopez. Instead, you'll notice Tommy's mom in a clothing store. There's a sex scene here to unlock, of course, but the dialogue tree leading to it is actually deceptively complex. First, you have to talk your way around Tommy's dad. That's right, he actually has a father, and this is the only scene he's in. I have no idea where he is when it comes to Chris Chan giving his family drugs and turning them into street meat, but hey, at least he's here. You can choose to grope Tommy's mom under the table and under his nose while talking to him in such a way that makes him trust you. This leads to him stepping outside to take a business call, and the two of you stepping into a changing booth to have sex. And if you want this to be another weird threesome scene with Tommy, all you have to do is give him a call. Once again, the Tommy points don't matter. He's just a bit angrier with you if his score is low. He'll still happily fuck his mom with you, whether or not you fucked her together back in the apartment on day 5. In fact, there's actually a funny graphical error during this path. When Tommy walks into the changing booth and finds his mom on his knees, Chris Chan tells him, "Your mom's gonna jerk you off and you're gonna shut up and enjoy it," while the camera dramatically narrows onto his eyes. But if you wait long enough, the effect actually glitches, removing the slit and showing the layer underneath. Whoops. However, here's the kicker. All of this stuff in the changing room, it can still happen even if you never encounter Tommy or his mom. On a separate playthrough, I decided to completely ignore Tommy's mom on day 1. I told her I wasn't Chris Chan. I skipped the car handjob scene entirely. I also just fully ignored Tommy for the entire game. I never returned his calls, I never sold him drugs, nothing. This scene on day 7 played out completely normally, like Chris Chan had not only positively identified himself to Tommy's mom on day 1, but had also fooled around with her on days 1 and 5. The game just didn't check to see if Chris Chan and Tommy's mom actually knew each other on day 7. And this isn't the only relationship that breaks continuity if you don't interact with the game in the way it expects. Whether Chris Chan gets head in the alleyway from Sheila on day 2, or he just gives her the 50 for free, on day 7, she will always be down to be the third wheel at the Japanese spa. Aside from one line of change dialogue, nothing plays out differently. If you decide to ignore each of Aunt Eve's advances, you always have to do the 30-second quickie scene on day 6. Even if, in your story, you've shown no sexual interest in Eve whatsoever, on day 6 you always have to fuck her. And for each of these non-Barb love interests, Sheila, Eve, Tommy's mom, sex with them is all remarkably easy. With Barb, you have to manage her various relationship meters in order to unlock specific scenes at specific times. But for the other girls, if you tell them to fuck you, for the most part, they just fuck you. That's it. There's no managing resources, there's no deceptive dialogue dancing, they put out on demand, presumably because the game's actual focus is on Barb, and the others are frankly just filler content. I don't know who the additional character coming in version 1.05 is, or what's in the additional ending, but I can't imagine it breaking this mold. Editing Dev here, recording this after the script for this video has been finalized. It's the evening of June 22nd, around 10:45 PM in fact. And on a whim while editing the video, I decided to peek in on the Zerat Game subscribe star to see if there was any new information. And holy shit, 45 minutes ago they posted an update, but I can't see it. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I dropped them a tenner just to get access to the latest info. I hope you guys appreciate this. The leaked May 29th post about version 1.05 was accurate. No surprises there. Adding a new character, a few more renders, a new ending. Thanks for confirming it's not a pregnancy, fellows. But one part that wasn't in the leak was them confirming that they're working on another game, with that same No Mercy vibe, and that they weren't going to release the title because of all the eyes on them right now. The attached picture is of our guy Chris Chan, sitting on the couch with a new woman. So this could be one of the new patch 1.05 scenes, or it could be No Mercy 2. Who knows? Here's the other two posts of interest. On June 21st, that would be yesterday for me, they said that patch 1.05 will contain 6 new scenes in total, which is why it's taking longer than expected, and it'll be made available for free on zeratgames.com. And on June 22nd, today, the post that caught my attention, they said they're still doing proofreading and bug fixes, and that 2 of the scenes will be placed somewhere between episodes 3 and 5. Hopefully it's stuff to help smooth out the story. They also say that after all the drama, there's one thing they're doing they can't talk about yet, but it's also why the patch is taking longer to release. With any luck, this secret project is them returning to Steam. I can't believe I care this much about this piece of shit. The plot itself, or what exists of it, doesn't really work either. Days 1 and 2 are just purely linear spank bank material. There is really nothing going on here that is all that interesting, beyond the sex stuff, if you're into that. On day 3, the plot actually begins, with Dad laying the trap for Barb to fall into. But this thread never actually goes anywhere. Unless there's some scene or branch that I missed, we never actually discover the identity of the man that Barb cheats on Dad with at the start of the game. When Barb calls someone to help out with her money situation, it's always Aunt Eve. Dad's trap never actually springs, and he never returns to the narrative until the ending. The Lopez story is also entirely underdeveloped. Chris Chan discovers the dark family secret because Eve has a framed picture of her, Barb, and Lopez from 2005 on her coffee table, which Chris Chan has conveniently never seen before, despite Eve being a family member that he's surely visited over the years. Also, I know that Barb's keeping Lopez's murder a secret, but if he's a sore spot for her, surely at one point over the years she would ask Eve to not display the picture. Also, why is Eve even displaying it so prominently anyway? Your high school prom photos, where you and your sister look like you're prostitutes posing with your pimp, isn't exactly something to keep front and center, you know what I mean? Of course, the answer is obvious. The picture is out because Christian has to stumble upon it in order to set up the final reveal, that Barb's in an unhappy, abusive marriage with Dad because he threatened to frame her for Lopez's murder, since, miraculously, all the evidence was stacked against her. Okay, even if that's true, it's been nearly 20 years. Absolutely enough time for Barb to leave Dad of her own accord. That threat no longer hangs over her head. The physical evidence is gone. Also, what's the deal with Lopez anyway? The retired police officer says on day 7 that his files were all deleted from the archives, but it's never revealed why. Yeah, Barb and Dad covered it up and dumped his body into the river, even though it's clearly the lake from the present day, but whatever. But why did the cops delete everything on Lopez? Who was it that received that automated alert that Chris Chan downloaded the 2005 Barb photo at the end of day 5? That's never touched on again either. When Chris Chan says he needs to investigate Lopez but no one's talking, when did he even do that? His only interest in Lopez so far is just more blackmail ammo against Barb. From his point of view, there is no mystery. His mom just fucked an older guy in high school. So why does he even go to the police officer, whose scene is structured like Chris Chan is investigating some long-buried crime, while being hounded himself by some unknown adversary, which the game completely fails to actually set up? And, why does Lopez look like Chris Chan? Is it just a model reuse? Yeah, probably. But you and I both know, the game intends to imply that Dad got cucked by Lopez, that Lopez is actually Chris Chan's biological father, meaning that not only did Dad get cucked by Lopez in the past, but he also got cucked by Lopez from beyond the grave, when his son fucked his mom. Except the canon story has Barb as Chris Chan's stepmom, not his biological mother, meaning that Dad fucked another woman at some point and brought Chris Chan into his relationship with Barb. This means that Chris Chan's biological parents are not Barb and Lopez, but Dad and some unknown woman. The only way the Lopez is Chris Chan's dad thing actually works is if Lopez cucked Dad not only with Barb, but with the unknown woman as well. Listen, I know I'm sounding unhinged, but I've played like over a dozen hours of this piece of shit now, and I need to make some sense out of it.
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Beyond the problems with the plot, the quality of the writing is all over the place. Some scenes are clearly written by a person who knows English as a second language. Again, specifically a Russian or somewhere else in Eastern Europe. Stuff like referring to money in the plural is a telltale sign. Yeah, there might be 500 individual dollars, but an English speaker would refer to the total bundle of $500 as it, not them. There's also examples of slang being literally translated, like take a grip instead of get a grip, that sort of thing. And other times, the game uses internet or meme language. We've seen some of this already, like Eve calling Chris Chan a gooner, or Barb saying you're clapping my cheeks. But this stuff is all over the place. This is peak. My son is in the slow bus. You're a MILF burrito. And then there's writing that is just entirely inappropriate for the vibe the scene is going for. Like, for example, when Chris Chan successfully blackmails Barb into giving him head, using the Lopez photo, his reaction is to shout, woohoo! Or during the ending scene where Dad screams, you have cum on your face, Barb! Cum on your face! This game is far more funny than it is arousing, that's for sure. All in all, I don't recommend No Mercy. Not because I personally find its sexual content morally offensive. I do, but different strokes for different folks after all, quite literally this time. No, I don't recommend it because I don't think it's a good game. I understand that Zerat Games is a small team doing their best, but asset flips and poorly done renders are not all that impressive. The game introduces mechanics like perks and minigames without actually doing anything with them, and nothing actually carries over between days. Therefore, the vast majority of options are meaningless. In fact, I've got a hunch as to why the game is the way it is. Looking around online reveals that beta versions of No Mercy were posted to various porn game sites as far back as 2023, revealing the original episodic nature of the game. If you were playing No Mercy before version 1.0 hit Steam, your gameplay experience would have probably been something like playing a Telltale game before all the episodes were out yet. You play through the content that's currently available, you get a next time on Dragon Ball Z end cap, and then you wait for the next update, where your save file will continue where you left off. The game does increase in both complexity and quality as you move through the episodes, with days 1 and 2 being almost entirely linear and about 10 minutes long apiece, while days 5, 6, and 7 all have large non-linear segments to explore, items to collect, and money to manage. It really feels like Zerat Games was learning how to make the type of game they wanted to make while they were in the process of making it, which probably also explains why the Lopez plot doesn't even start up until halfway through the story. Maybe, in the future, Zerat Games can use what they've learned here to make an actual good video game. Porn or not. After all, everyone's got to start somewhere, and I respect the fact that this is their first outing. But real talk, the only reason people know about this game is because of all the controversy that Collective Shout drummed up around it. It's certainly not due to the game's quality. Alright, so at this point, we know what's in the No Mercy game. I don't know if we're better off for it, but we have the knowledge, and with it, let's take a second look at how this whole story unfolded. Do you recall how, on Zerat Games' announcement post, declaring they were taking No Mercy off of Steam, they mentioned that internet content creators played a role in their downfall? That nobody would ever even know about them if it weren't for these guys raising an uproar about the game? This seems to be true. A big reason the cancelling event kicked off outside of Collective Shout's bubble is due to various TikTokers posting videos about No Mercy. So let's check them out and see if their views of the game actually lines up with what the game is in reality.
You're gonna see me upset in this video, but I do not care. I am fucking sick. There is a game going around, going viral right now.
This is the first one that really blew up, and I hope you immediately noticed the initial mistake. Yeah, that No Mercy image she used, that's not the game we just played, unless we missed the scenes with dwarves, orcs, and spirit women.
With the core objective to gang rape women, men gang raping women, and the more you gang rape, you get more points.
I guess that's true if you really fucking stretch it. You do get points in the various relationship meters based on your dialogue choices. But how she's using the term points here conjures up images of arcade games, high scores, where the goal of the game is to get as many points as possible. The goal of No Mercy, or any other visual novel like it, isn't some unidirectional thing like this, where more points equals more good. For some playthroughs, you might want less points in some relationships. She's characterizing the game this way for maximum moral and emotional impact.
I already know I'm gonna get spat for crying. Listen, ask me if I care. Ask me again if I care. Sorry that I actually have empathy for my fellow women of this godforsaken planet. We do not deserve this shit. And the thing that's fucked up is that this is not some crazy game that you have to go searching for. This is literally on Steam. You can find it right now on Steam. So any gamer or anyone of that nature who has a Steam Deck or has access to Steam is able to get a hold of something this destructive.
Oh my god, you can tell she's a normie because her mind immediately went to Steam Deck and not PC. Fucking kill me, dude.
I don't understand how anyone is able to ever even conceptualize giving birth in this planet when this is the type of people we have to share the world with. In the UK, just a couple weeks ago, for example, that we had a case where schoolboys a girl around the school premises, and now I am just wondering, did they have a hand to play in this game?
Yes, because it's No Mercy that made those boys in the UK do whatever it is you're talking about. That's what happened, totally. It was a game that nobody even fucking knew existed before this controversy, despite being online for over a year now. That's what caused this rape case in the UK. Hey, just out of curiosity, what was the religion of these boys? Is that something you might want to talk about? If we're going to talk about the values that people hold that might make heinous acts permissible, surely talking about their religion makes just as much sense as their consumption habits. Especially if you're bringing up a video game they probably never played. Right? No? You're not going to mention it? Okay.
Because there are over 130 million users that actively play this flipping shit. Waking up to this when I've just posted the petition in my bio for Kwekwe, justice for Kwekwe, the 7-year-old in South Africa who was great in school.
Hold that thought on the 130 million, we'll get to it later. But first off, what the fuck does any of this shit have to do with No Mercy? Are you just bringing in random stories now?
I hate this planet. Get me off. Get me off. Do not ask me as to why I don't want children. Do not ever ask me that question with your brown, stinky, smelly tongue ever again.
What the? Brown tongue? How many ass eaters do you know, lady? Is brown tongue an insult in wherever this chick is from? I don't know, man. These TikTokers exist in another realm of insanity than what I'm used to.
Stop trying to tell me that grape culture does not exist in 2025, or that it is some made-up theory by extremist feminists just to get attention.
Here's another guy making the same mistake. That's not the same No Mercy, bro. In Zerat Games' post, they mentioned another game that got hit in the crossfire. I assume they're talking about this one. I went and dug it up, and it turns out it's not even a game. It's a Steam Workshop mod for Torchlight 2 titled No Mercy from 2014. It's not even a porn mod, it just happens to share the same name. Despite this image being used in a lot of these TikToks, the guy who made this mod appears to have come out of it unnoticed, thankfully.
This right here is a game that is fully accessible to your 12-year-old boy or girl.
If we're gonna, do a list of all the things that TikTokers got wrong about No Mercy, we should probably start with this one. This game is on the adult side of Steam, not intended for anybody under 18. Plus, Steam requires its users to be 13 years old to even have an account. The only reason these people keep saying 12 years old is because Collective Shout put it in their headline. It's not true.
And within this game, there is a part where you get points for graping individuals in a gang format. Yes, you heard that fucking right.
Okay, that previous mistake, the 12 years old thing, that wasn't the first one. This guy's also repeated the you get points for gang rape nonsense too. And he also made the wrong No Mercy mistake as well. Alright, the current TikTok falsehoods list looks like this. 1. Wrong No Mercy was used. 2, you get points for rape isn't quite true. 3, no, it's not targeting your 12-year-olds. What's next?
And this isn't some dark little shadowy game that you have to go and search for. You can download this on Steam. This has, and they brag, 130 million users. And this is just okay.
Whoa, 130 million users! Where the fuck did that number come from? Considering the game sold for something like $10 American, do you really think Zerat Games is sitting on $1.3 billion, you fucking meathead? Here's the Steam DB entry for No Mercy. There's currently 6 people playing it. Hey, it's still better than Concord. Here's the player count history. It launched in late March, peaked at 300 players, then dropped off. Pretty normal. When the cancelling started, it peaked again at 400 players, and then when it was pulled off Steam, it rapidly declined. Now only those who previously purchased it can play it. It's got a few hundred reviews, and the estimates for sales are between 9,000 and 18,000 copies. So the claim that 130 million people played this fucking game is completely false. Oh, the 130 million users thing is the number of monthly active users of the entire Steam service as of 2021, not the number of people playing No Mercy. Man, you know, you should avoid using numbers in this way, buddy. It almost sounds like you're a dishonest fucking asshat.
Now I am going to put the link in the bottom for the petition, so this game will be removed as soon as possible. But the fact that some creepy little merchant has sat there in a room somewhere and created this game tells you all you need to know.
It's never gonna not amaze me to see progressives use the same arguments denigrating nerds and gamers that tradcons use.
So, who's behind Zerat Games? Who's behind that game? Who's the developer? Somebody knows. Out with it. I'm usually not for the DOX, but I am willing to make an exception this time. We need to know who the fuck that is.
I'm not usually willing to dox people, but I'm willing to do it when it's someone I really don't like. Bro, imagine being this pissed off at a Steam porn game with content you personally don't agree with.
And another thing, I don't want to hear y'all talk about the harm that the existence of the industry that I work in causes. I don't want to hear a thing about it. I want to hear who the fuck is behind that game.
What, do you work in porn or something? You know, I also have lines I don't usually cross. Just like how you don't usually ask for docs, I generally don't make fun of people's appearances. But since we are making exceptions today, I cannot imagine the market for the drunk wine ant fetish is all that large.
Somebody knows. Let us know. The people deserve to know.
Yeah, I get it, it's a rape game, rape bad, we all agree. But what do you want done to this guy for the high crime of making a rape game? He didn't rape anybody himself, as far as we know. Should he lose his job? Should he get attacked in the street? What kind of social blowback is appropriate here? If he can't work and he can't go outside, his only option will be to stay inside and make money online, probably making more rape games.
If you care about the safety of the gaming community, specifically women in the gaming community, please stay tuned for this video. There is a game called No Mercy that is on Steam, was on Steam, I'm pretty sure it was just pulled today, and it actually promotes and allows users and players to engage in essay in the game.
Not gonna lie, I laughed a bit at the auto subtitles changing the short form of sexual assault, SA, to the word essay, like a paper you write. But the way she's talking about No Mercy is almost like she thinks it's an online game, where people are logging into a server and virtually raping each other or something.
The graphics are so good, this attack is eerily realistic.
I'm gonna put a screenshot of some of the other things that are in this game because I literally can't talk about them in this video because they're so abhorrent and disgusting, and this video will get taken down. We're talking non-con and many other horrible examples of essay that are just completely demoralizing. It's pretty appalling that this was even allowed to be on Steam to begin with. And not only are the developers defending the game after it has raised so much controversy, they have made various statements publicly supporting it.
How dare you defend yourself after many people on the internet are mad at you? How dare you support your own position?
This is a literal statement from the developer. In quotes, I fully understand that for many people such things may be disgusting, but during SE, people should really do what they want as long as they don't harm anyone. What? And then they say, if after reading our statement you still believe that such a game should not have been created, we do sincerely apologize to you. At the same time, we would like you to be a bit more open to human fetishes that don't harm anyone, even though they may seem disgusting to you. This is still just a game, and although many people are trying to make it into something more, it remains and will continue to be a game. This is absolutely disgusting, and you were better off not making a statement at all. Absolutely unacceptable.
Her entire argument is, I'm disgusted. Well, okay, but you're not actually replying to anything that Zerat Games said. People are, and should be, free to enjoy fetishes that you personally find disgusting. This person's made multiple videos on No Mercy. Maybe in the next one she'll have better arguments beyond whining, I'm disgusted, over and over.
Update on the No Mercy game that allows you to essay your own mother and essay and rape women. It was removed from Steam, but I did do some research, and it looks like the developer of this game is called Zerat Games. I'll put the spelling right here. Now, I did try to find their website. I found a URL link that was a spotlight feature, and I'll put a screenshot right here.
Your auto green screen thing failed. I can see a bit of the cutout, but yeah. This is why you shouldn't trust the apps and filters that do this shit, man. Make it yourself. Also, look at that caption. TikTok, do your thing. I hate these fucking cancel pigs.
I clicked on it and it said that the URL was down. I'm assuming that they shut down their website because of all of the negative attention. I couldn't find any other information on the developers or their names.
Yeah, this is the second person so far who wants to find out who Zerat Games actually is in real life. And they're not the last one. I don't know about you, but personally, I never thought it was acceptable to harass someone in real life over the smutty fiction they create. But I guess I actually have real morals and not just performative TikTok bullshit.
I do want to call attention to something that I found problematic. I saw a lot of comments on my videos saying that Steam doesn't regulate and monitor these games and it's not their fault. They shouldn't be being blamed. My response to that is, if they're not monitoring them, then clearly that's not working out and maybe they should fucking start. I don't know. Like, are you fucking serious? If these types of games are being uploaded to Steam and available for people to consume, then we clearly need to have some type of regulation.
Okay, she finally has a position we can talk about. Should Steam platform No Mercy? In my opinion, if Steam's gonna platform pornography at all, then it should platform No Mercy, even if it appeals to fetishes and subcultures that normies find to be immoral. Now, should Steam be platforming pornography in general? Probably not, actually. There's a reason that we have YouTube for non-pornographic streaming video, and Pornhub for pornographic streaming video. I have no problem with there being a porn-only version of Steam, where it's its own site and application, while Steam remains porn-free. That's probably better than the current state of affairs, in fact. But I have a feeling that this lady's argument is more about being specifically offended by No Mercy's content, and she would probably want it taken off the hypothetical porn-only Steam as well.
I'm scrolling on TikTok. This really just came to my head, bro. I don't do TikTok. And you know what I'm saying? I'm late to every trend, I'm late to every news feed, you know what I'm saying? Because that's just how it is, bro. I don't really scroll on TikTok like that. But now that I'm finally caught up to something, it's the worst thing to be caught up on. I swear to you, bro. Like, I literally get tuned in on the worst thing to get tuned in on. And it's called No Mercy, bro. I don't know if y'all heard of the game, bro. But that game is actually war crimes, like, criminal, bro. When there's kids turn adults, lock them up too, bro, just because, bro. Make sure generations of their family are in prison, bro, because that game is insane, bro.
I can only hope that this guy's being comedically hyperbolic, because what the fuck? No, we shouldn't be locking up the family members of Zerat Games. No, No Mercy isn't a war crime. Well, maybe against visual novels. But he repeats the same talking point about getting points for raping girls.
What do you mean you get points for SAing a girl, bro? This is getting out of hand. Like, bro, I don't know what to say anymore, bro.
What you'll notice as we go through these is that the most untrue parts of the outrage get repeatedly amplified by these TikTokers, showing us why those mainstream outlets had such a warped view of what No Mercy actually is.
A game called No Mercy, featuring themes of inappropriate, was quietly released on—
Oh my god, this one's AI generated, fuck you.
There's a game that came out recently on Steam called No Mercy, and it's literally just about assaulting women. It says in the synopsis it has aggressive depictions of women.
Maybe I just don't get TikTok culture, but bro, it seems like every 3 months or so, there's one music track that every fucking short uses. And this person's like a year behind on the rotation.
In this game, you are allowed to have sex with, or intimate relations with, everybody. Your own mother, your own aunt, best friend's mother.
I mean, at this point, you're not even saying rape. The way you're talking about it is like you're complaining about consensual sex.
The goal of the game, apparently, is to not leave any woman without sexual relations.
How many times do I have to tell you I have a boyfriend?
Well, you look like the kind of girl that could use two. Oh.
Because you found out when you were younger that your stepmom cheated on your dad and he left you. And so the first part of the game is literally learning how to dominate your own stepmother. And then you go around and you dominate every woman because that's all that women want.
I guess that's what the game is about, if you only ever heard the plot from viral tweets.
We need to find out who developed this crap. And then, like, blacklist that entire company. Because this game, though not on Steam, if it gets taken off of Steam, because it probably will because I've seen so much crap about it recently, they will make other crap. They will maybe post this game somewhere else. Like, it's just a downloadable file. They can, like, post on a Patreon or some crap like that.
Passing over yet another call for doxing real quick. What exactly do you want done to Zerat Games here? You say blacklist them, but how? Do you want Steam to never feature their games again? Do you want other sites to not host them? I mean, that won't stop them. Subscribestar doesn't give a shit already, so that's out the window. Do you want the cops to raid their house and take their PC away? In violation of their human rights? Like, what exactly is your prescription here? This is all just a bunch of impotent whining from sexual Puritans.
You know, I'm not even shocked that a game like this exists. There are a lot of sick out there, but I am absolutely appalled that Steam would allow this game on their platform. And rather than direct you to change.org or some other petition, I would direct you to this game's Steam page directly. You may need to turn off safe search settings, but after you do, go and look up No Mercy and then go to the store page and click on the flag here to report the game.
Bro had to turn off Steam's safety features to even fucking see it. Why not just leave those features on and continue with your life? This one's just a giant leftist meme over some copyrighted music. So I guess we're expected to let this loop and read it all? Fine, fuck it. There's a new Steam game called No Mercy about trying to grape as many women as possible, and that includes your own... Women don't want to worry about if you're actually a good guy or just a small-dicked incel who hates us because you wish you could actually be us? Jesus Christ, the trans community is catching strays here. Is this what the millennial rad femme Karen wine ant view of trans women is? That they're incels who transition out of jealousy?
So there's a video game that popped up on my FYP called No Mercy, and I opened up the page and I want to talk about everything that's on here that's absolutely disgusting. So for context, this video game is about your main character subduing women. It's a 3D choice-driven adult visual novel where its focus is on incense, if you get what I mean, and male domination. I saw the trailer for the video game.
Okay, has anyone else noticed how this guy is literally leaning in to click with his mouse every 20 seconds to cut his own take? Like, bro, do you just not know how to use any kind of non-linear editing software whatsoever? Record your rant and then chop it up in post. It's not that fucking hard.
I saw the trailer for the video game, and it literally looks like those terrible fucking corn AI commercials that you would see if you're on a corn site. Like that 3D bullshit, right? Like that's literally all it is, and that's sad that people are into that shit, right?
I mean, that's true, yeah, the graphics aren't great. But why do you call it sad? Like, what makes it sad that people are into 3D pornography? I mean, sadder than being into porn in general. There's always a level of sad there if a lonely guy can't get a GF and spends his days gooning away, whether it's to real porn or drawn porn or AI porn or whatever. But there was absolutely a view held by normies back when I was in high school and college, that any form of porn that wasn't just pictures or videos of real people, like drawn porn or literary porn or whatever, that it was only the sad weirdos who actually liked that stuff. I thought that would have been an attitude that we left behind as society becomes more sexually accepting, but I guess not.
This game graphically contains intimacy and violence, mature language, nudity, graphic depictions of intimacy from above to the bottom, and other intimate activities. This game content includes incense, blackmail, unavoidable non-consensual intimacy, as well as the use of drugs, alcohol, and cigarettes.
God, I fucking hate this trend of self-censorship. Incense for incest, grape for rape. I've even heard schmex for sex, believe it or not. Why are you all a bunch of overgrown children?
They made it clear that it's a work of fiction. It's not tied to reality or whatever, but doesn't take away how disturbing this game is.
This is just him reading off the description of the game, which you've seen many times now, so I'll fast forward through it.
Now here's the thing, y'all, like, this is disgusting. Like, I'm sorry, this is absolutely fucking disgusting. Like, I know that I'm someone that loves horror films. I know that I'm someone that loves horror movies and horror video games especially, and the gratuitous nature that is presented in horror movies, but I have a right and choice to say that gratuitous nature of SA towards anybody, especially women and children, is fucking disgusting. And the fact that someone made a video game where you are doing this to women, especially your own mother in the video game, is fucking disgusting.
This is an even worse version of the "it's disgusting" argument the one lady made earlier, because this guy is apparently a horror aficionado, and he still thinks that being disgusted is an argument. He even admits one of the core pillars of horror as a genre is to induce disgust. This guy reminds me of that one lame bread tuber who tried desperately to cancel Wendigoon like a year ago because he believed that horror movies were inherently leftist or some shit. Look at this fucking loser's face. This is the face of a guy who knows he's contradicting himself and just doesn't care.
The developer and publisher is Zerat Video Games, and yeah, more than likely they're either an incel or they're someone that thinks that they're a red pill fantasy and they wanted to make a red pill fantasy, because this is fucking disgusting. There's very positive reviews, 174 of all of them. I just want to let y'all know that this is a video game that's already been banned in Germany, and I honestly think that this is one of those video games that really, really needs some attention to criticize and attention to take down, because this is disgusting.
Hey, guess what, dude? Even if No Mercy isn't on Steam, there will be people out there who fantasize about rape in their own heads as well. I guess we order lobotomies for everyone.
Bro, what the fuck is this? Like, who the fuck made that? Who? And why is it being allowed to be sold?
Bro, it looks like you've been fapping a bit too much yourself.
I thought this shit was fake. What do you mean it's real? No Mercy is a 3D choice-driven adult visual novel with a huge focus on inherent and male, can I even say that on this app? That one Pantera song.
It's domination. You can say the word domination on the internet.
After your mother's affair shatters your family, you take on a new role, not to fix what's broken, but to claim it for yourself, unveil her deepest secrets, subdue her, and make all women yours. What? No Mercy, including I just don't want the video to get taken down. I'm sorry. Unavoidable.
Bro, just say the words. You sound like a fucking clown.
According to its Steam page, which also promised players the opportunity to become every woman's worst nightmare and never take no for an answer. Now, the part, I mean, this is already batshit insane, right? But the part that's like sending me is the fact that, listen, it was removed from sale in Canada and Australia, right? And it was pulled from Steam entirely. Of course, like no shit. But then it defended the content as harmless. What? I just hope no kids played this.
Yeah, where's the harm? Seriously, we already agree no kids should be playing porn games. But for the adult audience, where's the harm? No real woman was raped during the creation of No Mercy, you know? Point at the individual who was harmed. Hell, if you want to do the violence causes school shootings thing, okay. Point at the rapist who had this game in his Steam library. Give me something here, dude.
If anyone was even remotely interested in this shit, there's not even help to give. Just Old Yeller. You just need to you'll be taken out the back like Old Yeller.
Holy fuck, so we should kill people who played this game? Shit, guys, I gotta put some cameras up.
Example of why women will choose the bear over a man is that there is a game being pulled from Steam that's being defended by the developers that is a grape and infest game.
Just out of curiosity, if the bear was playing a video game simulating bears eating women, would you still choose the bear?
Nothing surprises me about certain men anymore, especially with the world we live in now. It is destined to drag itself straight.
Turn off the fucking TV before you make a video. How the fuck did you watch this back and think, yep, this is what I'm uploading?
Trigger warning for SA and Grape. I'm not really going to talk about these stories. I'm just going to tell you about a game that apparently is on Steam called No Mercy, where you can SA and grape women in this game. In fact, that is the main objective of the game. The game was made by a company called Zerat Games. It's on Steam, and they have allowed this. This isn't the first time. This isn't the first time a game like this has been on Steam. And the fact that there isn't a investigation into this shit is very telling.
What do you want investigated? Someone's free speech rights being used to create sexual content that you don't like? You know that a thing can be illegal while artistic depictions of it are legal, right? How else do you think that rape or murder or robbery or whatever else can be in movies and TV shows?
I signed a petition. There was a petition on change.org. I've already signed it, and I'm also going to go to the page on Steam. I would recommend that you sign the petition and go to Steam. Go to the page on Steam. You may have to disable your safe search settings on Steam to find it.
Another guy who had to disable his safety filters in order to be offended by unsafe content.
There is no reason why a game like that should be available. And the fact that there are 130 million users of that game, which doesn't surprise me.
Another guy who pretends that Steam's total user base is the same as the number of people who played No Mercy.
And I am just betting that shit was made by some incel who was just pissed off that he can't get any woman to allow him to touch them.
Another guy who says you have to be an incel to like or make this content. Come on, dude. If you use the picture of the wrong No Mercy game too, we get a hat trick.
The game is $17.99 on Steam, and there's 130 million users of that game. That shit is disgusting.
Wow, this guy actually believes Zerat Games is a billionaire. What a fucking retard.
I ain't gonna lie, if you buying that game that everyone's talking about right now, I think it's called No Mercy or some shit. If you're buying that, please stay away from me, any woman in my life. Literally just stay away from women, period. You need to be on a list, you need to be in jail, you need to be thrown into the deepest pits of hell. There's no reason you should be playing that game. What is wrong with you, fam? That shit is freaked out. You too going down, you past going. You're unsavable, my nigga. You need to go to jail, you need to go to hell, my nigga. You gotta get out of here. You need to be banished from eternity. There's no reason that game should be in your Steam library, bro. If I see that shit in your Steam library, I'm kicking your PC, bro. I'm eating your PC, I'm devouring that shit, and you never gonna see your fucking graphic card ever again. I swear to God, y'all are weird, bro. What is going on with the world? Y'all niggas freaked out.
Alright, this one's pretty funny. I'm giving this guy a pass.
I read some of the reviews for the game too. One person said that they played it to give it some due diligence. Just to see for themselves if it was really that bad. And yeah, it was that bad.
Having also played it myself for due diligence, with all of you guys having come along for the ride too, well, it was a bad game, I'll give you that. But the game's marketing really made it sound like there was a lot more raping than was actually going down, which, by the way, Zerat Games also pointed out in their statement, and on their website, that they deliberately exaggerated the contents of the game for marketing purposes.
I can't even show you my monitor right now because I'm looking at the game right now on Steam, and if I turn my camera around, I would get a violation. And y'all still say that culture is not real? Shit like this is available for people, including children, to play, and rape culture's not real?
I'd start a counter for how many times one of these people claimed that kids are playing No Mercy, but that'd be a lot of work, and I'm too lazy.
This is a game where you can simulate, this is a game where you get to women, including the character's mother. And rape culture's not real? No, it's just some made up shit that, you know, women, because us women, we love to make shit up. It's not true.
I mean, women are human. You are capable of lying. You do have impure influences and impulses. What is this holier-than-thou attitude? Like no one's ever been falsely accused of anything before. Hey, look, what's that on your screen right now? Is it a link to a giant breakdown video of a high-profile YouTuber who was falsely accused by multiple women?
Hey guys, I just wanted to drop in my 2 cents about this horrendous game. I went on Steam and I wanted to see what the creators were saying, and they left this really interesting response that just demonstrates the kind of people that they are. You can read it for yourself. I don't have words to respond to that letter.
What do you mean you have no words? Didn't you literally want to give us your 2 cents? I guess you're giving us 0 cents.
That open letter is victim blaming, basically gaslighting, Freudian slips, kind of revealing their true intentions in the game.
We've checked out the letter in this video multiple times now. It's none of those things. No victim was blamed. No gas was lit. Do you even understand the words you're saying?
It's just really wild to me. We're having this conversation in 2025. I don't have words.
Yeah, we are having the conversation regarding the boundary between fiction and reality in 2025. Just like how we had it in 2015 with Gamergate. Just like how we had it in 2005 with REUPLOAD. Just like how we had it in 1995 with Mortal Kombat. Just like how we had it in 85 with Dungeons & Dragons. And in 75 with rock and metal music. And in 65 with hippies and the Beatles. Fuck you and your moral panic. Content you don't like, even if it's pornographic, is not worthy of censorship solely because you disapprove. Boy, I bet you didn't expect a bonus TikTok Tuesday episode inside of this giant video essay, eh? Well, Dev delivers. Even though, yeah, a lot of these are kinda repetitive. I'm sure you get the gist of the quality of the arguments being made by now. I didn't go over all the creators I wanted to cover in this segment, but this video is already on track to be my longest project ever, and there's probably some human rights law somewhere about subjecting my audience to this much stupidity all at once. In my opinion, it's pretty clear at this point that Zerat Games got cancelled, not solely due to Collective Shout and their circle of activists, but also because progressive Zoomers on TikTok jumped on the bandwagon. They were extremely offended at No Mercy's existence, and they wanted Steam to take it down. They exaggerated its impact, they exaggerated the actual content of the game, they were outright mistaken at some points, and a few of them just blatantly lied. But these random hot take TikTokers weren't the only ones peddling misinformation about No Mercy. If we want to really understand what's going on here, we've got to check out the people who gave more substantive critiques. As that list of false No Mercy talking points traveled along the grapevine, they transformed, becoming more extreme with each retelling. For example, the "your 12-year-old is playing No Mercy" nonsense got twisted around to the point that some people actually believed the game itself was rated as appropriate for 12-year-olds, which obviously isn't true. Meanwhile, on the website feminist.co, their article made the claim that No Mercy features a violent and disturbing storyline in which players rape a woman, get her pregnant, and murder her along with her newborn baby. Now, you've seen pretty much all the stuff that I've seen. Yeah, I censored the nudity, but you know every branching path and every plot point that I do. I don't know about you, but I don't recall a plot where you rape a woman, get her pregnant, and then fucking murder her and her newborn, especially since the game takes place over the course of 1 week. That's the fastest pregnancy in history.
Hey, can you point me in the direction of...
Bro needs directions.
After the claim of impregnation and murder was published in this article, it was repeated on other sites and in other discussions around the internet. But where did it even come from? It turns out it came from this Twitter thread underneath Collective Shout's initial victory post. In response to several feminist activists clamoring to continue the fight against Zerat Games, this guy here, Jonas, said, "Hatred got pulled once, it got back on Steam. I played that spree shooter, hence it offended people because it was a spree-killing game. Again, fiction, and video games don't cause nor increase violence. There's no study to support those claims." He was replied to by the account Here Be Dragons, who said, "Funny, no one brought up spree-killing games. I go off on killing sprees in Red Dead Online. It's not the same thing. Shooting sprees in games are commonplace and no one cares. Raping is a completely different crime." Jonas replied with, "That is the beauty of being a game developer. It is fictional, no matter what the game is. There is a game called Succubus, where you run around hell and rip the dicks off of men and beat pregnant women to death with their baby for health. I love that game. It's fun ultra-violence." The co-director of Collective Shout saw this tweet and replied to it with, "Beating pregnant women to death with their baby. Sounds like a right laugh." I mean, yeah, it does. Gratuitous, over-the-top violence is obviously not for kids, but it can be utilized for comedic purposes when it's absolutely absurd like this. By the way, I checked out that Succubus game, and oh boy, it is all that this Jonas guy said it was and more. Beating a pregnant woman to death with her own baby is one of the tamer things that game does.
What the fuck is that?
The point is, though, the claim that No Mercy contains this event, it came from this thread, from early on in the drama. Muckrakers scraped up this point. They failed to recognize they're talking about a completely different game. They put it in their articles, and now it's propagated around so much that people do actually believe No Mercy features a scene where a woman is beat to death with her own newborn baby. It's not hard to understand why people disapprove of No Mercy, considering its actual content. But why do they disapprove of it so much that they're willing to believe anything that anyone says about the game as long as it's negative? Why did so many people descend into irrationality, where the only thing that mattered was virtue signaling? Well, it's because the situation surrounding No Mercy rapidly became a moral panic. And most of you probably know what moral panics are, at least to some extent, but let's actually figure out how they operate. A moral panic is defined as a widespread feeling of fear that some evil person or thing threatens the values, interests, or well-being of a community or society. The first moral panic that I can personally recall, though I was quite young when it kicked off, is once again the congressional hearing on violent video games, mainly Mortal Kombat and its blood effects. But history is full of moral panics. The video game ones are annoying, but not really all that high stakes, in comparison to some of the biggest moral panics, like witch burning, for example. The term moral panic began its modern use in the work of the British sociologist Stanley Cohen, who developed the idea in his 1967 PhD thesis, which he expanded on in his 1972 book, Folk Devils and Moral Panics. It was Cohen's view that when new subcultures began to appear in society, especially among children or young adults, some of the older people begin to view them as a threat to the prevailing social order and cultural values. Cohen used the UK's mod subculture of the 1950s and rocker subculture of the 1960s as his primary examples, but his framework applies to basically any subculture. In this framework, the people who push moral panics are known as moral entrepreneurs. They view themselves as performing a necessary social duty by policing the behavior of those they find deviant, and peddling an internally consistent moral framework to otherwise disinterested third parties. The targets of the moral panic are known as folk devils, because regardless of whether they're actually harmless or not, the stories of their supposed harms are repeatedly retold and amplified, behaving much like a folktale. The progression of Cohen's moral panic follows 5 steps. Step 1. Moral entrepreneurs identify an event, a condition, a person, or a group that they perceive to be a threat to society's values. Step 2. The nature of the threat is amplified by those with megaphones, usually the media, who tend to present the threat in a simplified manner, in order to make it maximally transmittable. Those with megaphones either genuinely believe the moral framework they're peddling, or they go along with the demands of the moral entrepreneurs because they don't want a loud enemy tarnishing their image. Step 3. A sense of social anxiety is raised among general members of the public, who are exposed to the amplified and simplified version of the threat. Step 4. The moral entrepreneurs, who tout their expertise on the issue, develop a diagnosis and cure to the problem. They present this solution to the authorities, usually the police and politicians. This may lead to a new law or rule being passed, even if it's entirely symbolic or ineffectual. Step 5. Because the general public perceives that something's been done to fix the problem, even if that something is actually nothing, the social anxiety dissipates. At this point, the actual subculture can disappear, it can be driven further underground, it can even itself become amplified or normalized. What actually happens to the subculture doesn't matter in ending the moral panic. The only thing that matters is that people's fears are soothed, and there is an appearance that those in charge have solved the crisis.
People of Springfield, because of the epidemic, I have cancelled my vacation to the Bahamas. I shall not leave the city. Hey, you! Get that steel drum out of the mayor's office.
Sorry, Mon. It's blatantly obvious that this is what happened during the No Mercy canceling event. Step 1. The moral entrepreneur Collective Shout identified a problem in No Mercy. 2. Social media and TikTok amplified the problem. 3. Random commenters began to display social anxiety. Step 4 is a little bit fuzzier. Zerat Games did take No Mercy off of Steam themselves, which the activists recontextualized as a win for them by claiming that Steam, the authority in this case, capitulated to their demands. And 5, even though No Mercy still exists on the internet, and there are many other games like it still on Steam, because there was a visible change, Collective Shout claimed victory and the social anxiety dissipated. It's important to understand how moral panics work, because oftentimes, the targets of one don't actually cause the problems that it's claimed are their responsibility. Sometimes they do, but even then, most of the time, their contribution is usually overblown. The actual problems that a subculture can cause or not cause is unrelated to how a moral panic unfolds, and a moral panic rarely solves any actual problems that may exist as a result of the subculture. The only purpose a moral panic serves is to make people feel good about themselves. This applies to the moral panic that traditionalists are currently kicking up about gay and trans people, it applies to the moral panic that progressives are currently kicking up about incels and lonely men, and it applies to stuff like No Mercy. There is no guarantee in any of these cases that the analysis of the moral entrepreneurs is actually correct, or that their proposed solutions will help anything. All of their efforts are simply oriented towards doing something, anything, and then feeling good and patting themselves in the back for it, regardless of any actual outcome.
I won!
With our new understanding of how moral panics work, let's analyze some segments of a feminist podcast that discuss No Mercy, so we can see for ourselves how they make all of those moral panic missteps in their reasoning. One of the most prominent feminist voices outside of the Collective Shout network to talk about No Mercy was the radical feminist Imani Forrester, author of 30 Reasons Why Men Deserve Nothing. This book is incredibly toxic, by the way. It's legitimate man-hating garbage. We're talking like, you know, the trashy way that red pillars treat women? This is women doing their version of it to men. Simplifications, generalizations, lying, gaslighting, painting all men with the brush of the worst ones, and if you complain about it, you're one of the bad ones. All of the classic abuser tactics. Anyway, get ready for cringe, guys.
If you haven't already heard, a video game called No Mercy was released on Steam, and it's basically a simulation of sexual violence.
Oh my god, she actually said schmex. I was joking before. Also, yes, the visual component of her show is literally just the cover of her book. I guess publishing that is the only important thing she ever did, because she's really holding on to it. It's all over her YouTube page.
You play as a male protagonist who, quote-unquote, is taking revenge on women, hunting them down to dominate them through SA. That's the premise, that's the game. Mind you, Steam is a platform that is accessible to children as young as 12 years old.
So, right off the bat, this is the same "you're 12-year-old" bullshit, but also the description of the game gets a bit more removed from reality every time we hear it, eh? Now you're hunting down women, like you're some deranged giga-rapist running down the street. You know, I didn't see any of these feminists cause a stink when a game like that actually came out.
It's not shocking that a game like this exists. In 2025, the culture that we're living in right now allowed for it to get this far. Misogyny has been on the rise, red pill ideology is everywhere, incel culture is louder than ever, and when you look at the media landscape, especially the kinds of games that are being produced and promoted, it becomes clear that this is part of something much bigger. Again, I'll point you back to the video that I made the other day about the true purpose of the incel movement, and how in the modern era, incel and red pill content is being deliberately used to radicalize males, especially against women. So this disgusting game is just another moving part of the normalization of hatred towards women, the gamification of violence, and the way that media is being used as a tool to desensitize and program.
Alright, so her hypothesis here is that No Mercy is one data point in a very large trend of the wider culture, purposefully mind-raping men into hating and abusing women in service of some right-wing agenda. That is an explanation that a radical feminist ideologue would believe, and I'm even willing to admit that it probably happens some of the time, but I don't think it's happening this time. As to why? Well, that's something I'll explain later in the video. And yes, I know I've blue-balled you with that excuse multiple times today. Don't worry, it's all coming together in the end.
We looked for studies that could speak to the correlation between violent video games and real-world violence, or desensitization to violence. What we found instead was denial, downplaying, deflection, gaslight after gaslight, and research swearing that there's no connection.
Whoa, wait. Did you hear that? Here, I'll play it again.
What we found instead was denial, downplaying, deflection, gaslight after gaslight, and research swearing that there's no connection.
Yeah, dude, you went looking for research that proves violent video games cause violence in real life, and you found denials, deflection, gaslighting, and research proving that violent video games don't cause violence in real life. One of these things is not like the other, retard. Perhaps it's time to understand that if people disprove your position, that's not a sign that they're corrupt and you're actually still correct.
Make it make sense. Imani had to look for parallel studies about violent media in general, that is TV, film, etc., and those studies confirmed what we already knew. Watching violent media has always been shown to reduce empathy, increase aggression, and foster antisocial behavior. So I'm going to read part of this article really quick. Violence in the media, psychologists study potential harmful effects. Early research on the effects of viewing violence on TV, especially among children, found a desensitizing effect and the potential for aggression. Is the same true for those who play violent video games? This was created in 2013. So, television and video violence. Virtually since the dawn of television, parents, teachers, legislators, and mental health professionals have wanted to understand the impact of television programs, particularly on children. Of special concern has been the portrayal of violence, particularly given psychologist Albert Bandura's work in the 1970s on social learning and the tendency of children to imitate what they see. As a result of 15 years of consistently disturbing findings about the violent content of children's programs, the Surgeon General's Scientific Advisory Committee on Television and Social Behavior was formed in 1969 to assess the impact of violence on the attitudes, values, and behaviors of viewers. The resulting report and a follow-up report in 1982 by the National Institute of Mental Health identified these major effects of seeing violence on television. So children may become less sensitive to the pain and suffering of others. Children may become more fearful of the world around them. Children may be more likely to behave in aggressive or harmful ways towards others. Research by psychologists L. Raoul Huseman and Leonard Aron and others starting in the 1980s found that children who watched many hours of violence on television when they were in elementary school tended to show higher levels of aggressive behavior when they became teenagers. By observing these participants into adulthood, Huseman and Aron found that the ones who'd watched a lot of TV violence when they were 8 years old were more likely to be arrested and prosecuted for criminal acts as adults. Interestingly, being aggressive as a child did not predict watching more violent TV as a teenager, suggesting that TV watching could be a cause rather than a consequence of aggressive behavior. However, later research by psychologists Douglas Gentile and Brad Bushman, among others, suggested that exposure to media violence is just one of several factors that can contribute to aggressive behavior, and that's obvious. Other research has found that exposure to media violence can desensitize people to violence in the real world, and that, for some people, watching violence in the media becomes enjoyable and does not result in the anxious arousal that would be expected from seeing such imagery. And this is the last section that I'm going to read. Video game violence. The advent of video games raised new questions about the potential impact of media violence, since the video game player is an active participant rather than merely a viewer. 97% of adolescents aged 12 to 17 play video games on a computer, on consoles such as the Wii, PlayStation, and Xbox, or on portable devices such as Game Boys, smartphones, and tablets. A Pew Research Center study in 2008 found that half of all teens reported playing a video game yesterday, and those who played every day typically did for an hour or more. Many of the most popular video games such as Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto are violent. However, as video game technology is relatively new, there are fewer empirical studies of video game violence than other forms of media violence. Still, several meta-analytic reviews have reported negative effects of exposure to violence in video games. A 2010 review by psychologist Craig A. Anderson and others concluded that the evidence strongly suggests that exposure to violent video games is a causal risk factor for increased aggressive behavior, aggressive cognition, and aggressive affect, and for decreased empathy and pro-social behavior, which means that exposure to video game violence would increase antisocial behavior. So I'm just going to finish this last part up. Anderson's earlier research showed that playing violent video games can increase a person's aggressive thoughts, feelings, and behavior both in laboratory settings and in daily life. One major conclusion from this and other research on violent entertainment media is that content matters, says Anderson. Why even have age restrictions or ESRB ratings if we're going to pretend that games have no effect? Like, make it make sense.
Sorry for including that giant yap fest, guys, but I wanted to show you just how much of the article that she actually read. For the third time today, I dug up exactly what these hack fucks are relying on. This time it's the 2013 article from the American Psychological Association, Violence in the Media. Psychologists study potential harmful effects. She read the entire thing, start to finish, with the exception of the final paragraph. And I'll take bets right now. What do you think that final paragraph says? Other researchers, including psychologist Christopher J. Ferguson, have challenged the position that video game violence harms children. While his own 2009 meta-analytic review reported results similar to Anderson's, Ferguson contends that laboratory results have not translated into real-world, meaningful effects. He also claims that much of the research into video game violence has failed to control for other variables, such as mental health and family life, which may have impacted results. His work has found that children who are already at risk may be more likely to choose violent video games. According to Ferguson, these other risk factors, as opposed to the games, cause the aggressive and violent behavior. Oh no, why would you leave out the opinion of an accredited expert who disagrees with you? Is it because you don't like it when you're disproven? Let's actually check out the studies this article is referencing, by the way. Violent video game effects on aggression, empathy, and pro-social behavior in Eastern and Western countries, a meta-analytic review, published in 2010 by Craig Anderson. Its findings are in line with what we've already discussed, a noticeable but small increase in aggression in children who play violent video games. Okay, fair enough, but what about the research of that Ferguson guy? Well, his study is Video Games and Youth Violence, a prospective analysis in adolescence, from 2011. He points out that while Anderson has published several papers claiming that violent video games definitively cause violence, others in the field are not so sure. Some believe that violent video games have no effect, while others believe that the cause is only present in children who have other problems. What Ferguson found is that his data was essentially the same as Anderson's, and also the same as the other scholars who disagreed with Anderson. Some children are at risk of being affected by violent video games, due to the circumstances of their home life, but many others remain unaffected. Ferguson concludes that the difference between Anderson's work and the other scholars is that Anderson consistently hyperbolizes the language he uses in order to draw more attention to his work. And he's not the only one who noticed this. In a book on the effects of violent video games, called Grand Theft Childhood, the authors there once again took note that some children are affected, but only because they had other risk factors, and they put researchers like Anderson on blast for their sensationalistic antics. And of course, here's the APA's 2019 report on violent video games, the APA being the same source that our feminist podcaster used for their 2013 article. They conclude that, shocker, there is a reliable but small effect from violent video games. However, they also note that the media or policymakers have cited their resolution as evidence that violent video games are the cause of not only aggressive but downright violent behavior, including mass shootings, which is not the APA's position.
But when you consider how huge the gaming industry is, it's easy to see one of the reasons why it's so hard to find studies that openly link violent video games to real-world violence. The video game industry is worth over $500 billion annually. That's more than film, more than music, more than television, more than all of those three put together. There's a massive machine behind the gaming industry that is heavily invested in protecting its image, its profits, and its access to young, impressionable audiences, especially males. So then it's not surprising when you're out there looking for answers that there would be suppression and burying of anything that might condemn the industry, because what would it mean if we admitted that simulating violence against women in a game could normalize that violence in real life?
Okay, do you have anything to back this up? Do you have evidence that the true data on violent video games was suppressed by Big Gamer? Do you have receipts showing that video game companies fund research that just so happens to always produce good data for them? Or is this one of those self-fulfilling conspiracy theories, where your lack of proof is considered proof that it was covered up? I mean, I can provide this from my side. It's actually really easy. In a lot of Craig Anderson's studies, in the list of disclosures, various universities are in there, but there's also an organization called the National Institute on Media and the Family, or NIMF. NIMF was a non-profit advocacy group that believed violence on TV and in video games was hurting children, and they funded the research of people who agree with their position. There you go. Now we know Anderson's biases. We know where at least some of his money came from, and we can weigh his research appropriately. But our feminist friend here fails to do any of this due diligence on her own claim. She simply assumes that the video game industry is paying everyone off, and that's why people have defended No Mercy. We've all been paid to do so. I guess Zerat Games had to do something with that $1.3 billion.
Now I'm going to switch gears a little bit here, because there's another thing that I need to talk about that doesn't get talked about enough, I feel, and that is how often males struggle to keep fantasy and reality separate, especially when it comes to violence and porn content. What we've seen time and time again is that males in general have a much stronger tendency to externalize their fantasies.
And this is where their misandry comes in. Up until now it's all been bullshit, but it's been relatively normal feminist bullshit. After this, though, she lane changes into this argument of men are naturally predisposed to not understand the difference between fiction and reality, unlike us women who totally get it. Talk about fucking BS.
For a lot of them, their fetishes tend to escalate into more extreme manifestations, often drawing unwilling parties into their behavior. Meanwhile, women will read like a romance book across multiple subgenres, including dark romance. But when the book ends, that's it. The fantasy stays inside the fantasy realm, It's not something that she needs to recreate in reality, and she's using the story to explore something safely and internally. But for a lot of males, the in-game content, the fantasy scenario, the schmetish, eventually engaging with the fictional corn material is not enough to satisfy anymore, and they build up this appetite for a fantasy, but the issue is when they force the whole world to become a part of it.
Of course, there are absolutely men who do this. But guess what? There are women who do it too. There are also men who don't do this, who do know the difference between fiction and reality. Making this into a gendered thing, like it's somehow natural that women can understand real from make-believe, but men can't, is not only provably false, but unironically, actually really fucking bigoted. The human tendency to fantasize is known as fantasy proneness, and an FPP, a fantasy-prone personality, is a psychological disposition related to having an active imagination, getting lost in your own thoughts a lot, and in extreme cases, disassociating from reality. Extreme cases of FPP cannot see the difference between fantasy and reality, and their condition is usually a trauma response. Although fantasy proneness has not been super widely studied, not nearly as much as violent video games has been, this study from 1987 showed an equal distribution of fantasy proneness between the sexes. Considering that extreme FPP is caused by trauma, and assuming our feminist friend here agrees that women suffer more trauma than men, then her contention that women are more able to distinguish fantasy from reality just doesn't make much sense from her point of view.
Now, thankfully, there were absolutely people speaking out about this game, and that's really good to see. There were women and males alike who have been condemning it and calling it what it is, which is disgusting, dangerous, and dehumanizing. That part is very encouraging. But then there's the part that we really need to sit with, because this isn't just some fringe, back alley, anonymous corner of the internet. This game, No Mercy, was released on March 22nd. As of now, not even a full month later, it had been downloaded over 100 million times. Just let that sink in.
The only thing sinking in is just how much bullshit you peddle on a daily basis.
This kind of content doesn't just get 100 million downloads without a massive audience who already thinks this way, or wants to, and that tells you just how normalized this is. And then at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if games with this kind of extreme hyperviolent content like No Mercy are being strategically released to provoke enough outrage that lawmakers and culture warriors can turn around and say, see, this is why we need stricter internet laws. This is why we need to censor sexual content completely, which I don't agree with at all. And I say this because Project 2025 has already made it clear that one of their goals is to eliminate corn altogether with a full-on ban. So what better way to justify that ban than to flood the market with content so depraved and disturbing that even everyday people, even people who might normally defend free speech or SMEX positivity, start begging for regulation.
Oh my god, is that the conspiracy you're rolling with? That it's the people who absolutely despise porn, the religious rightoids, the John De La Rosas, who are actually the ones making the most depraved, fucked up porn imaginable in order to counter-psyop the left into being anti-porn? That's your theory? Throughout this entire thing, did you notice how many pretzels she had to twist herself into in order to force her worldview to make even a little bit of sense? She had to not only misrepresent the contents of No Mercy, she had to cherry-pick studies and deliberately fail to finish her own APA article. She had to make an entirely unproven argument about how men just naturally can't distinguish fantasy from reality. And she ended by leaning on a conspiracy theory that it's the rightoids who create degenerate porn, the same porn they hate, as a false flag against the left. This stuff is all just irrational, and it stems from the fact that she began with her conclusion, and she wanted to appear to be doing something about the problem she invented.
Nothing to see here!
So, I think I've established pretty well at this point that this persistent view of video games causing violent behavior is false, regardless of what source it comes from, left or right. The next question is, why is it so persistent, despite being continuously proven wrong? Part of the answer to that is found in the moral panic explanation. People feel like they need to do something, even if what they're doing is entirely ineffectual, even if their target isn't actually causing the problem, and even if sometimes the problem doesn't even exist. But that's only one piece of the puzzle. There's a side question that's been floating around throughout this video. Why did they target No Mercy? We already know why they believed they were targeting No Mercy, because they incorrectly viewed it as the source of a problem. Plus, there's also the good boy points for publicly virtue signaling about the latest thing. But as I've said several times already, these games are a dime a dozen on Steam. Why No Mercy and not the others? Well, on some level, it's just a bad roll of the dice for Zerat Games, that No Mercy went viral, and I don't know, family breeding didn't. But setting aside the bad luck, and setting aside the clout motivations of dogpilers, and setting aside all of that research showing that video games generally don't actually cause the behaviors that these people think they do, what evidence do they have that they use to convince each other from their own point of view? In other words, what does the pro-No Mercy canceling position look like to a person who occupies it? In order to answer that question, we're going to have to return to TikTok for a little bit.
No! No! No!
Don't worry, this time these people have a few actual arguments.
Hey guys, on today's episode of What the What's wrong with some men and why do they hate us so much? I have a game to tell you about. I'm gonna make this video and then move on because I cannot keep looking at the comments, the reviews, any of it, because I am going to go insane.
She does the whole read the description, sign the petition thing, so we'll just skip that.
If you are not convinced that this is a problem, I'm gonna now put some reviews of this game on the screen. Please do not read them if you don't want to. It's really harrowing, it's really difficult to read, but this is a huge problem. This is something I absolutely want to bring awareness to.
A lot of these reviews are darkly absurd and hilarious. Like these guys are trolling or they're being so over-the-top edgy solely to garner a response like this. The domination route is spicy, as the main character completely dominates the mother. This route lacks any romance whatsoever, and by the end, the mother is completely obedient and only craves the meat hammer. Alright, dude. This is a relatively short game with a good amount of content. I really love the forced aspect of this. Bro, setting aside any judgment of your fetishes, there are dozens of games that do exactly this with way higher quality. You should have some fucking standards. Not a bad game if you're into incest and corruption kinks. But what's with all the 5-star ratings? It's because it got cancelled. It became the next node in the culture war. But to give the devil her due, some of the other reviews did actually give me pause. I'm not even into domination stuff, and being shitty to other people doesn't turn me on, but I still found it appealing for some reason, lol. Guess I'm a man after all. It was hard at first to be a scumbag and doing those things to stepmom, but it actually became a bit of fun. The feminists say that these reviews are evidence of their position, that men are getting brainwashed into being rapists or abusers by playing No Mercy. And while we've already gone over the data showing that it's not really all that true, and when it is, the effect is minimal, this is still a very human reaction to have.
This should make you fear for your children. It should make you fear for the youth of today, absolutely. Because this platform, Steam, you can access it from the age of 12. This game says for adults only, but to my knowledge, there's no restrictions. The problem with games that depict such deranged violence against women is that it basically normalizes it. If you are sat in your room every day playing games where women are next to nothing and you can do what you want with them, that will reflect the relationships that you have with women in real life. It will affect the way that you view women in real life, and this is why games like this are such a huge problem. If you play violent games, if you view violent material from a young age, it will affect your brain. It will affect the way that you view things in real life. It will desensitize you to these things. No one should ever be desensitized to that level of violence.
Okay, forget that list of TikTok falsehoods. Let's just tackle what she's saying straight on. We can tease out two related but distinct arguments. One, kids are playing video games with physical and sexual violence, and as a result, physical and sexual violence is becoming normalized in their brains. I think we all agree this shouldn't be happening. Your average child should not be playing porn games. They should not be playing M-rated games. The data shows that this stuff does negatively affect children. Even if it's a specific cohort of children that are disproportionately affected, kids in general are more affected than your average adult. So hopefully we're all in agreement here. Her second argument is that people, not just kids but adults, are playing video games with physical and sexual violence, and as a result, physical and sexual violence is becoming normalized in their brains. And we've already seen the data on this multiple times today. We know adults aren't nearly as susceptible to this effect. But you know what? Let's throw out the studies too. Let's just address the underlying idea here. Her view is that fully grown adults, through repeated exposure, can basically be Pavloved into changing their sexual interest. So you've got a guy who has no interest in any sort of rape kink. You have him play dozens of games where rape is presented positively, where heroes and protagonists commit rape, and the story rewards them for the action. And according to her, that guy will suffer two effects. She mentioned normalization and desensitization. Forgetting about studies for a second, let's just think this over. It seems plausible that desensitization probably happens, because that is just a natural result of repeated exposure to a thing. Even if something is absolutely grotesque, whether that's rape videos, or death videos, or scat videos, or whatever, if you're made to sit still and watch it hundreds of times, your response will eventually move from disgust to boredom, at least in the short term. So to me, desensitization seems like a reasonable assumption. Normalization, though, that's a much harder sell. She makes this claim specifically.
If you are sat in your room every day playing games where women are next to nothing and you can do what you want with them, that will reflect the relationships that you have with women in real life. It will affect the way that you view women in real life, and this is why games like this are such a huge problem.
Personally, I think if a guy has a weird view of women, it's more about what led him to be holed up in his room all day, and less about what he's doing for entertainment while he's there. I don't believe that if you take some shut-in and deprive him of No Mercy in similar games, he will suddenly have a more positive view of women or relationships. Basically, I don't believe that overconsumption of content that this woman views as problematic is the cause of a shut-in's attitude towards women and life. I think it's a symptom. The game itself is not the problem, and removing it doesn't solve it. A second woman who works with sex offenders also chimed in on the No Mercy thing, and though it doesn't sound like it at first, I think she actually confirms my view on this.
Now, I worked with convicted murderers, convicted rapists, and convicted. While all of them have some sort of mental illness or a variety of illnesses that make them act a certain way, they have all been triggered to do the act. This isn't a thing that just snaps. Let me tell you how it starts.
Okay, this is actually interesting. Let's hear about these causes.
In their cases, it's always been material online. This happened without the internet, so this is like not for everything, but the internet definitely makes it worse. Very gruesome art. Drawings, okay? Forums of people exchanging very hateful messages. Snuff movies, some of them being legal.
I assume you're talking about like an ISIS beheading video or some live leak shit. Because I'm not sure that there's actually ever been a real snuff movie, as in a produced movie where somebody actually dies on camera. Not as an accident like a stunt gone wrong or something, but as the purpose of the movie.
Very gruesome video games. Type of games are the reason why people are getting killed.
She ends her TikTok by saying that games like No Mercy are causing these incidents. But by her own admission, each of her examples of people being triggered to commit heinous acts by violent movies or games or whatever features individuals who already had extreme mental illnesses. If it really was just as simple as these games cause rape and murder, well, I've played through No Mercy like a dozen times now for this video. Who have I raped or murdered? Nobody. The answer's nobody. I'm not hiding anything, you jokesters. Fuck you. My point is, when it comes to vulnerable populations like kids, like people from broken homes, or people with mental disorders, or abuse victims, I can see the logic of adult content pushing them over the edge. But that isn't most people. At this stage of the conversation, we have a conundrum. You've got a piece of media that is thematically very dark, that people universally agree if it were real life, it would be a heinous crime. We have vulnerable populations who may actually commit that heinous crime in real life, if they become exposed to that media. But we also have most normal people who will not commit the crime if they're exposed. So what do we do with it? Well, another expert in this field chimed in with his solution.
I need to talk about this new game, No Mercy, because I think it's something that parents really need to be aware of, that your young boys can get access to this. And I want to talk about this both as a psychologist and as a man, because this game crosses the line.
Same synopsis, same fallacies, you know the drill.
We're just going to watch the cats just to de-stress, but there's only two reasons why somebody's going to want to play that game. Either it's because, you know, it's for a laugh, you know what teenage boys are like, and boys will be boys and all that other rubbish.
I mean, it is a funny game, but yes, it's not for under 18s.
But also, it's because they're trying to fulfill a fantasy, they're trying to explore kind of things that they've probably never seen or experienced before.
I feel like I'm just setting myself to repeat when it comes to underagers. I know you guys get it already. Kids shouldn't play No Mercy. But if we're talking adults, though, indulging in the fantasy of something that you'd never do in real life is actually pretty normal. And it's not proof that you intend to try it. People fantasize about doing things they would never actually do, even if given the chance, all the time. It's actually pretty normal.
There is such easy access to dodgy websites these days, and prawn websites we'll call it, or corn. And the more that somebody engages with that content, the more they get desensitized to it.
Alright, this is the previous woman's desensitization position. It's pretty common to hear anecdotal stories about people who have watched way too much porn, and they need progressively more extreme stuff to get off. So you know what, fair enough. But there's also tons of people who watch porn only occasionally, and they don't progress down that path. Like I said earlier in the video, some people can handle it, while other people can't. And it's ultimately up to the individual to make positive choices in their lives. That is the individual liberties position. And anybody who's ever had a friend who was an addict or an abuse victim in a bad relationship, whatever, you know that you can't actually help them unless they're willing to help themselves first. You can't just force good habits in people and expect them to stick long term. Humans just don't work like that.
It's disgusting. It's basically a fantasy simulator.
Oh, God forbid that people fulfill a fantasy in a virtual environment they would never actually do in real life where no one's hurt. That sounds so fucking terrible, dude.
And then because they get desensitized to, say, regular schmecks, 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 so what you don't want is then getting access to a game like this to take a more active role in the fantasy rather than simply just watching it on a screen. This game is going to enable them to actually take part in it and actually live the experiences. And so we know that as somebody is playing a computer game, depending on how visceral the experience is and how in-depth it is, if they're in a virtual reality, their brain will react in the same way as if it was a real thing.
Okay, so the argument here is that the brain can't tell the difference between a sufficiently realistic video game where the player has a lot of control and real life. Alright, I'm not sure if that's true or not, it could be. But even if that's the case, I don't think we gotta worry about fucking no mercy, fellas. There is no universe in which anyone would be fooled by this shit.
Just as an example, in this study, if you want to go look it up, it's free to view. People who were exposed to more violent video games, they had less processing ability of other people's painful experiences. So they see an image of somebody else in pain, they get a less empathic response from it.
Oh my god, I gotta look up another study. Fuck. Okay, here we go. 2021 Psychology of Pop Media. Is it painful? Playing violent video games affects brain response. Alright, the people who didn't play violent video games, after playing them for 40 minutes, had evidence of desensitization when they were shown pictures of a hand being injured. People who did play violent video games came into the experiment already showing desensitization. This evidence points towards people becoming desensitized on both a short-term and a long-term scale after indulging in violent video games. However, our TikToker's conclusion that this means gamers feel less empathy isn't exactly true. The study says that there is some evidence of people's empathetic responses being regulated as a result of desensitization, but not that those responses don't exist at all. Furthermore, this study was followed up on in 2023. Desensitized gamers, violent video game exposure, and empathy for pain in adolescence. And considering the trend of what's happened every time we've cracked open a study in this video, what do you think this one said? No, really, pause it right now, take a guess. Well, the previous study used 22-year-olds and discovered some evidence of desensitization, but also evidence that this wasn't necessarily a loss of empathy, but rather a greater ability to control an empathetic response. This new study used 12 to 16-year-olds, and this time, they discovered that desensitization had a more pronounced effect. And not a single person is fucking surprised, I'm sure.
I knew it the whole time!
And if you combine that with a child's developing mind, where it's really important what they get exposed to in the world, and then those exposures will actually affect the brain chemistry and affect the way the synapses join up, the way their grey matter develops, the way that all the chemicals in their brain will interact to produce their behavioural responses. And then so if they're processing other people's pain on a lower level, that could then become ingrained, and it'll affect their behaviour as adults. And then when you're an adult, your brain is less responsive to change now. It's more set in its ways, basically.
I am really sick of this intellectually dishonest conflating of the effects on children with the effects on adults. He's correct about kids, and he's correct in pointing out that when those kids become adults, they'll have problems they need to deal with. More on that later. But to me, it sounds like his solution is to therefore ban it for kids because they're impressionable, fine, but to also ban it for adults, because the only reason that an adult would have this interest is if they were impressed upon as a kid anyway, meaning their interest isn't really who they were supposed to be, but rather it's a product of a porn-induced mental illness. Okay, let's assume this is true for some adults, because at least it's somewhat plausible. But what about the adults that it's not true for? What about for the adults who, when they were kids, weren't actually exposed to adult content at inappropriate ages, and nonetheless they're adults now, and they have an interest in this stuff? Why should it be banned for them? Especially if, once again, they're not doing anything in real life. His logic here is, the only reason you want this is because you're sick in the head. And you know what? I just don't agree. Different kinks or fetishes, even weird or extreme ones, are not always the product of trauma. It's my opinion that this guy is a hack ideologue who wants to use the think of the children excuse to censor things for everyone.
And lastly, I just want to say, this crosses the line. Something like this shouldn't have been made in the first place. It shouldn't have occurred to somebody to want to make this. It contributes no art, no enjoyment to the world. This is only about suffering.
1. A lot of art depicts suffering is about suffering. And 2, like I said at the start of the video, art depicts the human experience. And sexuality, even immoral sexuality, is a part of the human experience. I actually really hate the whole what is art conversation, because while it's a really good question, it's often evoked by people who have an ideological motive to strip away the protections from some segments of the culture that they find to be obscene. And personally, I just can't abide by that.
And I just want to end by saying, this shouldn't have existed. It's disgusting. I don't know what possesses somebody to want to create this in the first place. And I know that most men playing this aren't going to get even the slightest inclination of wanting to go and act it out, but all it takes is one man. What I've seen, because I've had to work with Schmex offenders in the past.
What, your comrades?
And one guy can go off and ruin hundreds of women's lives and hundreds of children's lives because it's so hard to catch them, it's so hard to convict them. And it's something like this directly will contribute to people being harmed.
Now here's the important bit. He fully admits that most people will simply be unaffected by a game like No Mercy, but it still has to go because of the danger of one individual being triggered into action. This sounds a lot like that one quote commonly attributed to Mark Twain. Censorship is telling a man he can't have a steak just because a baby can't chew it. By the way, Twain never said this, but Heinlein actually wrote basically the same thing. Censorship is like demanding that grown men live on skim milk because the baby can't have steak. Either way, I'm sure you get the meaning. You know, I really don't like how common it is that false quotes become more repeated than a writer's actual work.
Nonetheless, the deed is done.
These three people all basically make the same argument, that even if most adults can play No Mercy and not be affected at all it takes is one sicko to play it, get triggered, and go out and rape somebody. Therefore, it's better that No Mercy simply not exist at all, in order to prevent that possibility. Let's analyze that point of view. For argument's sake, let's assume the number of people who played No Mercy is around 20,000. I'm sure people other than me pirated it after the story went viral. If just one of those people was triggered by the game to go out and commit a violent rape, that is 0.005% of No Mercy players. Of course, none of us want there to be any rapes at all. Rape's bad, we all agree. But if we're actually going to start mathing out how dangerous things are, well, if these people genuinely believe that a 0.005% fail rate is too high, do you think they apply that to other dangers in their life? For example, according to the National Safety Council, you have a 1 in 107 chance to die in a car accident every year. That's 0.93%, far more likely than 0.005%. Should we therefore ban cars? 72% of rape victims are drunk when their rape occurs. 40% of murder victims are drunk when they're killed. Should we ban alcohol? Remember their logic. It doesn't matter if most people are okay with these dangerous behaviors, because all it takes is one. Therefore, everyone should be banned from these things. This is what that Heinlein quote is getting at, by the way. The idea that everyone should be banned from a thing just because a subsection of the population can't handle it. When we're confronted with dangerous situations or risky behaviors that nonetheless have an upside, we run the pros and cons. For example, the chance of you dying during a skydive is greater than 0. Should we therefore ban skydiving? Probably not. We should educate people on skydiving. We should understand the risks. We should try to minimize those risks. But ultimately, when it comes time to jump out of the plane, you might just roll snake eyes. And we accept this, because as bad as it sounds to just come out and say it, we actually prefer that a few people die if it means the rest of us have access to dangerous, fun stuff. We're willing to tolerate a few deaths in exchange for that. Not too many, and we work very hard to bring that number down. But it will never be at 0, meaning that somebody, someday, will die in exchange for our skydiving fun. And we're actually okay with that. Most people will never admit it. They'll probably call me a psycho for daring to verbalize it, but it's the truth, and we all know it. In fact, there's always a cost-benefit analysis for everything. Here's another example. American left-wingers like to point out that the Second Amendment and America's permissive gun culture is related to America's higher-than-average gun crime rate. American right-wingers like to point out that the freedom to own and shoot guns is fundamental. It means that Americans can protect themselves. They can go to war with their own government if necessary. And the truth is, they're both correct. The right refuses to admit that the left is correct about gun crime rates, but they are. The left refuses to admit that the right is correct when they say guns are necessary, but they are. And to be honest, I think the left might be finally coming around to that position nowadays. But the real point here is, the Second Amendment comes with a price. That price is, some people will die due to irresponsible or malicious gun use. Some people think that that price is too high. Other people think it's a worthy trade-off. And I guarantee you there are already people right now typing up a comment saying, no, the Second Amendment has no cost, or no, no one ever needs a gun. But they're both just wrong. They're trying to hide the other side of the equation to make their side look more reasonable. Also, dude, when I was looking for gun range stock footage during editing, I found this video. What the fuck is this image, bro? The YouTube thumbnail meta needs to be stopped, I swear to God. We can adjust the variables in any of these scenarios to make the trade-off no longer worth it. For example, in 2023, there were 10 deaths out of roughly 3.65 million skydives. That is a 1 in 370,370 chance of dying if you jump out of a plane. That is a 0.00027% chance. It's pretty low. But what if 1% of all skydiving sessions resulted in a death? What if it was 5%? What if it was 50%? At some point, the cost becomes too high. What if America suffered 100 times the amount of gun violence than it currently does? Would the cost of the Second Amendment be worth it then? What if it was 1,000 times the amount of gun violence? 1 million times? Again, at some point, the price becomes too high. So, if it hypothetically came out that 90% of No Mercy players or something were actually running around raping people, suddenly the argument for getting rid of the game is a lot more convincing. But you know what? I've yet to see a single rapist who had the game in his Steam profile, let alone evidence that the game triggered them to do it. And even if we actually believed that utterly insane position of even just one psycho means we must ban it, there's cost associated with that position as well. Just like how removing people's gun rights is a cost. Removing people's access to skydiving is a cost. If you ban pornography or fetish content because you find it obscene, you're infringing on the rights of individuals to create what they want to create. You're infringing on the rights of Steam to platform what they want to platform. You're infringing on the rights of non-offending consumers to play what they want to play. These are all costs. The only reason that people like this don't care about these costs is because they're not the ones who have to pay them. When the pendulum swings, when the hammer comes down on them and something they like gets censored, then they'll be the ones paying that cost. And they'll be the ones crying about their individual liberties and all the rest of it. At the start of this section, I asked the question, why did they target No Mercy? Beyond the fact that it just so happened to go viral, and beyond the fact that they believe they're doing a good thing here. Why did they think that this was an appropriate course of action? And I think we now have our answer. These people believe, incorrectly but probably sincerely, that content like No Mercy turns people into rapists. And they also believe that there is no cost too high in combating this social ill, which, while it might sound moral on the surface, it's actually nightmarish. This time I'm reminded of the C.S. Lewis quote about tyranny, where moral busybodies torment us without end, for our own good, because they do so with the approval of their conscience. And don't worry, he actually said that one this time.
This, increasingly hypothetical someone would not be me.
If you were to check out the comment sections of any of the TikToks or podcasts or YouTube videos we've covered today, you'd find the same argument playing out across all of them. The same argument that took place under Collective Shout's tweet. The same argument that I got swamped with when I decided to troll Twitter during the initial drama. On one side of that discussion, you have all of the anti-No Mercy arguments I just spent hours going over. Normalization, desensitization, triggering psychos to act, training normies to be rapists. Sometimes these guys have a point, especially when it comes to kids. There is a good faith discussion to be had about how adult content is currently handled on Steam. If you attempt to access violent or pornographic games, the platform simply asks you for your date of birth, and if it's over 18, you're let in. No further verification necessary, no problem. This means that any kid smart enough to recognize they can just put in whatever will be able to access content they really shouldn't be accessing. And this isn't just a Steam problem, obviously. Kids that are way too young can get their hands on a console game they really shouldn't be playing, or they can hop online and find porn in like one click. I saw somebody on Twitter point out that porn use between Gen X and Millennials, and Gen Z and Gen Alpha, are two completely different phenomena. And I think she's actually on the money. Porn use in people who are older than me was satirized in the pop culture of the 90s and 2000s, in exactly the way that she describes. Older men whose wives have become unattractive with age, who no longer want to have sex. And so those guys turn to Playboy mags or satellite porn. There's obviously depression and dysfunction there, but it's not the same kind of thing as what's going on with the Zoomers and Gen Alpha. They're growing up with no knowledge of the world before the internet, and they're discovering porn online at way too young an age, especially considering what they're discovering isn't naked pictures of solo women posing for the camera, but rather OnlyFans girls getting their holes turned inside out on Pornhub. I recently stumbled upon this interview of a 23-year-old guy who's a self-admitted porn addict. He describes how he accidentally saw porn for the first time at 4 years old, and by 9, he was knowledgeable enough to search up pornography on his phone, and his parents were disengaged enough and tech-illiterate enough that he basically had free reign.
I had started to masturbate, I don't even know how long after I had first started to watch porn, and I had become instantly addicted to it. I was doing it every single day. From 4th grade all the way up until my early 20s, and I'm 23 now, so I don't want to seem like a saint when I say I've stopped doing it, because it's not as easy as just saying that I've stopped masturbating and watching porn. There are still the psychological side effects that come with it, and definitely one of the bigger psychological side effects that has came with porn addiction is just my struggle with interacting with women.
I'm not going to go over the whole thing here since it's 45 minutes long, and I highly recommend you go watch it yourself. But basically, regular use of porn throughout his tweens and his early teens completely destroyed his self-confidence and his ability to relate to women, leaving him in this pit of despair that he spent years clawing his way out of. So you know what? I will give these people the credit that they're due when they talk about children getting exposed to porn. But they don't just talk about children, they talk about adults. They don't just talk about restricting access from kids, but banning content outright for everyone. Which is why the next thing we have to talk about is the pro-free speech, pro-liberty, it's just a kink, let people enjoy things position. If you know me, then you know that's generally the position that I default to. Live and let live liberalism is just where my heart goes naturally, but it's probably time to actually discuss that point of view in a bit more depth. If you went looking for a list of core liberal values, you're going to find a whole bunch of things. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of association, free markets, free trade, free travel, privacy rights, property rights, limited government, equality before the law, consent to the governed. What unites all of these values is a general sense of openness as good. In Karl Popper's foundational liberal text, The Open Society and Its Enemies, he defends these liberal values and the open society they've created from reactionary, socialist, and fascist critiques, all three of whom reject at least some component of liberal openness in favor of unlimited state power in the political realm, or autarky in the economic realm, or censorship in the social realm. These policies are not exclusively left or right wing, but they are all isolationist rather than open. Despite being a liberal myself, I recognize that Popper's ideas are not without their flaws. This notion of openness as good has its own downsides, which I intend to explore in future videos. But for right now, I'll characterize the counter-argument using this meme, which was posted by mainly right-wingers as the No Mercy story unfolded, as well as during other porn-related dramas. The Chad says, we should ban porn, while the Wojak, whose head has been hollowed out and replaced with a Pornhub bonsai tree labeled mind control, says, but what about freedom? The implication being that the adult porn watcher is affected in the same way the child is, with his mind permanently altered by overconsumption, and his appeal to freedom is just a Mott and Bailey on his part. He's not actually committed any sort of Popper-esque liberty, but rather these values are a means to an end for him, the end being feeding his porn addiction. And as we've seen like a dozen times today, yes, this does happen sometimes, even for adults. But also, as we've seen today, the data does not show this to be as common as people think. An important part of liberty is the concept of consent. When people casually talk about consent, they're usually talking about sex. But more generally, consent is the voluntary choice of one individual agreeing to the proposal of another individual. I've done several videos on different aspects of consent over the years: sexual consent, medical consent, legal consent, informed consent. But rather than making you watch a whole bunch of other stuff before we continue this conversation, I'll include a quick breakdown here. Because consent is an agreement between two people, and if there is an exchange involved that needs to be upheld somehow, consent can be codified into a contract, where your signature on the dotted line is a sign that you consent to the contents of the contract. For example, if the owner of a shop wants to hire you, he's trading his money for your labor, you're trading your labor for his money. If you both agree to the ratio of labor to money, you both sign the contract, and then if one of you violates the agreement, the contract provides recourse through the legal system. This is the liberal view of consent as it interacts with capitalism, and anybody who's worked a job knows what I'm saying.
Fair wages for fair work. Fair wages for fair work.
The socialist critique of this state of affairs is that it's not truly consensual on behalf of the worker. If the negotiation between any one worker and a shop owner breaks down, the shop owner can simply hire the next guy who comes along, since to him, individual workers aren't really individuals. They are only the work they provide, and so economically speaking, they are simply fungible labor units. But if the worker doesn't get the job, he has no money coming in, and he risks eviction, homelessness, and starvation. Most libertarians claim that capitalism is entirely voluntary, because there's no state enforcer pointing its weapons at individuals and forcing them to work, unlike various socialist, fascist, and monarchist regimes. But the common socialist reply to this claim is that starvation is the gun to your head. It's the socialist point of view that there can never truly be consent between employer and employee, because the power imbalance between the two means the worker is always coerced into signing the contract. This poses a problem for the concept of consent. Remember, consent is a voluntary agreement for one person to fulfill the proposal of another person. If I were to actually point a gun at you and force you to sign a labor contract, we all agree that's not actual consent even though you signed it. It's not voluntary, it's coercive. The socialists are correct when they recognize that a worker who faces starvation, if he doesn't agree to work, is under some level of duress. The boss might not be forcing him to sign at gunpoint, but the boss is exploiting the worker's circumstances in order to get him to accept a lesser deal, so fair enough. However, the problem with the socialist view on consent is that it necessarily destroys the very concept of negotiation. There will always be some level of power imbalance between two opposing parties that are negotiating something, because no two factions in a conflict are ever truly perfectly equal. There will always be a weaker and stronger party. The weaker party will have less resources to negotiate with. They will have a greater need to cut a deal. And so, from the socialist point of view, they will always be coerced on some level into signing an agreement, even if only a little bit. If any form of coercion invalidates consent, as the socialists believe, then negotiation between opposing groups is always impossible because consent can never truly be given. The liberal view of consent rejects this socialist view by separating out active coercion by another party from circumstantial coercion as a result of context or environment. Though this view of consent, that it can't be given unless the two parties are equals, began as a socialist idea, it nonetheless informs a lot of other progressive discourse on the topic. Understanding this framework allows us to explain why progressives tend to disproportionately place the burden of responsible activity on straight white men, while excusing even the most heinous actions of non-straights, non-whites, and non-men. By the way, if this all sounds familiar to you, yes, I went over this before in detail in my video on Can You Be Racist Towards White People? In much the same vein, radical feminists of the early 2010s commonly said that women cannot rape men because men wield power, and rape is an act of power. If women lack institutional power as a class, then women cannot be rapists. Some of them even said that women just can't consent to sex with men for the same reason: power dynamics. This schema has been used to judge other consensual sexual encounters as actually being non-consensual due to the power imbalance between the two people involved. The age gap discourse that keeps reappearing on Twitter repeatedly is a prime example of this, implying that these relationships aren't truly consensual because by progressive sensibilities, they can't be. This was lampooned by the right-wing cartoonist Stonetoss, who basically just repurposed a previous meme lambasting Christian conservatives who believed the same thing but from the other direction. Horseshoe theory is always correct, guys. The reason both of these images are constantly reposted is because the idea that consensual contact between two adults is somehow non-consensual due to an uninvolved third party injecting their moral judgment into the situation is absurdly funny because it violates one of those core liberal principles, the right to privacy. If an unmarried couple, or two gay men, or Leonardo DiCaprio and a 19-year-old model decide to have sex in the privacy of their own house, it is both stupid and infringing for a third party to look in at them through the window and go, I don't consent to this, because frankly, it's just none of their business. The wildest example of this type of policing of privacy by a moral busybody that I've seen online was when a person had pornographic furry artwork hung up in their house and was told by this random idiot that they were pedophiles because a kid might be walking by and see it through their window. Yeah, the furries might be kind of weird sometimes, but these Puritans always default to think of the children, because literally no other logic will get them to their desired end goal of policing someone's private life. The former Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Trudeau, said it the best.
It's bringing the laws of the land up to contemporary society, I think. Take this thing on homosexuality. I think the view we take here is that there's no place for the state in the bedrooms of the nation, and I think that, what's done in private between adults doesn't concern the criminal code.
Privacy is one of those liberal values that is constantly attacked by anti-liberals on all sides. Right-wingers tend to disagree with the liberal conception of privacy, as articulated by Trudeau and others like him. They decry his view, and more generally the separation of church and state, as the privatization of Christianity, an action that drove Christian morals out of the public sphere, the political sphere, and into the personal sphere, the private sphere. And to their credit, there are some problems that have come with that for sure, like the lack of an overarching society-wide ethic, which can foster unity between strangers. So fair enough. But a Christianity that is non-privatized is a Christianity that peers into your private life, with the power and authority of the state, and tells you that what you do in your bedroom is not solely a private matter, but it is of interest to the general public. And that type of intrusion does not stop with the criminalization of homosexuality. If you want examples of this in action, all you have to do is look at the behaviors of religious morality police in various Islamic countries. I oppose the Christian nationalists for the same reason I oppose the Islamists. Religion is best left as a private affair, and making it a matter of the state opens the door to widespread tyranny.
And I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk that's not in the Constitution. It was in a stinking letter, and it means nothing like what they say it does.
The First Amendment, which is probably the most well-known part of the Constitution, directly covers establishment of religion. And the so-called stinking letter she's talking about are the Federalist Papers, which the Supreme Court routinely refers to in their judgments, in order to understand what America's founding fathers intended when they wrote the Constitution. For example, Thomas Jefferson wrote, "It does me no injury for my neighbor to say there are 20 gods or no God. It neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg." James Madison wrote, "The federal government is open to merit of every description, whether native or adoptive, whether young or old, and without regard to poverty or wealth, or to any particular profession or religious faith." Whether Lauren Barbie here thinks it's good or not, a government that forces Christianity on its citizens is anti-American. However, left-wingers often disagree with this liberal conception of privacy as well. No, not simply by naively being pro-Islam, because it's just this beautiful native culture performed by innocent brown people who have never done anything wrong. No, also in terms of consensual sexual practices, like the age gap stuff, but more commonly in the realm of economics again. In their view, because workers cannot consent to sell their labor to their boss, the relationship between worker and boss is a public and political affair, not a private and personal one. Landlords and tenants, same thing. Tenants cannot truly consent to rent housing. Therefore, the rest of society has a stake in their agreement, despite not being party to it. Same thing with consumption habits and ecological concerns. If you're driving around in a gas-guzzling car, if you're eating a lot of meat, if you throw out tons of plastic, whatever, your consumption negatively affects the rest of the world. And so the rest of the world has a say in your consumption habits.
I have a permit. This just says I can do what I want.
I understand this critique, but I also understand that in practice, they behave almost identically to the right-wingers, objecting to the privatization of Christianity, and I oppose them for similar reasons. In both of these cases, what's happening is, the liberal is being told, your consent is not enough to make this action moral. And once again, fair enough. We can absolutely think of instances where this hyper-individualistic view of consent can lead to bad outcomes. Case in point, actual addicts. If an alcoholic or a drug user or a porn addict consents to continuously use his vice of choice, and he completely destroys his life, however he doesn't hurt anybody else in the process, he's not attacking anybody or anything, the damage of his self-destruction is only limited to himself. Is that moral? Whenever I talk about this sort of thing, I use this meme, a comic panel commonly reposted on the right, where an addict completely destroys his life indulging in vices. The normal guy says this is kinda weird, and he's told, OMG, let people enjoy things. The point here is that although no one's consent is being violated in this picture, it still intuitively feels immoral to us, because consent isn't the only moral concern. The reply from conservatives or reactionaries is that feeling of discomfort tells us something must be done about this. Now, sometimes something actually must be done. For example, every time you see a public sidewalk littered with homeless drug addicts, simply appealing to that live and let live moral principle is not going to work, because this is a public space that these guys are shitting up. Listen, I know progressives want walkable cities, but I don't want to walk down the street if it's full of these burnout losers with needles hanging out of their arms. In the public domain, the public sphere of life, there actually should be some moral standard that we have to abide by, beyond simply to each his own. We are not isolated islands, with no connection or responsibility to our fellow man. However, in the private domain, things are different, and they should be, because we're all individuals with different tolerances and proclivities. What is good for one person might not be good for another. Yeah, sure, in a general sense, we all require the same basic stuff. We all need food and water, for example. Human biology means we have a lot in common. To reuse an example from a previous video, if your average person has a headache, a quick and easy response is to give him ibuprofen, because although you don't really know if it'll work on him until you try it, considering that ibuprofen works on most people most of the time, it's a safe bet. However, if a person has an ibuprofen allergy, obviously you don't give him ibuprofen. The point here is that although we have a general idea of what most people need most of the time, the specifics always differ from person to person. The baseline is just that, a baseline, and sometimes you need to deviate away from it. The bog standard conservative life advice of graduate from school, get married to a member of the opposite sex, have kids, work hard at your job, it's good advice for most people. Progressives might complain that it's too heteronormative or whatever, but if you set the majority of people on this track, they'll actually have a decent life. However, there are individuals who truly just are wired differently, such that for them, they actually shouldn't have kids, or they shouldn't get married to a member of the opposite sex. For those people, on these points, the conservatives' advice doesn't apply. That doesn't mean the conservative advice is bad, it is a good starting point, but it does mean that sometimes an individual might have to break out of that mold. This is why I believe the liberal concept of a public-private split is the best solution we've come across to solving this tension between individualistic conceptions of consent versus the collective public good. If you tilt too far in the direction of the collective, you have an overbearing, sometimes totalitarian society breathing down your neck, demanding everyone conform to every facet of normalcy. But if you tilt too far in the direction of the individual, you end up with a street full of degenerates doing the fent bent, and no one doing anything about it, because hey, they're not hurting anybody. Them shitting at the sidewalk doesn't actually affect you, even though you have to look at it and walk through it, and you don't get to enjoy a well-maintained, common community space. There's clearly a balance that needs to be struck between these two extremes, and the liberal solution of creating two different spheres of human activity, where public and private conduct each has their place, allows us to resolve this tension. In recent years, the progressives have tilted us too far in the individualist direction, at least in some ways. Meanwhile, the reactionaries are currently in the process of forcing things back in the other direction, but they're also going too far. Neither of them actually respect the idea that the public and the private should be considered separate domains, which is a big reason why they're both anti-liberal. Now that we understand all of this, the liberal permissiveness of non-standard sexual activity between consenting adults in private makes a lot more sense. It's none of your business if you think it's immoral that somebody likes to be tied up in bed. Because nobody's consent is actually being violated, that activity is relegated to the private sphere, beyond the reach of public inquiry, as it should be. However, when a person's kink is non-consent, the paradox of consent comes into play. As we've seen several times in this video, a common sexual interest of women is non-consensual sex. This doesn't mean they want to be raped in real life, obviously, but a common enough fantasy among women is being forced to do sexual acts that they don't want to do, but they're overpowered by a strong, domineering man and they have no choice. If this were to happen to them in real life, they wouldn't enjoy it, but they enjoy the fantasy of it. And sometimes you get kinksters who roleplay non-consensual sex acts, where both parties are actually into it, but one person pretends to not be into it, while the other person pretends to take them by force, otherwise known as consensual non-consent. That's the paradox. Can you truly consensually non-consent? Doesn't it cease to be non-consensual if it's consented to? People in BDSM and kink communities with an interest in CNC understand that there's an inherent contradiction here, but they're not bad, they're just kind of weird.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
Now, let's come all the way back around to No Mercy. Remember that? That video game we were talking about for at least a part of this video? The game that was utterly demolished by activists because it depicted rape? Well, first off, let's answer the question of how much rape was actually depicted in No Mercy. And you know what? In the grand scheme of things, No Mercy is actually relatively tame. And don't you go thinking that I'm downplaying anything here. Yes, we all know rape bad. Chris Chan's actions, if done in real life, would absolutely be beyond the pale. But let's actually examine his sexual encounters, with the caveat that we all understand this is from a piece of smut, and it's not actually real, okay? On day 1, Tommy's mom consents, reluctantly, to jerk Chris Chan off in exchange for him no longer selling her son drugs. And Chris Chan sexually assaults his stepmother Barb, out of revenge for her cheating on his father, and she attacks him for it. On day 2, Sheila consents to giving Chris Chan a blowjob in exchange for money, and a drunk Barb reluctantly consents to giving him a handjob, which can become a forced blowjob based on player choice, but also always ends with a slap. On day 3, Chris Chan can watch Barb get changed, and he can also blackmail Barb into giving him head again, who this time offers no resistance. From day 4 onward, Barb does pretty much anything Chris Chan asks of her at any time, with very little pushback, though she does occasionally express guilt after the fact. On day 5, Chris Chan can once again blackmail Tommy's mom, this time into blindfolded group sex, which she also accepts reluctantly. On day 6, Chris Chan has fully consensual sex with his Aunt Eve. In fact, you can't avoid this scene no matter how you play the game. It always happens and she's always fully into it. On day 7, both Eve and Sheila fully consent to a threesome at the bathhouse, and Tommy's mom can be blackmailed again, this time in exchange for keeping her drug use from her husband. Additionally, if you're going down the love route, this is when Barb fully consents to sex with Chris Chan for the first time without regrets. Once again, if done in real life, a lot of this stuff is entirely beyond the pale. In real life, Chris Chan would be a complete monster. But for all the screaming and crying from the activists about no mercy promoting and glorifying violent rape, there's surprisingly very little of it in the actual game. There's actually a gradient of consent here, going from Eve to Sheila to Tommy's mom. It's only Barb who truly fully does not consent during days 1, 2, and 3. Eve enthusiastically fucks for lust. Sheila willingly fucks for money. Tommy's mom reluctantly fucks in exchange for favors.
Sex for favors.
And I know that this next statement is going to sound really fucking weird, especially since I feel the need to be a broken record with regards to this conversation, and remind you repeatedly we are talking about a fictional story with fictional characters here. But you know what? Consent does actually operate like a spectrum in a lot of ways. If you've ever had sex in real life, with real people, you know this. It's not always consent forms and everything explicitly stated 100% of the time. Real sex is kinda messy. Emotionally, I mean. There's a lot of non-verbal cues. There's a lot of real desire there to leave some things half-said or completely unsaid, because on some level, sex is a game that people play with each other. There's a lot of pushing and pulling on the edges of people's boundaries, where mistakes can be made, and somebody might not like a specific thing, or even a whole encounter, and that doesn't make the experience rape. Real sex is complicated. I recall coming across this image like a year ago. I spoke about it in a different video, but I can't remember which one. This is the rape spectrum, and it made a lot of progressive people very angry. They said that classifying these events in this way was rape apologia, and that real consent simply exists as a binary yes or no. Now, while it's true that people who are legitimate rapists, whose actions do clearly land in the no side of consent, can probably use this idea of a rape spectrum as a cover for their actions. But that doesn't automatically discredit it. If we approach this in good faith, we discover that it actually makes some sense. The data here is the result of around 5,500 people who were polled on their attitudes on these topics. This is a scale of how rapey an action is from 1 to 100, where 100 is a stranger forcibly assaulting somebody who screams and fights the entire time. Let's consider the lowest ranked question, at 12 out of 100. Having sex with an unenthusiastic sex worker. Obviously, you've paid for her time, she's saying yes, you're out of the money already, but she's obviously not into you. Is that rape? I mean, kinda. She doesn't want to be doing it, which does put it into the rape camp. But she's also saying, no, it's fine, let's keep going, repeatedly, which does put it into the not rape camp. Would it be better for her if the two of you didn't do it and you didn't give her any money? Would she even prefer that? I know progressives demand a strict yes-no binary, and if any of them ever heard this deliberation, they'd shriek that I'm a rapist myself. But you know what? If you actually engage with this idea honestly, you have to admit it's not a cut and dry question, which is why it's 12 out of 100. As you go down the rape spectrum, the actions get worse. In my opinion, the stuff between 0 to 20 is like still consensual, but it's pushing on a boundary somewhere. A reasonable person might be disappointed in these encounters, but rape? No. From 20 to 40, now consent seems to be dubious. Some of these things might actually be okay based on the person or circumstance, while the same thing might actually not be okay for somebody else. This range is highly subjective. 40 to 50 is scumbag behavior, probably rape or sexual assault. I can imagine niche situations where it's not, but for the most part we are in bad territory right now. And everything past 50 is completely beyond the pale. This is just rape, simple as. My point is, sexual consent is actually really complicated. It's not surprising to me at all that when it comes to real-world sexual encounters, most people don't actually view things as being a simple yes or no consent binary, because that's not how real life works. For kinky partners in real life, non-consent always has to be an act. It has to be consensual non-consent, so that it remains consensual, obviously. But in a video game, they can actually portray non-consent as non-consent, because there's no actual person being harmed. There's no actual consent being violated. And since the data shows the normalization argument is false, that responsible adult kinksters aren't turning into these serial rapists by engaging with this stuff, the Puritans have no remaining reason to want to see it banned, except for the fact that it offends them personally. However, I've never viewed offense as reason enough to ban a piece of speech society-wide. If certain platforms want to not host content like No Mercy, that's their business. But the belief that all people who like this stuff, or even just those who defend its right to exist, are somehow evil or sick in the head or guilty of rape themselves is an incredibly toxic, regressive position that needs to fucking go. Do you recall earlier when I mentioned that there's tons of games like No Mercy on Steam, and the only reason it got cancelled is because it was noticed by the mainstream? Well, if you're not into any of these communities or subcultures, then man, you don't even know the half of it. Rape, violence, slavery, incest, trafficking, you name it. Futuristic, cyberpunk, fantasy, slice of life. It took me about 2 minutes browsing through Steam to find a dozen games with content that rivals No Mercy. Of course, if the activists knew about these, they'd probably come for them too. Like I said, No Mercy just rolled a critical fail on their stealth check. But this is why I spent so much time talking about consent and privacy earlier, because one of the side effects of these liberal values is that these private communities and these subcultures, in their relative isolation from the larger monoculture, begin to create standards of conduct, or languages, or moral codes that are relatively unique to themselves. Here's what I mean. While researching content for this video, I spent some time checking out the website F95 Zone. It is an explicit 18+ only porn game focused community using 2000 style forums, which by the way I miss and they're still better than social media. No Mercy has a page on there, which like I said earlier, has been continuously updated since 2023. There are tons of other games on this site too, some of them depicting way more immoral acts than No Mercy. It's understood by everyone who comes to the site that the rules of this subculture, this specific private community, allows for content that the mainstream doesn't approve of, because this place is not for everyone.
It's not for you.
For example, you probably couldn't post pictures from my wife and sister were trained by a fitness trainer to become pregnant breeding pigs to your Facebook wall. Not that you'd want to. And this is only the tip of the iceberg. There are tons of other websites with thousands upon thousands of porn games all over the internet. I obviously can't show you any of this stuff, but I've checked back in on this one a handful of times while making this video, and their front page of games is always entirely new. That's how many of these titles are being released regularly. Yeah, a lot of them are either shitty AI slop or they're shitty asset flips, with the occasional anime visual novel or dating sim type game. But even then, there's a lot of stolen content. Like this one here, called Rimjob World. It clearly features a fan art of the dark elf lady from Kiroinu, a popular hentai series. They just shamelessly stole the character and put it in their shit game, which is hilarious because it's on the front page at the same time as an actual Kiroinu game, with the same character. My point isn't about the quality of these games though, it's about the fact that No Mercy is not at all unique and doesn't deserve this outsized level of attention. Like, this one game here is literally called Molestation Rape. What do you think happens in this one, guys? I mean, if you want to know but don't like the title, just go play Wolf on Rail on Steam. It uses literally the exact same assets, the same girl models, the same subway map, all of it. These games just copy each other ad nauseum.
Hey man, can I copy your homework? Can I copy your homework?
No, you can't copy my homework! There is bitches!
As outsiders, you and I should recognize that this isn't really our space. We're tourists. The standards and expectations of the content in this space is not the same as on a mainstream platform. And that's okay, because it's not for normies. It's specifically made for members of this relatively insular community. I noticed that there were multiple writers listed in No Mercy's credit sequence. Outside of Zerat Games himself, the others are mostly users from F95 Zone. I think this is why the game's writing quality is all over the place, by the way. Zerat enlisted people from the community who both play these types of games, as well as occasionally make them. But it's clearly a niche product, made by them, for them. The mainstream may disagree, but since no laws have been violated and no one's actually being hurt, the mainstream can go pound sand. There are some spaces that are more universal in nature. You know, the town square, the public forum. Twitter is for anyone who has a Twitter account. Same for Facebook. And being in an online version of the town square, even if it's not exactly fully public in the same way, the tastes and sensibilities of a large number of people need to be considered. For larger communities like this with millions of people on them, oftentimes only the most bland, milquetoast content is allowed, so that all tastes can at least be kinda catered to. That's why when these larger platforms begin to bend in a specific direction, whether that's towards the left like Twitter in the 2010s, or towards the right like Twitter right now, it begins to rub people the wrong way. Because the implication is that this skewing, this explicit privileging of one taste over another, is somehow neutral, when it's actually a new normal being imposed on the users. Meanwhile, there are other spaces out there which are openly not universal in nature. If you join a private little website community about video games, that is what it's about. It exists to cater to the tastes of people who like video games, and it does not exist to cater to the tastes of non-gamers. Its audience is smaller. Its limits of acceptable content are more particular to one domain. If you join a community about cars, same thing. This is a space for cars and not anything else. And if you join a community about extreme degenerate porn, well, you knew what you were clicking on when you got into it. So why are you complaining? The conflict at the heart of all of this is the universal overarching monoculture, which unites millions of people, but also rounds off all the edges on any particularities in order to offend as few people as possible, versus the thousands of tiny subcultures, each with their own rules and standards and expectations, which may be offensive to those outside of that space. That's okay because the space isn't for them. This is part of why people have been talking about the marvelization of entertainment, how everything's becoming this lifeless gray sludge that no one actually likes because it attempts to appeal to everyone and ends up having nothing to say at all. Or why fans begin to complain when the creator behind a specific niche fandom says their products are for everyone, or they want to appeal to a wider audience or a global audience, rather than just appealing to their fans. There's this tension between the universalizing forces unleashed by technological progress, constant connection and togetherness, and the pull for subcultures to remain particular and unique to themselves. And a big part of that conflict is when the universal monoculture discovers edges on a particular subculture, it has to round them off before it can absorb them, in order to minimize widespread offense. This is the marvelization. This is the products for everyone. This is safe horny and safe edgy. This is the centralization of the internet onto a handful of social media sites. The underlying conflict is universalization versus particularization. And though liberalism is an engine of universalization, unleashing incredible productive and technological capacity through the scientific method, leading to the increasing standardization of society, liberalism is, at the same time, also a philosophy of particularization, with its conception of private spheres, where society's monomorality should not intrude. To put it simply, some things really are just a matter of opinion, and a person's benign preference or idiosyncrasy isn't a sign they're wrong and that they're violating the universal monoculture. They just like different stuff than you, and they're not obligated to synchronize themselves with your desires. Oftentimes, liberals like me will use a very common, pithy shorthand phrase to describe in about one sentence what I just spent 5 paragraphs explaining in detail. If you don't like it, don't read it, or watch it, or play it, whatever. In fact, that was used against Collective Shout's campaign to take down No Mercy, remember? If you don't like it, don't play it. And their response was, we shouldn't have to share the planet with men who like this. Do you see how this works now? A particular subculture with its own moral standard being attacked and consumed by the larger monoculture, its edges rounded off in the process. Oh, of course you can enjoy kink and non-standard sexual interests and fetishes. We are in the progressive future after all. Just one thing though, they have to be, pre-approved by society's moral busybodies. This is a conflict that we've seen happen over and over and over again. Let me show you what I mean. Here's a mainstream TV news report on No Mercy.
First time I saw information on the game No Mercy, I was disgusted but not surprised. I'm terrified that these games will become normalized.
We don't believe sexual violence should be entertainment.
The game's called No Mercy, a game for PC that claims to include non-consensual sex and incest, and was made available on the platform Steam. But how real is this, and how did it become available in the first place? Well, we reached out to the developer to ask about the content in the game. They replied, yes, some content might be intense, but nowhere near what everyone is claiming. And definitely it's not a rape simulator. Don't focus on the game's description, that's just ordinary marketing. But for gamers like Rhea, this is not just marketing.
In my life, I've experienced quite a bit of male on female abuse, sexual abuse. When you get it in your safe space, in your downloading space, in your place of relaxation, it is unbelievably triggering and brings back those emotions and pain sometimes. It destroys, our space there.
The majority of this stuff isn't new. We've gone over it many times today already. But notice how she calls the gaming space her space? I'm not saying that women can't play video games or they're not welcome in the gaming space, obviously. But No Mercy isn't really a part of the mainstream gaming space. It's from a specific fetish sub-community that clearly this woman isn't a part of. Her action of claiming that space as her own is the method used to destroy these spaces. No Mercy obviously isn't for her, and that's okay. She doesn't have to like it, but her demand that nobody be allowed to have it, simply because it's not for her, that is what makes her a problem. It's not that she's a woman or anything like that doesn't matter. It's because she demands everything, all products, all spaces, cater to her sensibilities. And this isn't the first time this has happened, far from it. Back in 2019, a game was pulled from Steam called Rape Day, and that canceling event was pretty much identical to the No Mercy one. Feminist Karens discovered the game, and made a big stink on Twitter until it was taken down. Also, Rape Day was, content-wise, far worse than No Mercy. The story of the game was, you play as this giant sociopathic meathead dude during a zombie apocalypse, where you run around the wasteland raping and killing women. It sounds ridiculous and disgusting, but should it have been banned? You probably already know my answer. If Steam is allowing porn and violence already, then no. Also, real quick, it's pretty clear that all of these third world made sex-based visual novels are using the same basic pre-built engine. Each time I look into one of these things, they all look pretty much identical. I might be defending their existence from censors here, but I'm saying nothing about their quality. But this moral panic didn't begin with asset flip garbage on Steam. Ever heard of the game REUPLOAD? Not Rape Day this time, REUPLOAD, as in a portmanteau of rape and play. Much like molestation rape, these fucking names, dude. REUPLOAD is a game from 2006 where you molest and rape a mother and her 2 daughters on a subway. REUPLOAD faced much the same criticism from the mainstream back in the day. Check it out.
The heart of Japan's electronics district, the world's games of tomorrow on sale today. On shelves in mainstream stores, plenty of what's known here as hentai games. Almost all feature girlish-looking characters. Some are violent, depicting rape, torture, and bondage in detail. Didn't take long to find a game where the object is revenge. Find and rape the woman who fired the player from his imaginary job. Most of this game we cannot show you. Hentai games are not new for Japan. This country has long produced products the rest of the world would call pornographic. But before the internet shrunk the world, it stayed here. A quick web search generates hundreds of Japanese games. Once a game goes on sale in Tokyo, it's digitized and shared everywhere. This one, called REUPLOAD, begins with a teenage girl on a subway platform. With a click of your mouse, you can grope her and lift her skirt. You, the player, stalk her, her sister, and her mother, following them on the train. What follows is a series of graphic, interactive scenes that we can't show you. Players can corner the women to rape them again and again, and it goes on from there. The game infuriated women's rights groups.
These sort of games that normalize extreme sexual violence against women and girls have really no place in our communities.
International outrage led the Japanese developer to pull the REUPLOAD game from stores last year. But that didn't stop its spread. In fact, the controversy took it viral. That's how Lucy Kibble and Jim Gardner in England heard about and downloaded the game, as they told me over Skype.
It was just a fact. It was a controversial subject, and I wanted to try it, really, just to see what it was all about.
Wow, REUPLOAD playthroughs on 2010 YouTube. What a wild ride it's been. But yeah, 2010, 4 years after the game came out in Japan, 2006. By then, the company had moved on and done other games, like Battle Raper, Jesus. But REUPLOAD went viral in the English-speaking world 4 years later. And then, despite the game not even being sold outside of Japan by the company, a bunch of soccer moms demanded something was done about it. However, back in 2010, that liberal live and let live ethic was a lot more widespread than it is now.
Did you feel offended as a woman?
No, not at all.
Lucy and Jim point out it is easy to find shoot-'em-up games, which no one seems to worry about.
It's escapism. That's why people play it.
So the idea of banning it or telling people what they can and can't do just because on the off chance some kid might get involved in it is just ridiculous.
But women's rights groups say the interactive games step closer and closer to reality, and no one should play a game where the only way to win is to rape.
On the REUPLOAD page of the Geek Feminism Wiki of all places, they quote a Slashdot article clearly espousing that liberal position. I have no desire to play it, but people who derive entertainment from that have a right to it. Man, take us the fuck back, guys. Nobody tell Geek Feminism that this forgotten page is nearly 15 years out of date, since the online left is not nearly so open anymore. Speaking of going back, let's do it again. Recall from like 3 hours earlier in this video, BMX XXX. Well, back in 2002, Sony wanted the game censored on PS2, while Nintendo and Xbox didn't care. IGN and other gaming sites reported on the whole controversy pretty neutrally. Mainstream media, to the extent that they cared back then, published a few hit pieces.
It is the year of the video game. The market is booming and game makers are grossing huge amounts of money. Gross, by the way, also describes the content of some of the top-selling games. A consumer group has just given several games a grade of F for extreme violence against women. CBS's Byron Pitts reports.
With games like BMX XXX and Dead to Rights, where women are killed for sport, vulgar language and partial nudity are the norm. Our parents bingo and bowling. This is not. The National Institute on Media and the Family, which monitors video game violence, gave the industry its lowest grade ever, saying the games have become more graphic and more violent, especially against women. Case in point, Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Okay, you proved your point. Now get lost. In that game, you get rewarded if you kill the prostitute, if you kick her brutally to death, after you have sex with her.
But according to the video games industry, 83% of these games are bought by parents.
Parents are the gatekeepers. They are already there buying these games. We don't censor the products. We don't tell parents what they can and can't buy for their children.
The game doesn't make the kid buy it. The kid makes himself buy it.
But even the experts they got to chime in agreed that the game's content wasn't illegal in the States, it was just inappropriate. Of course, Australia banned it, employing the same arguments we see nowadays, talking about worldwide audiences and offensive content. Nothing new under the sun. Let's go back further still. That shitty Atari porn game, Custer's Revenge. What did the mainstream have to say about that?
The newest products in the video game craze don't have any spaceships or Pac-Men. They're called adult video games and have men and women and sex, sometimes violent sex. This one, called Custer's Revenge, features a nude General Custer fighting his way past Indian arrows. You score the big points in this game by getting the general to rape an Indian woman tied to a stake.
Well, if you look at what they represent, raping, racism, violence, pornography, militarism, all the worst kinds of things in society which we would like to eliminate. So I think that they're very detrimental.
In each era, the same types of people have made the same types of arguments. The data doesn't bend in their direction, most people generally find them to be overbearing and nannying, none of their predictions ever come to pass, and despite being wrong time and time again, they just won't let this multi-generational moral panic go. I find the No Mercy story both familiar and hilarious, because these Puritans always think they're engaging in the latest moral battle. The forces of evil are pushing a new boundary and we have to fight back. We can't give up this new territory to them. When in actuality, we've all been here before, several times over. And not only have they always lost, they've also always been wrong. There's a progressive YouTuber named E, yes, her name is E, who made a video titled "Fandom is Officially Dead." Even though she's specifically talking about fandoms and shipping cultures in this video, what she's describing lines up pretty well with this understanding of the universal monoculture consuming isolated subcultures by shattering the standards of those smaller spaces. Here, just listen to this.
So the theory is that everyone and their mother, but like literally and not figuratively, ended up flocking to online spaces during a time when pretty much everyone was supposed to be inside in quarantine. And in that time, these people who did not spend a lot of time online started to discover whole worlds and communities thriving on the internet. These people would also be introduced to fandoms in this time period and start realizing, oh shit, there's so much online regarding some of my favorite TV shows and games. This is so awesome. And or these people were influenced into getting into video games, TV shows, K-pop, anime, what have you, and then discovered the fandoms and online communities from there. This group of people did not grow up in fandom spaces, or they just enjoyed Twitter and Instagram in their spare time and watched dog videos. I don't know what people without fandoms do online, I'll be so for real. And just had, you know, zero clue when entering these spaces about the pre-existing culture that has been growing and evolving since like the 1970s. So they entered these spaces, right? They saw a lot of cringe and a lot of weird shit and decided to share their thoughts on said cringe and weird shit and made their voices very loud. Thus, with so many new people and people who don't know fandom etiquette showing up online because of the pandemic, leads some fandom veterans to hypothesize that that's the reason why fandom feels so different now and why it may suck big old booty cheeks.
She's describing all the same effects that I've gone over within her spaces, and I think she's correct in her diagnosis. The pandemic brought everyone online. Normies had a ton of free time suddenly during lockdowns. Those normies began to spend that free time looking into various fandoms, and they found all the weird nerds in there doing their weird nerd stuff. And so the normies began to freak out, demanding that their normie sensibilities be catered to, and not the sensibilities of the people who actually, you know, built those spaces. The only thing that she's really wrong about is her characterization of all of these types of backlash events as being right-wing or conservative.
It's not a minority interacting with each other on some obscure internet forum. It's the entire world on like 4 apps, and we see everything and we see everyone. So now, a lot of normal or non-online people are online, and they see everything. They see the cringe, they see the ugly, and they have opinions, which everyone's entitled to, I guess. Some are revolted by some of the weird that they see when they had no idea that they were entering weird kid zones. This led to disregarding or never learning fandom etiquette, which is to just not engage with the stuff you don't like. This paired with this rising tide of conservatism washing over everywhere, the bullying started to happen more and more, which leads us to the morality or content or fandom policing online epidemic. So essentially what is happening in abundance today, and something that I think is one of the biggest issues with modern fandom and why it's so exhausting, is this constant policing and censoring of each other. It's this epidemic of morality and of who can be a better person contest that is infested with elements of conservatism and purity culture. To an extent, some of the policing that we do to each other online isn't some sort of progressive activism that some people think it is, but it just circles right back around. It's so far left that it turns radically right.
Oh no, it does not go so far left it becomes far right. You do not get to redefine the excesses of the left out of the left and into the right, just because the right wing is the political faction you oppose. Both the far left and the far right are absolutely abhorrent, and neither wing contains no good things and only bad things. Case in point, it was overwhelmingly progressives, with only a minority of conservatives who attacked no mercy. But I bring up this video in the context of the phrase, "don't like it, don't read it," not only because she used that in her thumbnail, but because that is the moral foundation her argument rests on top of. It's actually okay if some subculture is problematic by your moral standards. Just go to another one. Not everything needs to be made for you. Not every space needs to be your safe space. And yet, for those people who do just want every cultural space to adhere to their standards, "don't like, don't read" is now treated as if it were a Nazi slogan, which is actually really fucking ironic, because it's the height of fascist-esque anti-intellectualism to believe that if you personally don't like something, it shouldn't exist. Like, it's completely understandable if a rape victim finds No Mercy distressing. I get it. They don't gotta play it. They can and should curate their online experience so that they aren't exposed to this type of content. But for some kink communities, for the people who engage with this content responsibly, this stuff is absolutely for them. When progressives come into these spaces as outsiders and declare them problematic, and then try to change them to match their views, that makes them every bit the colonizer, the imperialist, the cultural supremacist they claim to oppose.
Are we the baddies?
And you know what? You would think progressives would get this, considering the history of sexual liberation. They may talk a big game about Stonewall, but hey, what was that again exactly? The New York City Police Department raided the Stonewall Inn on the night of June 28, 1969, as it was a known gay bar. Gay bars generally weren't given liquor licenses by the authorities due to anti-gay discrimination, common in that era. And so the police would either extort gay bars for kickbacks, or they would use violations of the licensing law as a pretense to raid them. The underlying reason for the raid, in case it's not obvious, was homophobia. Gay sex, gay culture, these things were not allowed by the larger American monoculture, but they were permitted within the small gay subculture that had been formed by gay individuals in Stonewall, just like how other types of outcasts form other subcultures with their own morals and standards. It is a space for them, not for everyone. And when the wider culture impacts these spaces, they tend to destroy them. It's the same with lesbian spaces, and trans spaces, and spaces for various ethnic cultures, and kink spaces, and yes, even the little online forums where people trade in smutty video games featuring extreme content that none of them would ever actually perform in real life. It is amazing to me that I've watched decades of left-leaning people understand this concept in one situation and then completely lose the plot in another. Some of the crazier examples of this stuff is that one chick who said, "Lobotomy in media is inherently misogynistic. This rhetoric destroyed women's lives," when it was about somebody's lobotomy fetish artwork. Yeah, that's weird as fuck. I sure as hell ain't into it. But the name of the game today is policing problematic fetishes for moralistic reasons. Another crazy example are the non-white girls, who are not only exclusively into white men, but they're explicitly into white Nazi men who treat them as inferior. It's an intersection of racial fetishization and submission, and it's like immediately obvious when you think about it that yeah, some people are gonna make a kink out of this. Despite progressives talking a lot about being sex positive, kink positive, there's still a huge swath of them that react with extreme hostility towards consensual sexual practices that don't align with what their view of sex should be. And once again, conservatives also do this too, but the difference is conservatives don't pretend to be tolerant. For every niche or subculture or unpopular interest, there's always at least one outsider who shows up and goes, that's problematic and objectifying. Or if the right wing, they say that's degenerate and sinful, but it's the same thing really. And again, if they're not hurting anyone in real life, let people fucking enjoy things, guys. You can cry about normalization all you want, but it rarely leads to real actions. And when it does, you fucking judge them for the actions. This is why I disagree with that Lady E earlier. I've seen so many left-wingers say shit like, we need to stop the normalization. All it takes is one offense, it should be banned for everyone. This is not an exclusively right-wing phenomenon. This is an illiberal phenomenon. I'm reminded of the philosopher of language, Ludwig Wittgenstein, and his concept of a language game. A language game is a simplified form of language, where its meaning comes from the context in which it's being said. And if you lack that context, you can't understand the language, even if you know the words. For example, if I say the word water, what am I actually saying beyond, water? If the context is I'm thirsty, I'm saying I need a drink. If a house is on fire, I'm saying that water needs to be brought to this location. In each possible context, the concept of water is involved, but it's not the whole meaning of what I'm saying. What my exclamation of the word water truly means is noticeably different, whether I'm identifying a liquid inside of a glass, or if I'm pointing out the elemental type of a character in a video game, or if I'm on TV answering a trivia question. Language games are very common. I even purposefully played one earlier in this video. A couple of hours ago, I included this joke clip. For those of you who didn't get it, it's the Lost meme about miscarriage from the webcomic Control-Alt-Delete. The joke is when parts of an image are laid out like the comic, with one long stick, then one long stick, one short stick, then two long sticks, and then one long stick and one sideways stick. And those who are in the know ask, is this loss? Without this context, this stuff isn't funny at all, but to those who know, it's hilarious. Language games are a core component of maintaining a subculture. They are one mechanism in which content might be considered inappropriate in the wider culture, but appropriate within the subculture. In other words, context matters. When the wider culture invades into these smaller groups, it lacks the context. It doesn't understand the norms of these spaces, which is why it views them as inappropriate, and generally it tries to attack them. This is why so many responses surrounding this drama have come off as both aggressive but also irrational.
If you played this, you're sick. If you see other people in your life play this, they are sick, like literally sick in the head, and you need to go get therapy.
When outsiders do actually try to understand and not just be outraged, they often do so using tools from outside the subculture. These can be used to gain some insight, but it tells you nothing about how the subculture feels about itself. One final TikTok for the road, friends, to explain what I mean.
So I've been reading a lot of this book, as well as this book, which intersects pretty well with that book, actually. But the thing that stuck out to me about this game, right, obviously there's the essay aspect, but the key point in the description where it says, after your mother's affair shatters your family. That is really interesting. That stuck out to me more than anything else about this game. And it really encapsulates what Laura Bates talks about in her book, right? Which, if I remember correctly, this is the book that inspired that show, Adolescence.
I don't know that second book, but the first one by Laura Bates, Men Who Hate Women, I've read it before. It was published back in 2021. It's primarily about the online incel subculture, and it's got some familiar names in it. Bates blames Sargon for his role in Gamergate, because of course she does. But she also references Tim Squirrel, a guy I did a short video on way back in the day, who helped get Sargon's Patreon cancelled like 7 years ago. Man, it was weird to see his name pop up again. To give credit where it's due, Bates makes some good points when she's talking about the various incel stabbers and shooters who blame not getting laid or not being attractive to women as their reason for attacking them and hating them. Fair enough, nobody supports that shit. The issue is when this loser on TikTok decides to filter his short analysis of the game through the lens provided by this book, even though it's completely ill-suited to the task.
There's this whole concept that she discusses where, you know, these kinds of men, right, they do not turn the lens inward. Nothing is ever their fault. They never find any issue with what they're doing. It is always turned outward. Everything is everyone else's fault. It's especially women's fault, just for all the things they do.
The issue is that you're talking about a video game where, at the beginning of it, the stepmom is actually the only person at fault. That changes pretty quickly, but the inciting event of the story is her infidelity, and the other characters have every right to be angry with her. Putting aside how her stepson expresses that anger, because we all agree it would be fucked up if it were real, the Batesian lens of men externalize and project their problems. They blame women for these perceived wrongs, and then attack them out of righteous anger. That's true sometimes, but it doesn't work here.
Like, she even has an excerpt from a famous killer's manifesto from 2014, and like, they go through like what he wrote and what his justifications were. And it just always comes back to, I didn't get picked, women didn't pick me, so I'm going to go do vengeance on women.
Okay, but that's irrelevant here, dude. In the story of this piece of fiction that you're complaining about, the inciting incident isn't actually a projection of the stepsons, but rather it's directly the stepmother's own choices. If you actually want to literally analyze the plot of fucking No Mercy, there's ways to do it, but this way doesn't work, because the lens that Bates provides only makes sense in instances where men are exclusively the perpetrators, women are exclusively the victims, and all of the negative actions are taken solely by men. That is the case sometimes, but it is not the case here, which is why you appealing to this book is just you trying to come off as smarter than you actually are. Way back at the beginning of the video, Collective Shout made the claim that No Mercy does not merely depict rape, but it glorifies it. That one feminist podcaster made the claim that right-wingers are mind-raping men into hating women with games like No Mercy. Both of these statements are false. I can't believe we're going to do this, but if you actually look at No Mercy with a critical eye, and you really ask the question, who's the good guy here? You find out pretty quickly, the answer is nobody. Barb is an unrepentant cheater who only expresses a desire to change after she's been caught and she suffers for it. She is the victim of Chris Chan's punishments, but she's still not a good person herself. Plus, she also helped cover up Lopez's murder. There was absolutely stuff she could have done there. And speaking of Lopez, Dad is a murderer, and he's oppressed his wife for the last 2 decades. He's not a good guy either. Chris Chan himself? He's the protagonist, sure. He's the guy you control throughout the game. Though considering it's a visual novel, control is kind of overstating it. But even he says to himself at one point that what he's doing is kind of fucked up. For the most part, he's unrepentant, but the game doesn't say that what he's doing is good. He's simply just doing it. Now maybe you're tempted to point out that the game rewards rape, because if you go too soft on Barb, you get the bad ending, while if you max out one of the 2 routes, you get a full ending. Fair enough. But in the endings, the game remarks that although Chris Chan won, it's not without cost. Even in the ostensibly good route, the game makes it known that there's always a hint under the surface that Barb resents Chris Chan for everything, despite falling in love with him and becoming devoted to him 99% of the time. Chris Chan, as a character, is depicted as a guy who is driven by vengeance against his stepmom for shattering his life. And no matter what you do, he never actually gets what he truly wants, her devotion to him. Even in his victory, Chris Chan remains unfulfilled and lost. The other characters are barely even characters, existing only to get fucked or get fucked over by Chris Chan. But the implication behind Collective Shout's claim that this game glorifies rape is that the game's narrative presents rape as being morally good. I don't think it does. I think the game is pretty aware that Chris Chan's a fucked up protagonist, which is why even when things go his way, even when Barb is completely broken down and turned into a sex slave, there's a hollowness to how his life is described going forward. Of course, I'm absolutely overthinking this. This game is in actuality just a bunch of dumb wank bait. However, if we're going to have a discussion of what No Mercy means, as stupid of an idea as that is, this view that it's a celebration or encouragement of rape is just false. At worst, it's amoral, presenting rape as just a thing that happens without any moral attachments. However, in reality, it's fetish material. And this is why I also don't think the game exists to mind rape men into hating women and fulfilling some right-wing agenda either. I didn't have my they live glasses at the ready, but I'm pretty sure there wasn't a subtext of rape is good flashing on the screen constantly while I played the game. Yes, media matters, it shapes perceptions, I get it, but sometimes there really is no deeper meaning. Sometimes a rose is just a rose, and sometimes porn is just porn. I think this is why it took me like 2 months to get this video out in the end. The No Mercy canceling is a long dead story at this point. Nobody really cares about this topic anymore, but the underlying motivations point towards something deeper. As I said at the very beginning of this video, there will always be an appetite for sexual content. It's in our nature. The forces of progress might have brought us the sexual revolution, but progressives themselves have long since betrayed its principles, and the conservatives are no better, they've always been opposed to it. No Mercy is a bad game. It's a morally disgusting game. But most importantly of all, it's an easy target. It's the wedge in the door. It's the scapegoat that will be used to ban all sorts of content, not just weird kink content, and not just for kids either. They will eventually come for everything, which is why supporting No Mercy is important. Even though at the end of the day, it really is just a silly, bad sex game on the internet. You know what? I'm doubling down on my initial opinion. This whole shit show makes me want to support every single rape game out of spite. Not because I'm interested, but because you think you can tell me what I can and can't have. I'm just going to start buying every rape game that I see. I'll be a rape game collector. And then after Steam purges them all, I'll have a really valuable Steam inventory with all these rare games on my account that I can resell. This is a great idea. And that is the end of this video, my friends. I hope you enjoyed. I originally planned this to be like 45 minutes long. I was going to talk about the canceling, talk about the philosophy of consent stuff, and then that was that. But then I realized I had to talk about why pornography was so prolific. And then I realized I should probably actually see what No Mercy was all about before passing judgment on it. And eventually the whole project spiraled way out of control. I like the idea of doing these large video essays, don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure how sustainable it is, you know? Compare my video on No Mercy to that John De La Rose video on No Mercy. How long do you think it took him to make that video? Maybe an hour's worth of work? To contrast, I began working on this one around the middle of May. We're complete opposites in terms of length, depth, effort, and while I love doing this type of content, I have to admit, it's probably more profitable to make videos like he does. You know, quick, easy, short 10-minute slot videos. At least more profitable in the short term. So, if you appreciated this video, and you can afford to toss me a couple bucks, please consider doing so on Patreon or Subscribestar, YouTube Super Chats, whatever. I have future projects planned, and hopefully they won't balloon quite so much as this one did. I'll see you next time, guys. Have a good one. I love you.